while staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
A single strand defines every reality as it moves in a circle. A perfect circle. A perfect world. But what does happens when the perfect world meets another? Do we divide ourselves and run? Or do we conquer as one?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Convergence. 6 teams from around the globe have met up here in Bangalore, India, specifically the Manpo Convention Center for this explosive off-season event. Will we be seeing the hometown heroes come up on top and fight and rise against the best? That is the question that we have now. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce to you the contenders of Day 1, Match 1 for Convergence. The question for this particular team is it time to tear into Tier 1? Give it up for True Rippers! Give it up for the team, the hometown heroes here from Bangalore, India, True Rippers, coming onto the stage. Now, we have another team hailing all the way from Korea. The question for this team in particular is, could this be the new generation of Korean firepower? This is Gen.G. Restructured and renewed. We are going to see whether or not Gen.G can live up to its name. And with that, we have a story to be told, and I am going to toss it over to our analyst desk to tell you guys the rest.
Yes, thank you very much, Tash. Of course, welcome, Valorant fans, and a special welcome for everyone here in the Convention Center. Of course, we are in India. I'm new here. The reception has been absolutely amazing, but it is your hometown, of course, Universe. So welcome to this event.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody at this event to what is possibly the biggest ever Valorant event we've seen in India. Of course, the convergence of not just players, but teams from across the world who are stepping at the last step of this year, but heading after this into a new world of Valorant in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some of the best teams across the world participating here with a brand new identity as well.
Absolutely, and of course, for those of you that aren't aware of how things are going to work here quickly, the format, we have 6 teams. It's split up into 2 groups of 3, 2 matches each. All you got to do is win those games, get to the top of your group, and into that grand final.
Absolutely. So it's either go big or go home. You don't get to take risks that will, give you a loss. You have to win if you want to make it to that grand final. But you do have the ability to surprise your opponents this time because of the amount of new faces that we're going to be seeing, right? So what do you think about these teams? We've got True Rippers and Gen.G. Let's start off with True Rippers first, shall we? Have a talk about them. Now, this is the only team that's actually come into this tournament with no restructuring whatsoever. They came into the close qualifiers. They've done pretty well, and they had a couple of ups and downs, but eventually they've reached a point where people were thinking maybe they wouldn't make it far, maybe Reckoning could have made it here, but they have reached the main event with their roster after quite some struggles, I should say, as well.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest story, I think, to be told from these guys at the moment. There was one closed qualifier to come into this event, one team that wasn't, invited per se, and I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected True Rippers to be that team that actually got through the final. All 5 maps against Reckoning, a massive grudge match, and the fans here that are already, supporting True Rippers is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, let's have a look at their team properly, though. We've got, of course, 5 players who have stuck together for quite some time, I would say, at least 6 to 8 months. We've got a couple of role changes in that team during that time as well, of course, right? But True Rippers are, of course, coming into this as a team that is considerably the underdog, right? They don't really have the experience of fighting against teams of this level before. Tier 1 is something that they've been trying to get to for so long. Ascension as well was not that great for them. But now they've got a chance to play against some of the players that they would have seen on stages bigger than these, right? So what do you have to say about that? What kind of, impact would this tournament have for True Rippers?
Well, I think the main thing is it's the biggest tournament that they've had in their careers so far.
Absolutely.
And I think that's just something that they have to really crack in towards this event and against a new reformed Gen.G, which we can talk about now as well. A bit of rockiness at the end of the season as well. But now you can see they're bringing in this new roster, and we'll start off, Meteor is continuing on, but then the rest of them, I mean, they've got some tier 1 experience already in Pacific, we've got a new face in Karen, and we've got Lakia stepping up earlier from the Ascension event.
Indeed, of course. Now, this is quite the, I would say, diverse, but still the same region team where they've got Texture, of course, who was in Global Esports in the previous season, did quite well, had his, role change up as well, played the Killjoy at times, was able to play the Raze, and he had his moment in the spotlight. Lakia, of course, he's coming back to tier 1 after so long. It's been 2 years since he was in that infamous Vision Striker squad, right? And although D plus Kia didn't really do as well in Ascension, but Lakia as himself was quite the pillar for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you look at this roster as well, a lot of people are thinking, oh, there's a couple of duelists historically in towards this one, so it's going to be just really interesting to see what the role shifts are going to look like here. And against True Rippers, a lot of research that can be done to figure out the game plan and the strategy. But I think more importantly, this is the time and the prelude to see what 2024 is actually going to look like for a team like Gen.G.
Absolutely. And of course, they've got Karen, the new member of this team. But while we talk about him, let's talk about the older members of True Rippers, shall we? Of course, they've come through the qualifiers from India, and they have been reckoning who they've had a pretty tumultuous relationship with. They take a blow, they receive a blow. It's all the same for them, but they've probably given the most important blow of their careers. Like you mentioned, this is the biggest tournament of their lives, right? And they're coming into this with quite some momentum, I should say, as well. Disrupt has probably been their best player, right? And he has been the shining star for them throughout the close qualifiers as the main duelist. And of course, with Helef, the IGL, who's been coming in to this team as his first venture as the leader, right? It was Aryu previously at times where he was leading the team, but Helef has been taken into this role now, and he's giving his own twist into how True Rippers should be led. But I do want to ask you, what do you think about Deathmaker's switch from the duelist? He's been a duelist for about 3 years now, but now he's settled in better into the Sentinel. What are your thoughts about that?
It's always a really good thing where you look to try and fix roles in the roster before you look to replace someone in the roster, right? When you've built a relationship together, it's easier, and it should be the direction to just have a chat, figure out what's going to work better. And it's exactly as you say, Deathmaker, switching the roles up, maybe a little bit questionable for people in the beginning of this one, but they're here, right? After these role switches, after finding a better form for the whole team to just be more versatile overall.
Absolutely. I believe that they do have a little bit more, I would say, comfortability since Deathmaker shifted on to the Sentinel role, because he himself mentioned that, he's actually feeling a lot better with the patience plays that he brings up with the Killjoy, with the Cypher, and he's allowed Disrupt to actually be his full-blown self of that, explosive duelist that he loves playing on the Jet as well. So there are a couple of things that these guys might be not aware of, because Gen.G, of course, is a brand new card on the town. They've got no history whatsoever. 5 completely different new players from 5 different teams who've come in to form one Korean probable super team. But I do want to know that, do you think Gen.G might have an advantage on True Rippers just because True Rippers have a bit of a history, but Gen.G actually coming straight clean?
I mean, it's always going to be an interesting topic, isn't it? It's what form they are at the day, but I think historically and individually, a lot of the Gen.G players can carry their own. We've seen it in a multitude of the rosters that they've been in Tier 1 esports already. So I think when it comes in towards this one, it's just going to be down to what maps we're playing, how the form is. And speaking of the maps, I mean, we can look towards the veto as well and kind of see how things are going to work in towards this series. Now, True Rippers, I mentioned it, there is a lot of history for them in what maps that they generally play and how they play. New Gen.G, we don't actually know where they're going to look to go.
Yeah, and speaking about it, here's the veto, of course. We know that True Rippers don't really like Bind as much. They usually tend to ban that map because they don't feel really comfortable on it. And as we look at the beginning, Gen.G's gone for the Sunset ban. Of course, maybe they're going for the safer player. It's a new roster. Sunset's a pretty new map. They don't want to get too much into the deep waters. But I mean, True Rippers,
that's a safe ban for them. They could have gone towards it, but with a new roster, you've got to pick your maps that you're going to be practicing as your 5. It is a map that True Rippers have played. They've had some decent success, but there's not many reps that they have on it. It could get the better of them. So I think when we look towards this veto, they're probably just going to go to something that they've been practicing. It's a little bit safe, maybe in the middle of the pool.
Yeah, I would say True Rippers, of course, unless they don't go for the bind ban here, want to throw something in, spanner in the works, maybe. But I would believe that they're more, okay, they are banning bind, there we go. Yeah, so Gen.G, I think if they're going for a little bit comfortable pick, maybe I would say split kind of looks like it because Texture was really comfortable on it. a couple of times played by the other players as well last season. What do you think? Might split be something that's viable for Gen.G?
Well, I know a lot of people and a lot of teams going over to Korea at the moment adopted, the maps like Lotus really early. I thought potentially it would be a map like Sunset that they might look to adopt. It wasn't really in True Ripper's wheelhouse, but with that already being banned out, I sort of thought they would go there, and it is actually going to be Lotus. So I feel like that's going to be really comfortable for them as this new squad as well. And I think this is actually going to be a really good map to kind of see how defense heavy that they're going to be able to pull apart True Rippers, and it'll give us a good insight into actually who on this roster is going to be playing which roles, but more importantly, I think for it, is it going to carry over into map number 2 on the same roles, or is it going to be map dependent?
Well, that depends on the map. I think if we're having Lotus and, of course, True Rippers going on the attack on Lotus, they are, of course, more comfortable on the attack. And they've had pretty decent success on Lotus as well. They've got a pretty good win rate here. But, of course, a team like Gen.G is not something that they usually face. But Ascent coming up from True Rippers here, they've gone for the safe pick, it seems, and they're feeling a lot more comfortable with Ascent. Now, what do you think about this? How could Gen.G actually head into this? Do you think they might go for some sort of a different setup in terms of double initiator? Do we see a double duelist because of this on Ascent, or what do you expect to see?
I mean, for me, it is what are we going to get, right? I think that's the penultimate question right now. I'm looking at this roster and I'm looking at Lakia, such a stable Sova player. I think a map like Ascent, he can go back into that role. We've seen him pick up the Fade a lot recently as well, still sticking on that initiator role. But it is just a massive question mark for what roles are they going to be. You look into the roster as well. Who's the controller player? Who's going to be, kind of leading that charge as well? It's not the forte of any of these players, one would say.
True.
So coming in towards the decider map as well, if we are going to get that one, is it going to favor Gen.G a little bit more, or True Rippers? By the looks of it, Haven is actually going to be that last one. So 2 of the 3 site maps if we do need it, but Ascent there from True Rippers, I think that's probably going to have to be the one that they might look to do a little bit more damage on.
I believe that this is a veto that kind of maybe favors True Rippers in terms of what they like to play. They love Lotus, they love Ascent, they've played it quite some bit in the previous tournaments that they played, of course, even in the close qualifiers, and they've got decent success, and I believe that they will be happy with this veto. But Gen.G, of course, they're an anomaly. We don't know which direction they're going to be coming in from. And of course, they are coming in with a new coach as well. This is something we forgot to mention. HSK from DFM last season. Now, he might not have had the best record with them, but what direction is this Gen.G team going to go? What do you think? Where do they might go? Double duelist? Are they going to be aggressive? Because the controller is a bit of a question, like you just mentioned, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to this map in Lotus, I think when you're looking at it as an armchair position as well, you're looking at the history and the relative play that Gen.G members, individually, mind you, have been playing against. The tier and the caliber of play has been higher than what True Rippers has been exposed to. And in front of a home crowd as well, we could start to see, some destructuring of True Rippers. They could be nerves. They can look to go for their game plan and try to, pull apart what Gen.G are going to be doing. But it has to be in the midst of the battle. It has to be in the midst of the map. This is, for the purpose of it, a new team, a new Gen.G.
Absolutely.
And there is, apart from scrims and the info there for these rosters, nothing to go by.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I'm pretty sure that this Gen.G team is probably going to try something new in the first, because I believe that they're going to test the waters, right? And while talking about testing waters, there, of course, we mentioned the roles, right? Now, Texture is somebody who can play the Killjoy Raze Jet, right? And we've, of course, we've got Lakia, who's going to probably be the main initiator for the team. We, of course, have Munchkin, again, a Sentinel main. We've got Karen, who, again, is a duelist / Sentinel. So 3 potentially Sentinel duelists. How do you see this team ending up without a double duelist at this point? Because the meta right now that we've seen across the world has been the double controller. Do you think that maybe they can adapt to it?
I mean, when you look at their opponents running a double duelist historically on Lotus, maybe Gen.G want to kind of do the same thing. There's definitely, the Jet players that can do that, but let's have a look at it. So Lakia is going to go back onto the Fade, so that's an expected pick to come on here. Texture's going to be staying on the duelist role, so that's going to be interesting. I'm looking for comparisons right now against the last play for True Rippers, and this is actually a new agent pool for them. So again, they're throwing in something new into
Absolutely, and I'm looking at Karen particularly because he's picked up the Omen, and he's not played the controller before. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, Karen is a player who started his professional career just about 6 months ago. He played in the Korean Challengers League, and he was individually doing really great, but unfortunately his team couldn't make it so far. But he has been a prospect, clearly, that Gen.G have believed in, and he's been thrown into a new role as soon as he comes in. So this is all about him, I would say. If he can play that Omen to the level level that we would expect him, especially on Lotus as well, because they're playing a double controller, which is something that we did not expect, right? We were talking about before as well. Gen.G could be a team that plays the double duelist, maybe the double initiator, but double controller seemed a little out of the mix. So I am excited to see this form of Gen.G. What can they bring on the table? Of course, Texture coming back to the duelist role. And talking about True Rippers, it seems pretty stable Lotus pick, right? You got a Breach, you got a Sova, double initiator there. So how do you think they might contradict each other?
I think True Rippers have to be careful of Meteor, honestly. He's going to be so capable of just locking down one of these sites by himself. They have to sacrifice a lot of their information. I think it's going to be quite pivotal on early information to just try and figure out locations of the Gen.G members. Because again, I'm looking at this as a sort of hierarchy view. Gen.G should be, the expected victors right here. But they've got the crowd against them, folks.
Oh yeah.
You know how much a crowd can assist you. So for True Rippers, I mean, I just want to see a good show. I want to see it good.
Absolutely agree. I'm pretty sure that with every kill that True Rippers find, there's going to be a bit of a tear fest going on right behind this. But yeah, True Rippers are coming into this with quite the stacks against them. But ladies and gentlemen, all of this is for us to find out. It's all for you to find out as the stage is getting prepped. The players are ready, and so are our casters. Kremer, Pavlos, take it away.
Yeah, it is time. It is time for the matchup, Kremer. It's nice to be with you here again. We're in India, and the match is looking spectacular, right? You've got True Rippers, the home crowd heroes, if you will, home ground heroes, and of course a Korean team that is hoping to be a super team by the end of this season.
Yeah, Nambe Bengaloo, it's amazing to be here, and honestly, Pavlos, seeing the veto, it's going to be quite an interesting series. Now, Viper on Lotus has definitely gained a bit of momentum over the last couple of months, and I personally quite like it. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to try and disrupt this Viper and this double controller setup from Gen.G.
Yeah, for sure. Like one team definitely approaching it on a more control standpoint, Gen.G, looking to control the pace and everything. While on the other hand, you've got more of a mid-range comp on the other side, right? You've got double initiator, which, to be fair, when you look at the two compositions, that mid-range comp should have an upper hand. But it's a matter of how True Rippers actually play that game out themselves, right? They need to be able to control the pace, sort of be able to figure out the setups and bait out a lot of the utility. It's a little bit of a slow burn style, but if it's one that they're able to recognize soon enough, they may stand the chance to get a few rounds. But I think this is more interesting for Gen.G also, right? This is a new roster. They basically built this out of nowhere. They've only retained one player in what they used to have, right? So for them, playing against True Rippers, it might be a confidence booster. It might be a great start for them.
That's a double-edged sword. Because if this game doesn't go well, what's that going to say for not just the rest of the tournament, but going into Pacific later on next year? My thought process would be, if Gen.G can do well here, that sets them up beautifully for the next season. The second they find any bumps in the road, the second they stumble, it may very quickly turn into a complete collapse before this even starts.
Yeah, I know what everybody at home is thinking, right? At least from India. What are truly the chances of True Rippers here? Can you answer this for me?
I want to say they've got a good chance. I do. I mean, their Ascent's pretty good, as they've demonstrated over the course of the qualifiers going into this. Their Haven's been a bit shaky. Their Lotus is the sort of missing piece of this veto. So for Gen.G, if they want to win this series, you need to start strong on Lotus and use that momentum. If you're True Rippers, even if you make Lotus close, even if you keep the series close, you go to your comfort map next. Ascent, it's one of their best maps, if not their best map. You then go to Haven, where you've got a sort of 50-50 chance of winning. 50-50 for True Rippers is pretty damn good.
It is, it is. I love the fact that you say it's a 50-50.
I like to dream, Pavlos.
You like to dream? Delulu, maybe. no, honestly, True Rippers deserve to be here, right? I think a lot of people have been looking at this lineup from the regional league that they've been playing in, from challenges and whatnot. They've never really been the top team in India, right? This recent Rise success is actually extremely recent, right? Reckoning has always been able to beat them. Orangutan, when they were in the picture, always were able to best them. But this time around, the qualifier, the Indian qualifier that they were able to perform in, they come out on top. So it's vengeance for them. They're on the best high they've ever been. So if there's any moment for them to actually start shooting up against top hitters like Tier 1 teams such as Gen.G with all that experience, this is basically the best moment for them to do that.
Absolutely. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Pavlos.
All right.
What do you think the map score is going to be going into this?
Realistic?
Oh, you can be mean. I'll do the Hopium.
All right, I'll be the mean one. I reckon it's a 2-0. I hope True Rippers actually give us a good fight.
Yeah.
Right. I really hope that True Rippers give a good fight. But given the quality that Gen.G in regards to individuals and in regards to the players that what we've seen in the past, I think there's a bit of a quality discrepancy.
Yeah.
Right. But I think for True Rippers, if they're actually able to get a decent score, go above those 7-8 rounds, and get some maps to be actually close, that's generally some really good experience for them. Because at the end of the day, you want to build this regional, this regional performance step by step. And True Rippers in this tournament, they've got the chance to do exactly that.
So this is going to be some mega Hopium. So I hope you're ready for this.
Okay.
I actually see a 2-1 True Rippers here.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Is when you've played with a roster for so long, your familiarity with one another ends up trumping experience of the other team. So you end up in a world where, because you've spent so much time together, because you have rehearsed every map so many times, that when you encounter a new strategy, you already have the contingencies in place to try and beat that. And so Lotus is going to be the litmus test. If True Rippers can stay even on Lotus, this is their series to win. However, if they let Gen.G get ahead, then Gen.G are going to stay ahead.
Well, I believe the game is ready. So let's get the show on the road. Let's get on the server. Let's see how these two teams perform. It's Gen.G, of course, a brand new roster, how they brought together, and True Rippers, your home crowd heroes. Who, by the way, they're not only home crowd heroes because they're in India, it's because they're from Bengaluru as well.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute drive, and they've made it here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, seems like it's not quite ready. I've just been corrected, but that's okay. Yeah. We've got another couple of minutes until that happens. All right. So, Kremer, in regards to this entire tournament as a whole, we're seeing a lot of new rosters. Is there anyone in particular you're actually most excited about?
It's got to be Lakia, right?
Okay.
I mean, he's been out of the picture for quite a while now, at least in sort of tier 2, tier 3.
Right.
Now he's back to a tier 1 roster. We've seen what he can do in the past. Let's see if he's still got that form. This is a chance to show that he's been dominant this whole time, and just maybe it'd be lack of opportunity rather than lack of skill. Yeah,
because, a lot of people have been thinking, ever since the partnership program happened, you've got 8 teams in each of the regions, and obviously some talent is going to be left out into the Challenger Leagues, and they've got to battle, grind their way upwards. And I think seeing a lot of these players, not only in Gen.G, seeing them across Vitality as well, you've got players like Kix being brought up, you're seeing a lot of talent that has been slowly fostering, slowly getting stronger behind the scenes, not in the spotlight, and now they finally got a chance to play in Tier 1. And the fact that we get to see that in this tournament just makes it that much more special.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Who are you looking forward to, Pavlos?
Oh, Vitality, 100%. I mean,
absolutely.
It's me bringing in my EMEA Hopium in here. But yeah, no, the roster looks pretty interesting. I've been rooting for guys like Runner, like Kix for a long time. Safe named the best duelist in EMEA last year. They've, with that championship under his belt. Vitality didn't have the best of successes throughout their tournament in that season. But I think this restructuring, this new fresh air, is what they're looking for. And I think if this is a better chance than they've ever had to actually do some really good damage against other VCTA EMEA teams.
Yeah, well and truly. And I mean, you've got to talk about Runner, haven't you?
Yeah.
When it comes to, India's known for their flashy duelists. I mean, SK Rossi sort of was the one who led the way for that. Runner is sort of EMEA's SK Rossi's in the way he's come out of nowhere, just been absolutely dominant, and now he's got his chance against tier 1 teams to show what he can do. So it's pretty much around the board we've got new rosters, and around the board we've got interesting pickups.
Yeah, and I think all across the board in this tournament we've got some very young players.
Yeah.
I think the average age of all the players combined is 23 years old, and the youngest is Furia at an average age of 18.
Makes us feel old, doesn't it?
It does, right? Like 18-year-olds are born in 2005.
That's a compound sentence. 2005.
And? There's an and?
Oh, God. My voice still going. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this series, Pavlos. Now, Lotus is a map which is either going to be played extremely fast or very, very slow.
Okay.
With Gen.G going for the double controller, I'm expecting a particularly slow play style going into this map. For True Rippers, the way you counter that is you find one of those controllers and you pick them off early, and it forces Gen.G to go into a more of a default play style, initially as a 4v5. So it's a very, very technical way to play the map. but because it's so technical, it means it's very easy to mess up.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of pressure on Gen.G here, almost optimism actually to go for double controller this early into their team's life cycle.
I think the mid-rounds are everything for these potential compositions, and especially on Lotus, right? Those decisions, True Rippers are definitely going to be tested on this one. Yeah, they've got the facilities to actually do some damage. They've got some good coordination pieces, raise, breach, etc. So it's a matter of spreading the resources thin from the defender's side and trying to exploit the weakest point.
You've got to talk about the afterplant utility as well. With the raises, the breaches, the killjoys, the fade as well. There's so much to work with here, and it's almost like usually when you see a spike go down, that should be toward the final third of the round. I genuinely think that in a series like this, or at least a map like this, having that spike go down just marks the halfway point.
Indeed, indeed. Could we get a little bit of an update, please, production team, on when the game is ready? I believe the players are waiting in the server. If anything happens, do let us know, and we'll update everyone in the venue and at home as well. Now, Kremer, obviously, we've talked a little bit about the team. We talked about a little bit of about the players involved, the teams in particular. I want to talk about this off-season in general, right? This is, I think, the last Pacific off-season we're having this year.
Yeah, this is it.
This is the last off-season event of Pacific for this year. So, is this something you're particularly looking forward to? This one, something that you're looking to explore?
I want the APAC teams to live up to their stereotypes. I want the EMEA teams to live up to their stereotypes. I want the South American teams to live up to those stereotypes. I want to see fast gameplay. I want to see flashy plays from everyone in APAC. I want to see calculated plays from EMEA. And then, I mean, the Americans, every time I see them, my jaw just hits the floor. That is a skill ceiling I don't think we could only dream of seeing.
True that. For Gen.G, I think a level of criticism that Universe might have touched upon on the desk earlier on is the fact that, you bring a lot of pieces together. What does the coaching staff look like, right?
Yeah.
HSK comes from Defamation Gaming, right? That was his previous roster. Yeah. And we all know that team didn't quite succeed as many people would have hoped. Do you think that's, I don't know how much you've been able to watch Pacific this last year, obviously.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. So how do you think HSK was influential in that? Were the problems around the strategy, or where was the problem?
So for a lot of coaches, the stratagem to fixing problems is find problem one, fix problem one, problem two, fix problem two, problem three.
Yeah.
The issue with Destination Gaming is they had so many small problems that it takes such a long time to fix, and that's sort of over the course of more than one season. For HSK, I think he did a good job towards the end of the season. They were getting a little bit better. Their fundamentals were looking stronger. But I feel like the roster just needed more time, considerably more time, that being said.
Yes.
But I think that you can't put a, 0-0-11? Something like that, wasn't it? Their total records. You can't put that on one person.
No, absolutely not. No, definitely not. But HSK's got a chance to redeem himself. Brand new roster,
absolutely.
Some, really high shooters, some people that have made their names throughout the entire Pacific. Yeah, okay, some lesser known ones, some that are only now getting their chance to show their worth. But, it's time for him to show us what he's got, right? It's time for him to show us that Gen.G has the potential, especially with the restructuring of Damwon Gaming, right? For them, DRX, sorry. Did I really say Damwon? The restructuring of DRX for them to be the #1 Korean team.
Remember the continent we're on, Bablos.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think with the restructure, this is complete hit or miss. That being said, I want to talk about True Rippers a little bit here.
Okay.
They've been a roster since, I believe, of June last year.
Okay.
That is a lot of experience with one another. And I think that experience actually equates for quite a lot. But I think the reason they were able to go blow for blow with Reckoning so often was due to that experience, that familiarity with one another. And I mean, in the upper bracket, I think they were 0-2'd by Reckoning. They then went to the finals, and they were able to win it out. And I think that's partly due to the fact that they're so comfortable with one another that they're able to get their heads together, they're able to just knuckle it through and just go straight into the next series without getting too affected by the previous results.
Fair enough. Yeah, indeed. I think for True Rippers, they've got to come in with the mentality that they're here to learn, right?
Yeah.
I think, you could easily get, smash the first match. That could very happen. They could even have a really good result.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of them embracing the fact that they've got a really big opportunity on their hands that could set them ahead of the rest of the Southeast Asian scene, or South Asian scene, mind you. It's such a very useful piece of experience for them to have, to play against these teams, play against these players, figure out how actually other teams approach this. And by the way, they've scrimmed a lot against them the past couple of days of what I've heard.
Yeah, we've heard some pretty positive things from pretty much every team round at the tournament so far. And we talk about how True Rippers have been together since June. Let's talk about how Gen.G, they've, as an org, haven't had a match since July. That is a long window of nothing. And so that means either something very weird is about to come out and we're about to see some wild stuff, or it means that it may be, they may be coming into this cold.
Yeah, I mean, another reason why we might be seeing some wild stuff is because, okay, yes, we've got a mismatch of players, but we've got a mismatch of experience, right?
Absolutely.
So you've got to tie that all together. How low down the basics level where you have to get to start practicing, to start and seeing, you know, where do we have missing pieces? Where do we begin our whole journey here? And obviously them not being together for that long, that practice is at a very low level. You can't expect them to have so many, you know, steps and so many ABC plans in all of their strat book. So yeah, I'm interested to see how that. I think what we're basically looking to see from all of the teams actually competing here is the general way they interact with each other, and how cohesive they are as a unit.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I mean, we've got to talk about Kairon as well. He's just come out of nowhere, having, I believe it was like a month and a half experience at Tier 1. And since, before then, it was, I think, one team on Tier 2, and that's it. What do you make of that? I mean, there's such little real to look at. He must be something special for Gen.G to snap him up that quickly. Yeah,
that's what I'm really curious about, right? You've got an opportunity in the off-season to start trialing players, and you never really know what type of talent people will turn out to, you know, come up with. And so for them, he might be something special, and that's what we'd love to see. They might have found a gem in the rough.
Maybe. And of course, that means there's going to be quite a bit of pressure on him as well. And yeah, we talk about pressure. That's pretty much for every member of Gen.G now at this point, is because you've got such a new roster, you've got to prove yourselves, not just to every other team in Pacific, but to your you know, your fans back home. They've gone a while without playing. They've got to show something for it, right?
They do indeed. They do indeed. Any update production on when we'll be starting a game? Because I think if they're waiting on us to find the start a game button, I didn't get the memo.
Did you lose it again?
I think, okay, soon. Soon is a relative term.
It's a very relative term.
But we'll get there, But yeah, where have you stashed the start game button, Grant?
I thought I gave it to you.
I think we need to call in Pansy and Hypoc because these tech issues are taking too long. Are they in the building? What's going on?
Did you leave the start game button at the hotel? Have lost.
I didn't get the memo that I had to bring it.
You do this every tournament, and now you're doing it here, huge LAN, one of our biggest tournaments, and you've left the start game button at the hotel.
I'm an embarrassment.
We're meant to get them to like us, Pavlos.
All right, I'm off to get it. Bye.
Of course, any second now we should be going into game. That being said, we've given our predictions, but I want to hear from you guys in the audience. Make some noise. You think True Rippers are going to be taking this?
True Rippers? They're taking it?
That's pretty good. It's actually very good.
A lot better.
Yeah.
All right.
And what about Gen.G?
Any Gen.G fans out there?
Oh, it's about even, actually.
Yeah,
about even.
Close.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right? Is game ready? Is game ready?
Maybe. I guess we'll see. part of the fun.
Part of the fun.
Yeah.
All right. So, Gen.G versus True Rippers.
Yeah.
The match of the day.
Yes.
Well, the first match of the day. We've also got a Global versus Team Vitality match.
It will be the best match ever until the next one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So, I think we've got a little bit of time to dive into Global and Team Vitality until the match starts.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Bit. Oh,
okay.
I'm looking forward to that game. It's going to be a very good one.
Both of the teams completely restructured.
Yes.
Completely new.
Well and truly.
What stands out to you the most?
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing. Of course, my heart wants Global to do well here.
Yeah.
Of course, we're in India. We've got to have the Indian teams doing well. But Vitality have been cooking, and it smells delicious. I mean, Kix, Runner, we've both seen them play out their minds at the MEA, especially in Tier 2. Now they're given their chance. I mean, as you mentioned, Safe has already had an incredible season. I think there is the ingredients there for something miraculous, something truly special. But you can say the same for Global, you know, brought in new talent. Unfortunately, Benkai unable to make it.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
I don't know if that's going to affect it that much. That being said, because
Okay.
of course Skills has been with the roster for a while.
Right.
He's sort of been there as the stand-in, so he's already seen the strats. He already knows how the team functions. He's already part of the dynamic. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll be able to quite easily interchange with one another.
Right, indeed, indeed. And I think for Global, it's a complete 180 on their whole, way of thinking about picking up a roster. Last year, when we saw the Global announcement, 5 duelists. Or might I say 8? Because they had like 8 players in the team or something. Now they've completely switched that up, and now we've got 5 flex players.
I mean, I suppose it's flexible.
Yeah.
Interchange it a bit.
So I guess maybe they saw there was a bit of a weakness in how they saw things. I think they saw that there's value in being able to pull off multiple roles for those roles to be your specialty.
Yes.
So I think another interesting key aspect of this tournament is to be able to see where are they putting these, where are they slotting in these players into what roles and what, what are they going to be putting their focus on?
I quite like how forward-thinking it is. Bearing in mind that we're approaching the latter end of this year, who knows what the meta's going to be, sort of, come the next couple of months.
Yeah.
And so having these flex players means that you don't have to worry about bringing in players who may be specialists on different agents. Instead, you've already got that wealth of knowledge, and it means that you can interchange your stratagems to whatever the meta suggests.
That is true. That is true. You've got to adapt, right?
Yeah,
And many
exactly.
players have been saying, okay, that we might be seeing a bit of a meta change soon, maybe, because, I don't know, we've had this divey meta to be the case for a while, right? You have got these jets, these raises. Now we've seen a bit of Euro this year as well, and having a lot of impact by gaining space into sites and areas that really shouldn't be under your control. And a lot of people have been speculating, are we going to be seeing a meta shift this year? And if that meta shift happens, which teams are set up for success? Which teams are able to adapt to that soon enough?
And when we talk about sort of shifts in meta, let's talk about shifts in rankings, because of course DRX were known as the kings of Korea for so long. Now that they've had a roster reshuffle, for Gen.G, this is their chance to try and usurp them. This is their chance to try and take that rank 1 career spot, something which has been eluding them for a good while now.
Yeah, they've always fallen short, right?
Yeah.
Gen.G, there were high expectations for last year, didn't really live up to them, and I think that's the reason why they went for this whole entire restructuring. They're like, we've got missing pieces here, let's see if we can build it or piece by piece.
Yeah, and this is piece 1. This is how the puzzle starts.
Yeah.
Any second now we'll be going into the game. We do apologize for the delay. Blame it on Pavlos. It's all his fault.
Yeah, it's always my fault.
Yeah. That being said, Pavlos.
Yeah.
Now we've sort of broken it down a little bit.
Look him up.
Oh.
Okay, so there seems to be some sort of tech issue.
Uh-oh.
Which is, I hope it doesn't take too long to get fixed.
First you left the start game button at home, and now you've been sabotaging the PCs.
Hey, there we go. We've got a technical pause. Lower third. All right, giving some info out there.
It's day 1 of a LAN.
Day 1 of a LAN.
Day 1 of a LAN.
I've got to say, though, that stage looks brilliant.
It looks awesome.
It looks amazing.
It was hard to not post that stage when we saw it yesterday.
Yeah, we got told so many times, don't post
no
about the
leaks
stage.
under any circumstances.
Don't leak the stage. Oh, there we go. We get to see it.
Look at it. It is all its beauty, all its glory.
And the light show at the start of the show was so cool.
You know what's funny as well is out of all of those casters, no one's fallen over yet on the steps.
Way to jinx it, mate. There's a thing called the caster's curse, and you just went there.
Here's the thing, though. I said every other caster, so it'll happen to one of you guys, and I'll get great entertainment from it.
Well, that's not how caster's curse works, mate. You can never predict it.
So it will just be me then, maybe.
So it will probably be you.
I feel like if someone is going to
look after yourself, mate.
They'll have to be quite spectacular if you're going to fall down that stage. Go down the whole length. Go down all the steps. Hopefully in just a second, this tech pause will end. Pavlos, it's like a fun fact, actually.
I'd love a fun fact.
While I was here, got a fun fact for you.
Fun facts with Crab.
Yeah, exactly. So you know how Hindi written and Thai written, languages that have lots of curves in them, they're very connected like that. Do you know why that is?
Why?
So when, of course, we come from Europe, our letters usually have quite a lot of straight lines in them. That's because they used to be carved in stone, whereas for Hindi and for Thai, it was on papyrus leaves. And so to help sort of with the shape of the leaf, there were lots of curves, and that's how language sort of evolved in this area of the world. It's pretty cool.
That is very
nice orthography for you.
I never believed I'd be coming to today's broadcast and learning about orthography and how shapes of languages are formed.
to be honest,
makes sense though. Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. That's also it for my language knowledge, to be honest.
That's all of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty stupid. I've lost.
Hey, you've been throwing a lot of Hindi out there from time to time on Twitter. Yeah. Is that all Google Translate?
That's a loss of practice in front of the mirror.
Okay. Are you a Duolingo enjoyer? You kind of go on.
Duolingo's great, but there's nothing beats saying it to a native, then laughing at you, then telling the correct pronunciation. So then you make a memory which fits the pronunciation as well. That's quite a nice way of learning it.
Yeah. What's your biggest streak on Duolingo?
I don't think I've ever properly used Duolingo, actually.
Right,
so
okay, yeah, fair enough.
I couldn't say.
And I know people that have gone for like 100, 200 days in a row.
Yeah.
You know.
How far do you get with 200 days of a language? What does that look like?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's overrated, to be honest. I don't know. It's because it's one of those things that if you don't interact with actual people that speak the language, if you're not in the whole environment of in the country of that native tongue, then you don't really get acclimated with it. It's all just bits and pieces of information with words, and it's not all really put together.
But how else are you going to learn Elvish or Klingon or Orc or anything like that?
The internet is really, really great.
And that's thanks to Duolingo. You too can learn that. But, any second now we get into this game, Pavlos. Of course, now that we've seen the whole veto, what map are you looking forward to the most? Of course, we have, I believe it's Lotus, Ascent and Haven.
I'm looking forward to Lotus the most, actually. Yeah? I feel like we might not have a chance to see Haven, given my prediction.
We can hope, Pavlos.
Yeah, I think Lotus has got a bit of a difference from how both teams will be, approaching the matchup in general, which is why I think there might be a potential for True Rippers to actually do some damage. I think for Ascent, things get simplified a little bit, which is where True Rippers actually might have a chance to do
their best map as well.
Exactly. So I think the first two maps are the most exciting ones. If it comes down to a Haven, I think that's where difficulty would come in. For me, it must be Lotus and Ascent close second.
Yeah, I actually am very much looking forward to Ascent.
Okay.
Because Ascent is sort of the map everyone knows. And so what it means is when you see some creative strategies in it, it's really quite groundbreaking. And something we've started seeing on Ascent quite frequently is these sort of util combos, where you just see these sort of dumps of utils try and get this early pick, and then you play ultra defensive for the final sort of 2/3 of the round.
Yeah.
That being said, we'll have to see if Gen.G are going to allow True Rippers to do that. Of course, True Rippers map pick is one of their best maps. So I, for one, am really looking forward to seeing what True Rippers can bring, especially against a tier 1 team. However, for Lotus, I think for True Rippers, it's just weather the storm.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. Let's make a bet here, Cromer.
A bet?
Yes.
A gambit. All right, I'm ready.
How good are you at bottle flipping?
Pretty bad.
Is this a right amount of water? Or?
I couldn't tell you, Pavlos.
Okay.
I think that's also my water, but that's...
C'est la vie. Oh, well.
Give it a try. Go on. Oh.
Yeah, that was a fail. No, I'm not trying again.
Let the side down, Pavlos.
All right.
So have I, apparently.
Yeah, okay. We're not for bottle flipping. We're here to do some casting work, so hopefully we can jump into the game soon enough. If we have any update on what is happening with a tech issue, I believe some of the Gen.G players having a problem with entering the server, something like that.
Do you want to pick a player and just blame them?
I mean, you've already picked me and blamed me.
That's true, but don't you want to split it? So the hate goes sort of 50% your way?
Honestly, I'm fine taking all the blame.
There must be someone in a watch party who's absolutely rude for everyone. Yeah, who's trying to run ads?
Yeah, people are just running ads right now, just chilling.
Well, you're welcome.
You're welcome. There's a chance we can throw it to a break production. Yeah. If we can, will be great, so we can jump into the game with full energy and full hype, because I know that's what everybody wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a response, if I get it.
Wait, maybe. Maybe we do. We're just talking to the void.
Talking to the void.
We're on our own, boys.
Right, Andy. All right, what did you have for breakfast today?
Breakfast? I had all sorts of breakfast. I tried to make it my objective since getting here, is I want to try every single bit of food I can. And so I'm not sure if you remember, but my breakfast was just a plate piled up with stuff. So I could list it. I actually can't pronounce half the stuff I picked up. But
fair enough.
It tasted pretty good. So
what's the favorite thing you've had so far?
Oh.
Again, I'd forget all the names of everything we tried, but
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name for it. It was like a, it's like a dessert. Was it samosa? Maybe it's samosa.
I don't remember. I'm really bad at remembering
It might be
names.
samosa. We honestly, since we got it, we've just been handed delicious food.
Yeah.
And we've just sort of been stuffing our faces, to be honest.
Honestly, the curries here are incredible.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh,
we got the game,
we have a
everybody.
game.
All right, let's hear some hype. Let's get into the server. It is time for True Rippers versus Gen.G.
Oh, it's good to be here, Pavlos. It's good to be back. Of course, Gen.G starting on defense with True Rippers on the attack. Now, of course, for Lotus, it's a map where if you want to start, you have to start fast. We're going to see a bit of early control over towards C main here, but Gen.G, big stack of force connection here. This could be the crunch.
Karen finding the first pick for Gen.G. Very aggressive start for them onto that left-hand side. True Rippers forced to fall back just a little bit, respect it. 4 players strong, by the way, keeping the hope of that A site only to Texture's hands, but True Rippers adapting and moving into this B site.
Oh, I like it. They may actually go a bit deeper than B as well. They may try and outflank these players rotating from C.
That is so smart. And the catching player off guard. Munchkin, no more. Flash. They're going in even further. Malakia's quick. Are you able to trade it right back up? So this is True Rippers with a grand opportunity. 2 versus 1. True Rippers on top.
Meteor, it's time to shine. Are you already delivering? And it's just the first round. Off for the 4K with the Sheriff here. Low HP to work with, so Meteor, he has every chance to try and convert this.
All right, Meteor, show us what you've got. True Rippers so far adapting nicely. Bot on site, spotted. Are you is low? Can you finish off the deal? That's close! But 1 bullet is required for each of the players, both at 5 points of health. And it's Are You that comes out on top. Superior, 4 kills to his name, and the round goes to True Rippers.
Just listen to that. The hometown heroes take the pistol round. Pavlos, I'm delighted to see that True Rippers can fight back, but I'm even more delighted to see that RU can deliver with that Sheriff. 4 kills in the first round, and yeah, it was a bit messy at times, but TR, they do exactly what's needed. They play off one another, they're there for the trades, they capitalize with their momentum once they get that second pick, and well, for Gen.G, it's down to an eco. It's down to a pause, actually.
That would be the theme of the first 1 hour. But yeah, solid first round from True Rippers. Good way to be excited. You could already see smiles out there for them. Pretty happy knowing they've got a chance. You know, everyone's human. They might have played in VCT, they might have experience on the global stage, but...
And it only took 1 round to prove they were mortal as well.
Exactly. So it's the best possible start for the True Rippers side. As Gen.G look to enter that next round on an eco. Obviously, True Rippers getting a second round here will bolster up their economy as it is.
Yeah. Bolster their confidence as well.
Yeah.
Because, as we said, Gen.G, if they get ahead, they're going to stay ahead. Guys, pair of lungs on him as well. But if they're able to get that first couple of rounds, they're staying ahead. For True Rippers, this could work the same way. It's an entirely momentum-based round. And for True Rippers, yeah, the pistol round's a little bit shaky. You suddenly didn't have much HP left at the end there. But the fact there's a 1 next to their number, one next to their name, sorry, and none next to Gen.G, yeah, potentially to start something good.
Yeah. How close do you play to your monitor? Is it, or do we get to these type of levels?
Practically kissing it, Pavlos.
Practically, do you really?
Yeah.
Like Kiko levels?
If I'm playing to win. If I'm
Wow.
sort of lounging a bit, I look...
Does it help you focus? Does it help you like zone out from everything else around you?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of weird, though, so...
I can confirm that.
Oh, cheers, Pavlos.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, if you're not weird, you're boring.
You non-monitor kisser, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I keep my distance. Yeah.
Gen.G may have to keep their distance if True Rippers are going to be able to repeat that pistol round.
Yeah, true. I like the fact that they wanted to take that first round and see how coordinated they could be on their push. They took out that A-long, that C-long control pretty early. Now, what they didn't do is kind of drop back soon enough. They had that control. You either make the decision, do you push even further, or do you leave 2 players behind to try and take that room and rotate the others around B? And that decision came in quite late.
Something to mention here is True Rippers have a real rifle-heavy buy here.
Right here.
Their economy is essentially hinging on this round as much as the other way.
Ahead.
I think with this many rifles as well, they're looking for these long-range duels. Once again, going for this control of mounds, and Well, luckily for them, Gen.G are only relying on the Killjoy with a mere classic to try and hold this. Deathmaker may just go straight for a pick here.
Entry. There you go. It's Destruct with the first kill. Gen.G losing one player, so having to go for the 4v5 on the second round.
Spike planted.
Calling the Gen.G players to actually fall even further back, and now Techno can replace the position. And Deathmaker doubles up. Munchkin does get a couple of kills and assistance of his snakebite, but it's truly not enough. True Rippers got full control over this. Slakia on the outside looking in, trying to mask his drop, but he's given away his position. Fully telegraphed to walk into the lines then and gets his head chopped off. Destruct with a kill. True Rippers with the second round.
2 frags for a second round buy of nothing. Really isn't the end of the world for Gen.G here. This is the round that matters. And with their rifles coming out, you start taking a look at the ult management here. Are you just a hop and a skip away from being able to get that lockdown? Whereas everyone else on the server is still a bit of a distance away here. So for True Rippers, there's a world here where they go for a very fast lockdown, a fast hit to this A site, and if they can at least try and stop this 3-man defense, it may be just as quick as our last round.
More keys coming in. Texture down on top. Karen is still alive. Not punished for his position, but now they know where he is. Bit of a risky one. But the utility helped out and keep allowing him to keep that position, forcing True Reapers out of there.
Surprising, actually, that they weren't able to trade really at all there for Gen.G. Munchkin, the next man to be tested, but he's got the fade to assist him as well. Do you even dare go through this smoke? I mean, Snakebite may be there to stop him.
Oh no, together with Snakebite and the alarm bot. Still trading 1-for-1, is favoring the Gen.G side, but Aryu once more, Munchkin, right ready for it. We're not quite safe to get the spike down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Texture from the sideline as well assists. And Disrupt alone. And this is more likely the round for Gen.G. Only 9 points of health remaining on Disrupt, so Gen.G will be finding their way on the board.
I love how disciplined Gen.G are being as well. They're not trying to push, they're not trying to hunt this final kill. They're forcing Disrupt to take a fight with them, and when he's only got 9 HP to work with, what can you hope to do here? Especially going into 2 players waiting for you.
Bide your time, try and stay
30
alive
seconds
a little bit
left.
longer. Got 2 players there lying in wait, and that's Gen.G on the board.
They respond. True Rippers now, they do have the lockdown available for Aryu, so there is a bit of a silver lining here. Texture also with its showstopper readily to hand. I'm interested to see how True Rippers are going to look to mitigate that sort of 3-man A-take that we saw from Gen.G last round. And usually it's wait for the utility, go for a later execution, but for Deathmaker there, he was put down very quickly, and you need to hope if you're True Rippers that your duelist is on fire. You need him to be feeling it. You need him to have confidence to go for these initial fights. And for Deathmaker, if he's dying that quickly, it may harm that confidence.
True Reapers spreading out their forces for now. Bit of early engagement towards his left-hand side. Met with strong defenses, Gen.G. We talked about the control lineup they've got. You know, they'll usually put most of their forces on making it virtually impossible to enter a site and keeping the other part of the map up for a retake. That's what they've done here. If it's A-site infiltration, leave it for later. But for now, that C-site looks so dangerous.
That it does. However, True Rippers, they're slowing the pace a little bit here. Deathmaker not quite able to avoid the utility from Gen.G there. However, I think it's safe to assume that players are spread around the map at this point. Helef being very confident to try and get this first pick. Unable to do so. It's a few parting shots from either side at the moment. 45 seconds left. True Rippers need to find somewhere to coalesce, and fairly soon. Otherwise, Gen.G may disrupt that utility and win the round via timeout.
Right there. To be fair, True Rippers, even though they took their time on this one, not the utility was expended from Gen.G. Still quite a lot of useful pieces at their disposal. Showstopper being the most important one
30
there from
seconds
Texture.
left.
Well, Munchkin's got 2 snake bites to try and delay this even further, and there you go, 23 seconds. Munchkin doing a lot here. TP forces to the side. Munchkin alone. Is there any reinforcements available? Yes, there are. Lakia has arrived on time. It's a 1-for-1, but health is there to stop it all from happening. That's going to be A-site control for True Rippers.
10 seconds left.
Lockdown goes off, spike down as well. Man advantage for True Rippers. This is as good a position as it gets here. Texture still with that showstopper available here. There it gets deployed.
Showstopper successful. Gen.G back into the fight. spot delaying, and so do the Nano Swarms. Are you going to the swing, and it's a double kill! Fire! Triple it up as well for good measure, and that's True Rippers with a third round and the shutdown on Gen.G.
When you asked me, Pavlos, who do you think would be performing from True Rippers, Are.U wasn't the name that came to mind, but my God, has he risen to the occasion now. That's 2 rounds, he's round 2, 4Ks in, and well, a 10-1 is a hell of a KD to boast against Gen.G, one of the best teams in Korea.
Beautiful stuff. I think sometimes you start to wonder here, Gen.G, how disorganized was this pick maybe, but at the same time, I feel like Gen.G had a good response to it. You saw Lakia come in quite in time to try and help out, but True Reapers had a guarantee in measure, had an extra player health on the sidelines to try and help. So multiple levels to True Reapers' play, which is catching Gen.G off guard on their debut with this roster.
Absolutely, and you look at the buy from Gen.G here, it's really not that good. There is the odd Guardian, the odd Bulldog. Lakia's one away from his Nightfall, so for Gen.G here, it's a round where you just try and get those ult orbs, you try and build yourself up, and then look to respond in round 6. For True Rippers, this is a money-making round. You have to keep as many players alive as possible, build that economy, and try and give yourself a platform to set yourself up for the rest of the half.
Traveling. Cover going out.
This time around, the Baron site for Gen.G is going to be the C site, but you can quickly see how fast the defenders have rotated over.
It's a very heavy rotation, actually, and it puts a bit of a question mark next to Are.U here. If he's able to find a pick, this whole round turns on its head. 35 seconds left, and True Rippers, turns out they're the ones who are playing this quite slow. But for Gen.G, it's going to have to be another rotation now to try and re-establish control over to the safe site.
Really well played from True Reapers. I think Gen.G have got the read on it. Mustn't go in too quickly, they've got to play this together, not like that last time. Meteor, swing, good damage onto the second as well. Deathmaker trading, Texture in the fight. They're not letting the fight go down. Are.U saving the day for a second time in a row? And Karen left with a frenzy to do it by himself. Walks past one, that's the kill. With the spike planted and no big guns to his disposal, it's Are.U in the shutdown and True Rippers with 4.
Oh my word, Are.U, that is 3 4Ks Pavlos in just 6 rounds. 14-1. Right now, True Rippers, they are haloed by the prowess of Are.U. My God, and if he can keep this up, it may raise some real question marks for Gen.G. You look at the ult management here, Are.U, Helef, both one away from their ults. They've already got a Showstopper, they've already got the Rolling Thunder. Over on Gen.G, there's a Nightfall to match it. Munchkin one away from the Viper's Pit, and they're shortly about to get From the Shadows from Charon. But even then, Pavlos, we've seen the ults aren't what have been deciding this round. It's the pure aim which Are.U's really been bringing to True Rippers here.
It's Are.U diff.
It is an Are.U diff.
14-1. While on the other side, Texture 5-4, and Deathmaker second frag over his own team 3-5. That's quite the difference indeed. Gen.G timeout. I think that's good for them. Take things a little bit slow. Yes, it's True Rippers having an absolutely insane performance, especially Are.U, but I feel like Gen.G have actually been giving them some of these situations.
They have been, and it feels like when they went into that retake, they were a little bit separated. That being said, the timing in which they were separated by was not much. Are.U just did an insane job capitalizing on that. I think if I'm Gen.G, I want to see a change in pace. You've seen that True Rippers want to take it slow. Let's see Gen.G try and take some map control. Let's see them try and take the tempo, push the advantage. Whereas for True Rippers, they just have to wait. Wait until they've pulled the rotations away and go for that straight execution. It's worked so far. The fact that they forced Gen.G into a timeout just 6 rounds in may even show that Gen.G may have been caught flat-footed. They weren't expecting True Rippers. These guys came through the open qualifiers. They're meant to be a stomp. What's happening?
Well, what is happening is True Rippers showing their true form, and India being represented justly in performance.
Yeah, and they're doing so admirably. I am interested, though, to see what the plan is after this timeout. Now, Gen.G, that take towards A has worked for them. So I like the fact that it looks like they're setting up for it once again. True Rippers, though, they may not want any part in this. Judging by where the alarm bot is for the Killjoy, they may just very well give that position up and look to push elsewhere, potentially towards that unguarded B side.
We're starting to see ultimates appear as well, as Gen.G's timeout will be coming to an end. Potentially. If if they do. But yeah, Rolling Thunder, you know, showstopper. This is some very aggressive stuff coming in from True Rippers. I wonder if they change the pace completely, because so far, you know, True Rippers have been showing presence into some area of the map, Gen.G rotate, and then they rotate to another area, the pivot from True Rippers comes true. I wonder if this time around they try and bait around with that with Gen.G's expectation to not over-rotate.
There's even a world here where they hold that Rolling Thunder for the afterplant, and they instead continue this slow pace and use the ults to just bolster them to do just that. That being said, the showstopper is by all means a get your first pick ability, but I wonder if True Rippers risk changing what's been working for them. Granted, RU's been working for them, so there's that.
Careful.
Well, from
we're into
from
a tactical
pause. Yeah, from a tactical pause, we've moved into a technical pause.
Oh no.
Discussions.
They can't be breaking their keyboard that quickly.
Guarding here. Careful there.
Yeah, no. Hopefully nobody punched their monitor. Rage four rounds in isn't what you want. But no, I doubt that's the case. I think it's something that has been happening throughout the day.
Like I played with you again.
I don't punch my monitors. I've broken chairs before, but...
And I'm the fat one. How's that happened?
Just throw them around the room. That's what chairs are for, not to sit on them.
Yeah. Didn't get that memo. I look at True Rippers just lounging. Honestly, I like the fact as well that True Rippers, when we landed here, and we landed here real early in the morning, sort of on, was it Saturday? Saturday or Sunday, True Rippers honestly looked a bit nervous. Like, sort of talking to them in the hallway, sort of meeting them for dinner, they looked nervous. They looked a little out of their depth. I don't know what the conversations have been between then and now, but they look like different people.
They really do. They really do. And I share the testament that they looked a bit wary, a little bit, you know, they're in a new atmosphere. Hey, that's cute. That's really cute. But exactly like we're seeing now, they're starting to look a lot more comfortable, a lot more happy with their surroundings, you know, and a little bit more comfortable with their abilities as well, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, it showed, hasn't it? Granted, we are only 5 rounds in. We've seen games turn much quicker than that. That being said, though, for Gen.G, maybe there's a world here where just simply not being able to take the lead is going to really weigh on their psyche. Also to be said, though, and this works the other way, is that because we have these tech pauses, because, you know, Gen.G did call that timeout, there's a world where this just breaks the momentum of True Rippers.
There is a world that happens, and I guess we get to see just now if that will be the case. 5 seconds till we enter the round, and it's a buy round all across the board. A bit of a shaky economy on that left-hand side. Gen.G have to win this if they want to stay in it. And if they don't, they might be trailing a little bit too far behind to catch up later on.
Look how fast that take is towards A main here. It looks like True Rippers want to re-aggress off the back of this texture. He's going to be the point of contact, Pavlos. This could be very worrying if he's unable to find that first player or even dodge the flash. Smoke start to dissipate. He looks to hesitate a little bit there. There's the renewal. There's the peak from texture, but it's not enough.
Aaron, he's going to get caught off from the left-hand side as well. Techno picks it up. Gen.G giving them 3 pieces, and True Rippers are saying thank you very much. Christmas has come early. Lakia trying to stay on site this time around. True Rippers surprised by the presence of Munchkin. And with his 2 kills, Gen.G have put themselves right back on top.
Lakia now, the man to hold this site. He's got those Prowlers, he's going to figure out where both players are now, but 45 seconds, there's a lot of time to play with. Meteor holding this flank, though, is going to be the real difference maker.
Rolling Thunder. Disrupt moving in. Munchkin again playing a little bit more
30
safe.
seconds left.
Waiting for the right timing. The pressure's on True Reapers to get the spike down. If one is busy with doing that, there's only one with his gun out.
Planted.
Spike down. Techno in the middle. Paranoia catches up by 2. Not capitalized upon.
Last
waiting.
player standing.
Meteor there. Right up is there as well, but it's Munchkin with the final kill. As 3 pieces for him and Gen.G on the ball.
Great recovery there, and that's all down to Lakia. The fact he's able to trade onto that Raze, who, honestly, Deathmaker really shouldn't be doing that purely alone. I was expecting there to be a teammate behind him.
Make
He's
their
able to
fear
get
your
Deathmaker
weapon.
full back to
Or
the
use a
site,
gun.
and then uses utility to delay until his teammates are able to get there. The ult advantage still lies with True Rippers, but their economy isn't looking that good. Furthermore, Meteor is one away from a lockdown of his own. True Rippers, they cannot rely on RU to get a 4K every time they want to win a round.
No, they really can't. They really can't. And I think this time Gen.G played it a little bit more patiently. Waited out to see if the mistakes are made from the opponent's side, not forcing their hand, trying to let their opponents have their nerves get to them instead. Early aiming pressure from Gen.G. It seems like True Rippers have their attention towards the other side of the map.
And they're running into both a Viper and a Killjoy with a full setup. There's no way they're getting off this C site without extraordinary effort from them. Looking over to this B site though, LF trying to get a little bit of early info, probing with the Al drone, sees no one there, which may be indicative to the fact that may be where the Killjoy setup is. But alas, C site may be the gamble
Nowhere
here.
to run!
Ready.
Well, that was quite preemptive. I thought you might want to hold on to the Hunter's Fury to deal with the lockdown further down the line. But no, health. Maybe they use it early and try and pick it up as soon as possible. Meteor goes on the gap. Easy picking, double kill. And no one allowed anyone else permitted really into the site.
Yeah, it feels like True Rippers there maybe overextended a little bit and went in without much info. LF, I'm curious as to what the thought process was behind the
One down. Last player.
But nonetheless, though, there's a little bit of damage onto Lakia. It's not much, though. Gen.G, they make it 3. They look to start catching up to True Rippers now as they're met with yet another buy from both teams. The only difference now is that the ults are slightly different.
They are, and you know, Health using the Hunter's Fury would definitely be a drastic change in this in the dynamic of this round.
Yeah.
Meteor's lockdown has just come available, so there's no instant counteraction that can come through.
It could be the other lockdown as well. It may be what RU holds it for, but that means that your afterplan suddenly loses a bit of teeth.
Let's see how this is permitted. True Reapers this time heading to the right-hand side. Pass from Paranoia coming in. Deathmaker, good for one. Karen, not good for more than one. And now we're left for 3v4. True Rippers actually have got the advantage.
Deathmaker did a good job to find the first there. It looked like he was about to get overwhelmed instantly, but True Rippers, they do a great job. The recon dart from LF pulls the aim away from everyone who would have been able to fight him. So nice bit of tech there. Lakia, once again, the sole man coming with the Viper to try and hold the safe side.
Lakia kill.
Finds himself just a free piece and runs out. And now equilibrium across the board.
Seems to be where Lakia excels, is finding that first player and then getting out pretty much unscathed. Still a lot of utility to work with from both the Viper and Lakia.
Lakia on site alone.
Bring them down.
Has Munchkin on close proximity. If he comes in on time, holds his line, gets one. Munchkin on the back line, retrieves a double for himself, and that's going to be Gen.G equalizing the board.
Yeah, you talk about equilibrium, Gen.G, they seem to have found the missing piece of the puzzle, and that's those mid-round frags.
Right there.
When True Rippers were able to get that first kill, Gen.G, they don't overextend, they don't panic, they don't over-rotate. Instead, they rely on the anchors of these sites to get that trade, and Lakia's done it twice now, where he's been able to get that instant trade, fall back, and then just delay the entire attack from True Rippers. You see it just there. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The fact he's even able to find disrupts as well is just cherry on top.
Grenade!
Once again, that fast take, this time fakes towards A. True Rippers, not much to work with when it comes to economy, but for Gen.G, this is where they really start building some cash behind the Munchkin. 4.1k on the bank. It's a lot to work with here.
Munchkin a little bit visible in that corner. Fault line awaiting.
Bring them down.
Wanting to cause some pressure, not make this push that easy, but they're running out of utility.
There. Fire!
One player to the defense of the side. Showstopper coming through. Stun. Munchkin gets the trade. No more Showstopper available. Techno is there. So at least we're looking at a 4v4. Got a lockdown. Might be interrupting the whole endeavor from True Reapers.
He's going out to try and hold this. 2 HP to work with. Comes behind him. There's the follow-up. Lakia, great for 2 though. 1 versus 3 now for Disrupt.
Disrupt, that's the first, but Lakia's there for the follow-up, so Gen.G finding themselves the lead. That is the 5th round for them.
I tell you what, being able to find 3 kills, forcing out a lockdown on a buy, that really isn't very good. It's pretty good for True Rippers. That being said, though, when it comes to momentum, you've just given your lead over to Gen.G. For True Rippers, I would love to see a timeout now. This is where they start trying to figure out, okay, how to prevent these mid-round frags going the other way, and how to push the lead that you already have.
Well aware of the amount of utility they've got available, even though they, slowly throw it in to try and delay the push. They always keep it just enough for those latter fights.
For a moment there, we have the first off on Texture here. Gonna have to see what he can do. Misses the first shot, but he's looking to be pretty confident with it.
Wow! Deathmaker, come on! The confidence on him to just move in, pick up a double, and let his team move in with him. Karen, alone, out of position, and that's 3 in a row for True Rippers with no reply.
And that's the change of pace you wanted, Pavlos. It may be a little late coming, but True Rippers, when needed, when called upon, they answer. Hella looking to press the advantage, not quite able to do so, but they just overwhelm Munchkin. Lakia 1 versus 4. His mid-rounds are good. Let's see how good, because this right now is going to be True Rippers equalizing.
He's going to save.
He's got to.
He's got to.
That op buy for Texture as well has ruined his economy. The fact that he only got 1 shot off, instantly killed by Deathmaker. And I mean, Deathmaker, he had a quiet start to the map. The fact he's able to recover towards the latter stages of this first half by just overwhelming that seaside defense is beautiful.
At least gets the consolation kill at the end, but consolidation. But yeah, no, Gen.G will be found on an equal state as True Rippers. Process explosion. 5-5, keeping the fight very, very close.
You can tell who the crowd support, can't you?
Oh yeah.
As we go into sort of the latter stages of this first half, as previously mentioned, Gen.G, the first time this entire half, have now got an ult advantage. It took a long time to get here, but they've been feathering their ults quite nicely. True Rippers, I think they're a little bit away from being able to get that ult on Disrupt and on Hellef. But for Gen.G, off the bat, they have that Showstopper, they have that Nightfall, they have that Viper Spit. The Viper Spit, which they've had available for quite a while now, and just not used.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, you've got to put that utility in. Maybe no opportunity thus far. Texture, operator.
Spike down, C.
That save from Lakia that round ago came out to be very useful.
Yeah, now a man down, Gen.G. This is, well, True Rippers even. This is going to be a little bit difficult to try and enter these sites without having to dump ults. And the second they do that, that gives Gen.G the advantage in the latter stages of the round.
Toxins
True
going up.
Rippers need a pick. They need to find an isolated player, try and lure them out. But for now, Gen.G holding their position. Instead, it's them, Techno, that actually gets caught off by Texture. Bit of Vizelis, repositioning from Texture, and he wants to go in for more. Disruptor may be in trouble now, as Texture eases up a little bit closer. Instead, the movement comes in from B. True Rippers, good forward blade. Are you holding on and trying to keep his team in the game?
30 seconds left.
Not enough time for the shot to head towards the safe site. There's still a chance.
And I mean, once the spike goes down, it's anyone's game. Bear in mind, Disrupt has his full utility set here. He's got so much to work with, and for Gen.G, they've not got much on. They've not got anything on that Killjoy, so zoning out positions is going to be damn hard for them.
2 flashes, fault line, aftershock. Disrupt available, and didn't use any of them for the first kill. Fault line, delaying the push, but Karen closes up, unexpected, and picks up the clutch for Gen.G, putting them on top on 6 rounds.
Well, it's the youthful zest from the youngster of Gen.G to bring 6 and to guarantee at least a draw in this first half. But I think for both you, me, the viewers, and everyone at home, and for the players, this game has been much closer than what we may have anticipated. Going into the final round of this half, the economy could be better for True Rippers. We are seeing a Spec to have to come out on Techno, but when it comes to utility behind that, there's quite a lot to work with for both teams here, and you've got to look at that operator on Texture.
Very impactful the previous round for sure. Yeah, 2 isolated kills, and an extra aspect that True Rippers going to have to account for. shot available for them last round. All of it's going to have to do. Sportsman's on one side, 3 on the other. Show some texture. Trying to see if he can deny it. But he's got a lot thrown at him as well. Techno picks up a kill. He's over towards the A site. He TP'd over in spawn, picked up the kill, and opened up an entire area of the map for his team to move into.
And look how fast the rotation is from True Rippers here. That was masterful from Techno to use the chaos of all those abilities used on C to then be able to shut them down. Gen.G, they realize what's happening. They've gone for the first flank, but will Deathmaker be anticipating it? He's got the Killjoy alarm bot as well as the early warning system. For Gen.G, this has got to be some success and fast when it comes to finding a pick to get back into this site.
This is brilliant play from True Rippers. They've even got the guarantee for the lockdown. Deathmaker will be turning his attention towards the backside. Texture quick on that trigger. Disrupt.
You should run.
Snakebite doing its work, forcing him out into the open. Karen deals with him, and now we're out an equal footing. 3-3. Meteor putting things in his team favor, but the lockdown's going to delay the endeavor even further. Are you? Want to close up the gap and not allow Gen.G to move into the site. And he's done his work valiantly so far. With not much time remaining, Gen.G forced to explode their way into the site. Techno within the smoke. He finds safety. Paranoia, delay it on the spike once more. Texture, can't find it! It's Techno with a clutch!
It's irreconcilable ferocity from Techno there to be able to bring True Rippers that 6th round. Pavlos, we talk about Techno winning that round, but we've also got to talk about RU. That lockdown bought so much time, the discipline to not peek into the operator, and then furthermore, he's gone 20-7 against Gen.G. It was not too long ago we were wondering if Gen.G would be one of the best teams in Pacific. And here they are, True Rippers, equal standing, Pavlos. This is madness.
It truly is a result I don't think many expected to come out this early. True Rippers definitely showing to be quite rehearsed, obviously being the team in this tournament that had most experience with each other as a 5-man, obviously. Got some cores out there that have been a while longer, you know, for esports, having, you know, their core for, I think, over 2 years now, obviously with a couple of changes. We've got CNED brought in, let's see if that can bring in more firepower. But for this one, True Rippers definitely showing damage. Gen.G, this is their map pick, by the way. This is where Gen.G expected to come out on top.
They wanted to be here.
And remind you, True Rippers came into this matchup, into this map in particular, switching up their composition. This is some newly recrafted strategies from them.
What on earth do you say to the rest of your team if you're HSK? I mean, True Rippers, that's your opening. That's your easy start to the tournament where, you know, you get a bit comfortable, you get used to the setups, you know, you get used to playing in India. But now they're having to fight for, bearing in mind, only one team goes out of every group. So every game is a fight for your life.
Yeah, it's like you said it's a round robin on each group, and there's 3 teams in each of those groups, and only one of them gets to play in the finals.
Yeah, and you see the matchup here between Texture and Deathmaker. Now, Deathmaker, for me, has had a fairly quiet game. It feels like the rounds, he's had 2 or 3 rounds where he's just exploded, got the 2 picks he needed, and just secured the entire round for True Rippers. But in every other round, it feels like he's just been someone to be traded.
Yeah.
As harsh as it sounds.
Yeah.
Also
harsh reality.
Yeah, I mean, Texture as well. 212 ACS. That's not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. But can it be reflected in the rounds? 6-6. Switch of the size. Gen.G now on the attack. True Rippers have to be the ones to be reactive. Switch of dynamics. Let's see who'll be able to keep themselves on top of the other, who can close out this first map of the series.
I would just be in awe if True Ripper's going to be able to convert this Pavlos. Just in awe. And Gen.G, they're going to go for, I feel that's a bit of whiff utility actually there. They need to get that early information on Mounds. Deathmaker, the player we spoke about in the half-time break, is going to be that first point of contact. There's the trap on Mounds there, and Kayron's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to be finished off by Deathmaker. There's the advantage. Deathmaker good for 2.
And for Gen.G, not what they really needed. They've taken a lot of damage and haven't really created any space. Now have to rotate all the way over. It may have called for reinforcements from True Rippers because that A site is open. And if they're not able to get there on time, we might have a position where Gen.G have got ground that needs to be covered from their opponents that they are the ones in control of.
Even then, though, there's quite a bit of util to work with on the Sova, on the breach, and so they have a world of control here. That being said, once that spike goes down, the round suddenly becomes very, very interesting. The Killjoy utility is actually still in place over on that A site.
There.
Rotations coming in now. Gen.G just trying to buy time, able to sort of leave the site fully here, but that's where having the alarm bot in place is going to become very difficult to try and substitute.
Careful there.
One Nanoswarm taken out of the equation, at least for now. Disrupt. Forcing them out into the open, but there's more players available for Gen.G in that area, so it does mean they've got the numbers advantage to stop this diffuse from happening. Are you trying to save it all by himself? And yet again, the saving grace for TR. True Rippers here to stay. 7-6, win the second pistol of the game.
Are you, man? Once again, it's are you to deliver. Pavlos, if you're Global Esports, you look at this and you think, oh, maybe our spot for rank 1 in India might be challenged.
Out of charges.
What on earth?
Placing sentry.
And they're taking it like champs.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to, right?
They're chill, they're comfortable.
Yeah.
They know the rounds, they know the game's not over.
Absolutely.
But they don't look under pressure at all.
Yeah, and True Rippers, they go for these very heavy rifle buys in the second round here. Gen.G, complete opposite end of the spectrum, you know, not thinking about force, not thinking about maybe getting a gun on one player. It's Sheriffs and Classics all around here. And for True Rippers, that means it's going to be a chance to try and go a bit aggressive.
Good stuff for Deathmaker. Cleaning up, this should be a clean round from them. Cleaner it is, the better. Gen.G, the exact opposite. They need to get a few kills here, disrupt the economy, and make gains of their own. TEC, no. Good shot from Texture. Of aggressors by Lakia, and Ayu is there and waiting. It's all looking to fall into place for the Indian side.
Last player standing.
Disrupt. Not gonna submit to Gen.G at all, taking measures to his own hands, and there you have it. A very clean round. One in which they barely take any damage at all.
Flawless.
I like the fact that they, I think they gave that defuse to Ayu as well, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, look how close he is to being able to get that early lockdown. And because he's been able to use these lockdowns so
25%. That is not real, mate.
Yeah, and those ult orbs, they stack up. You get to a point now where for Ayu, he has one, but soon to be two lockdowns over Meteor, who just hasn't had the opportunity.
I'll find them.
I just listened to that crowd, Pavlos.
Home crowd for a reason.
Absolutely. Gen.G, generally under control. Texture going to be peppered a bit by the utility. But True Rippers, they have expended quite a lot to slow a push, which seems to be happening anyway.
Gen.G.
My ult's not ready.
Right-hand side. Very heavy in that area. True Rippers. Only got hell for its defense, but looking more likely like a retake setup for them. Gen.G, I've got to pick up this round. Otherwise, we'll be looking at a 6-9 score with Gen.G barely having any money and a potential double digits situation for True Rippers gaining quite the insane lead.
Yeah. And True Rippers, once they got that Killjoy turret, now they're looking to just be hyper-aggressive. They're going to be able to catch out this fade if Lakia's not careful.
He was not.
Lakia is not careful.
I'm really liking this from TR.
Yeah, and look how passive the Sova's being as well. They've realized that they've lost control to A, let's regain it outside of B main, and then we just go for the retake anyway.
Spike
Good
planted.
Valorant.
Watching here.
But this is where they'll need to start gain ground. They need to translate this man's advantage into a round success.
Revealing area.
Good stun! And that catches off Karen. Deathmaker is there. Triple. Munchkin tries to save the day, but doesn't account for disrupt. And that's TR. Continuing with this momentum. And that's recession for the Korean side of Gen.G.
Gen.G now, they're without utility. oh, sorry, without economy even, Pavlos, even worse! What on earth is going to happen with Gen.G now really up against it? After this round, they are going to have ults to work with. After this round, they are going to have guns to work with. But after this round, TR are going to have 10-6 advantage. And they've already got that lockdown on RU. Deathmaker's got an early showstopper who has woken up in the second half, by the way. And now for Gen.G, they need something to respond. Munchkin's one away from a Viper's Pit, but he's not used it this map.
Scanning ahead. Shock dart.
Yeah, haven't been playing the perfect game, that's for sure. An understatement, perhaps.
Bring them down.
On the ultimate game and economy game, TR ahead, health, respecting yet again. Very similar to that previous round, but this time Gen.G don't have a lost player in the process.
Placing
and they
swarm
keep
grenade.
the distance close with these weapons.
It feels like True Rippers may be a little bit too passive this time.
Welcome
Bearing in mind that
my
there is that
world.
Viper's Pit, we are finally seeing it get used. There is a lot to work your way out of here. RU does have that lockdown, and that will be the missing ingredient to try and save this round here.
First shot for Texture. How much more can you find? Viper's Pit, really difficult. Lockdown destroyed. 3 and 4, Gen.G desperate, trying to get something out of this. But Deathmaker is the king of this site and wants no one else to realm supreme. TR, double digits found, and a 4-round lead.
It is over.
Pavlos, Gen.G are being made to look like fools, as now we have no ults available for them. That Snake Pit was crucial. Viper's Pit was crucial to their afterparts, and they use it in a round where they get 5 players onto a site. They hope that their lack of weaponry will make up for it, but they underestimated the fact that True Rippers have one very strong ingredient: Deathmaker.
They do indeed. And Deathmaker looking to ease up close to the scoreline of RU. Not quite close enough yet, considering the value that RU's been able to find in the first half. But hey, joining him in that lead. Seems like we do have a bit of an issue in regards to a timeout. Okay, TAC timeout from Gen.G, necessary, I believe.
If I'm Gen.G, this timeout is out of fear rather than out of discipline at this point. Yes, it's only 4 rounds, but you're up against an opponent who already has a buy, who already has economy behind them. Yes, you have an ult advantage, but how far does that get you? Because it feels like for Gen.G right now, they're losing in the aggregates. They're losing when it comes to these retics, to these mid-round picks, where True Rippers are just excelling. It's not like Gen.G are playing badly. It's just True Rippers are playing out of their minds right now. You said going into this that they were going to be at a career high. They have taken that to heart.
They really have. And they're owning this tournament in a way that I don't think anybody expected. They came into this, okay, let's give it our all, let's give it our best. This is time for us to prove our ability against some really strong players, some really strong teams. And they're taking that to heart.
I want to be a bit picky, Pavlos.
Go ahead.
Helef has had a fairly quiet game.
Yeah.
3 and 13 is not what you want, and I think that if this game was any closer, and Gen.G had just been going blow for blow, and we weren't seeing these streaks of momentum, I think that Helef would have been detrimental. However, that's being made up for the fact that RU, A, was playing out his mind, and B, Helef in this comp, it feels like his main objective right now is to just ping your opponents and use the utility round and use it to just chip down. Oh, wow.
Hydro goes to the Texture. Texture, good trade. A bit lost there, and Gen.G will retrieve superiority. Disrupt. Not Vanguard to work with, they have to drop back. And that's TR on the back foot, with Gen.G gaining access to that A side.
Yeah, that's a bit of a cock-up from TR. Texture is only 10 HP, though. This is an explosible round,
Spike
but
planted.
RU needs these kills and fast.
Between the smoke. TR moving in together. They are taking their time, trying to make sure there's no one on the back line to hurt them. Once they do enter the site, they're not finding anyone. And it's buying more of their time. Opening up in the
Player
tree.
standing.
Meteor is there. And with Disrupt alone, even though he knows where one is coming from, he knows he's got a lot more to deal with after that. So Gen.G finally getting themselves around here and putting themselves on 7.
They strike back, and off the back of a timeout, it was needed. But that round honestly felt like true Rippers failing rather than Gen.G succeeding. I think that when they went that aggressive, losing the first player to the showstopper, that's usually when you bail. I feels like Deathmaker potentially overextended a little bit and sort of committed to getting behind Rubble, and that's where it sort of played against them. That being said, now there's that ult advantage for True Rippers. Techno, we've seen what he can do with this from the shadows. Adds an Odin on RU. This is a wallbang, and I love it. If he plans on using it, that is.
Of course he's going to use it for a wallbang.
Here.
Just going to wait for the right moment. AKA now.
Face your fear!
Nicely drops in front of him. Nice placement of his crosshair to deal with Lakia. Is that going to be good enough? He's got the advantage, and Munchkin's gone all the way around. Disrupt. He's there to assist. Flash comes in a little bit late, and he's in risk of being burnt alive. Nanoswarm snake bite at his feet. He's slowly going to lose out his life to this. Munchkin finishes off the job, and that's Gen.G on top with numbers.
That did buy a lot of time, though, for True Rippers to get in position for the retake here. Man down, they need this first kill and fast.
Karen, Lichman position as well. He's over to create more question marks. TR, rough spot.
Area.
Recon to try and find anybody out. Alarm for delay, but it seems that Gen.G have got the safe site under lock and key. Don't want to let anybody in. And Health and Techno forced on the retreat. Save those weapons, save them for another day. It's Gen.G in the shroud to stay.
That makes it 8. They're slowly catching back up to True Rippers here. And True Rippers haven't used the timeout this map. So now would be the time to bring it out. Bearing in mind that the economy, if these two players stay alive, they can just about buy going into the next round. Ryu's going to need a drop. Deathmaker and Disrupt can sort of scrape by. But the ultimate question is, how do you stop the fast day take from Gen.G?
It's a bit of a hard one, right? Even though, you know, Gen.G, they've got a bit of a two-speed approach. It's either super slow or super fast.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you've got the Omen, you've got the Phase, you've got the Raze, that's when you can get in super fast. But the fact that you've got a two-controller setup, you've got multiple opportunities to have those entries.
And there's that up that comes out on Deathmaker. Is that the missing piece of the puzzle?
It could be. Texture had some success on that on the defense. Let's see, Deathmaker find the same amount of value. Texture very aggressive. Off angle for Techno, good with one. Texture keeps it alone, has to pay the price for it. Techno doubles up. Hella is there as well. The spray down against the smoke. And Gen.G, oversights galore, and have to pay the price.
Oh my word, Gen.G, they open Pandora's box and all they find are their own fractured fantasies. As this left on Munchkin, hardly a single member of True Rippers has even been scathed in this round. For Munchkin, without the spike, without much in terms of ult management, without much hope, Pavlos.
Munchkin doing everything he can. He can ease himself an advantage, but True Rippers truly doing quite the unthinkable this one.
I think Munchkin just has to save.
For sure.
Yes, Gen.G have economy behind them, but we're getting to the stage of the map where
30
economy
seconds
doesn't
left.
matter that much. It's your rounds that are the big playmaker. Bear in mind that True Rippers now, an extra round, that would be them guaranteed overtime round after that, and we're going to Ascent.
That is true. And that's True Rippers' map pick. Running damage. He knows there's a lot of value to this.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds. But Deathmaker is there lying in wait. True Rippers lock it in. 11-8. 2 more from closing out map number 1.
What are we watching, Pavlos? What are we seeing? Do you want to know what the, do you want to know, I went on VLR to check the stats of both these teams. Do you want to know what the first comment on this fight was? It was a coughing baby that needed to be a mock. That was how these teams are measured up against each other. And instead, we've... What do we even...
You can't make of this.
What do you make of this?
You can't describe this in any way.
Yeah, Meteor's got that lockdown. However, Helef does have the Hunter's Fury to try and counteract it. From the shadows available to both teams down, Deathmaker trying to get a pick.
Angel towards Texture, forced him out. Slowing out the approach of Gen.G.
Here.
True Rippers actually been a bit slow to react on the mid push. And they very much respected the approach of the Koreans towards A, dropping completely far back. Operator, no value behind the smoke. The Hunter Shuri finding some damage.
You should run.
Out comes the utility from Gen.G. Lockdown deployed. Deathmaker trying to find that opening pick, but they're renewing the smokes over on main here pretty nicely.
Area's clear.
Techno, how does he use this from the shadows? Does he use this from
Watch
the shadows?
here.
Already tails on the flank. Lakian spotted.
Meteor off position, catches them off guard, but True Rippers actually have got the advantage here. All of a sudden, Meteor has found himself in a very important position, and Texture is no more, put to his grave, and Meteor has to save it for his team.
Oh my
Deathmaker, so good on this half. The operator in the best hands possible, and there's only one round remaining for this to be over in favor of the True Rippers.
And they look calm, they look cool, they look collected. True Rippers, they have come into this tournament to take some names, to dethrone some gods, and to show Gen.G that they mean business, to show India that they mean business. And I mean, we're left here a mere puddle of mind as True Rippers approaching an ult advantage as well. Disrupts one away from the Rolling Thunder. Are you two from the lockdown? Same set for Deathmaker's Showstopper. Munchkin's about to get another Viper's Pit, but he needs to get it now. Especially when you look at the money, it's not amazing for Gen.G. Yes, they have a buy now, but even if they win the round and lose 4 players, what do you do?
Getting covered by the second Deathmaker, so clean! Not giving him a chance, feeling it, looking to run back, but Heller has to lose out on his life. Closing up the distant Texture though. He's angry, kicking and screaming his way towards success.
Spike planted.
True Ripper standing in his way though.
Poison's on.
4 consecutive required for overtime. And True Ripper's still in this round.
That they are, Pavlos. Techno, good for 2. A man advantage for True Rippers. Munchkin, sort of in a good position here. Good for the first, down to a 2v2. And out comes that Viper's Pit.
Could be very influential. That Viper's Pit could be indeed Lakia on the other side of the smoke. Oh, he'll be red here, are you? He's going to wait in time. True Rippers with the advantage. Munchkin with 1. Inside his own Viper's Pit. It's his own domain. Shorty out. And Gen.G remain. This is not over yet.
Gen.G, they cling on by a thread. Munchkin able to deliver a 1 versus 2, but that was at the expense of that Viper's Pit. But, and a crucial but, look what it has done to True Rippers' economy. They do not have much to work with now. Suddenly, this game gets into the dog days. It gets much closer. An ult advantage for True Rippers, but do they even wish to expend it in a map where they know they just need 1 more round? Are you on 30, by the way?
Yeah, and Deathmaker's definitely putting up numbers as well. He's saving quite a lot of money. He's going to look for an operator that last round, well, the next round potentially, or not. That's interesting. Okay, no operator for the next round. Oh, unless Techno has enough. Unless Techno has enough, he might. He might do. Timeout for True Rippers. They want to sort this out. They want to be clean with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gen.G, bearing in mind that a lot of these last couple of rounds have just been tailored to how they defend, how they take this A site. You look over to where they're positioned now, and it looks like it's a complete flip of the script. They realize that True Rippers, with a bad economy now, are going to be a bit weaker on that B site, on that C site, where it looks like they're going to try and pressure. Remember, Carrot still has that from the shadows to try and get in to potentially spawn, just as Techno was able to do, and just disrupt any rotations.
Gen.G, though, find a bit of room to breathe, really. They've got an opportunity to close this out. 3 rounds, not impossible. Lots more difficult comebacks have happened. No mistakes can be afforded.
My ult's ready.
True Rippers, they go aggressive, they get that ult orb, they get another ability available for them in the form of that Showstopper. Gen.G, yes, they're going to have this C side, but True Rippers, they're not focused on this round. It's a round for them to farm ult orbs and set themselves up to try and secure the 23rd.
Munchkin You don't expect it, but at least get the trade. Are you trying to reinforce? 9-4 falls down. Lakia might be in trouble. Are you? Good shot. Surely not a pistol round to give it for Reapers. Deathmaker comes in, and this could be it. All down to texture. Showstop in the hands of Deathmaker. Able to use it. Down low to 30 points of health. Can it be done? Lockdown enabled. Texture wanted to close it out right here, right now, but he's not able to do that. Deathmaker with 3 kills closes out the round and the map for TR and for India.
True Rippers are the true Rippers. It's Sallow, Sunken and Lame from Gen.G, but it's joy and confelicity from True Rippers. What a map! As they open this tournament, they open Convergence with a breathtaking display, taking map 1 and sending Gen.G straight back to the drawing boards.
Now that is a confidence booster.
That it is. Oh my word, Pavlos. And here's the thing, right? We're going to Ascent next. True Rippers' map pick, the map they want to be on. What on earth are Gen.G going to do going up against guys who know that they've got the confidence to win? They know they've got the skill to win.
They go to their home ground. Well, we're going to be throwing it to the analyst desk to break that all down. Enough from us from this desk. But yeah, what do you make of this Komodo and Universe? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We're a bit longer.
What do you make of this?
I am just blown away, Pavlos. I mean, we've been casting Indian Valorant for a good while now, and I've always been saying it's only a matter of time, right? Yeah. For ages we were saying it was with SK Rossi, and the team's pioneered by him, but no, it comes just completely out of left field. A team we thought no one really anticipated to do well. There were people saying, and we're not going to name names, but there were people saying that Reckoning may have done better in this tournament. I think those men have been silenced very, very quickly after that.
Yeah, they definitely have. They definitely have. Look, the series is not over.
Yeah.
There's a reason why best of threes are played out. It is the superior way of playing this game.
Yeah.
Right? One-offs can happen. That's what Gen.G are hoping for. But on the same side, True Rippers have actually gained a lot of confidence here. And that's what they're going to want to use. But enough of us. Let's throw it over to Komodo and Universe. Let's see what they've got to say about this match.
Well, Pavlos, you asked us what we think of that one, and I think True Rippers are here to play. I think no one can really answer anything else in that one. That was a bit unexpected, but I've got to say, a welcome surprise, and the crowd absolutely loved it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that True Rippers coming into this game had a bit of of course, they're a bit of in deep waters where they don't know where they're treading, right? So they tried their usual, they went for their default, and it started working in the first bit. The only difference, though, of course, was the fact that Deathmaker is on the duelist, and we had Aryu shift over to the Killjoy, which seemed to be...
He needs to stay there. He needs to stay there. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, which seems to be the perfect decision for them, because Aryu, my God, what the hell have you come with today? That 4K from round 3, another 4K to follow up on round 4.
The pistol.
Massive start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're putting up 20 frags in the first half, I think, Deathmaker, he can chill, he can get carried, he can be in the backpack. I think that's absolutely fine. Yep. Granted that you step up in the second half, and that's what happened as well. Coming towards that second one, and they find their footing as well. Both pistols, the bonus round in the second half as well. I think that's exactly what you want to see happen, especially if you are considered an underdog as well. You've got to take as many chances as you can, and as many risks as you can. And there were certainly rounds where True Rippers took risks, pushing on out. I think one of the biggest risk-making maneuvers as well is the round I want to highlight over towards the seaside. All the abilities, all the ults going in towards that one, from the shadows to spawn, and poor old Lakia caught out again. Techno coming out with a 4K, I believe, at the end of that round as well. I got a feel for Lakia. He was just... it felt like a bit of pressure on towards him as well was there in the very beginning. He was just getting punished time and time again. And poor old Karon as well. We were kind of wondering what role Karon would be put on towards the controller. And silenced was the name of the game in that one.
Oh yeah, it was clearly evident that there was a bit of a problem in the way that Gen.G were playing. They didn't have really the commodity of comfort. They were trying to find it, but it kind of always slipped out of them because I believe that True Rippers had this really good first half, mentality of touch and go. In the beginning, the first couple of rounds, if you saw, they were going to the A side, they were taking that initial control with the attack, right? And they stopped instantly, right? They used to wait, they used to see how the game's moving on. Sometimes they made the right decision of rotating over, sometimes they were stuck on the A side, but still, it was good for them to understand what Gen.G's approach is going to be. Are they going to instantly retaliate? Are they going to go back? Because there's a lot of times where Texture started pushing, they got the first frag, and then instantly Gen.G, they stepped back because they had nothing else to do.
And it was really good learning from True Rippers as well. In the very beginning, you see so many rounds, they're taking their time down to the 20-second mark before getting into the site, before getting the plant down, trying to defend it as well. And you're looking at that and you're kind of wondering, is it on them? Are they going to make a mistake? Have they made mistakes taking too long? It's all in the beginning of the game and it worked out for them, right? RU just absolutely individual performance shining on through and forcing Gen.G to come out with a timeout in round 6 as well. You can feel that the pressure was there. Pavlos and Krema talked about that it might be the time that you would lose some of that momentum. And it was kind of true. That was the start of a resurgence for Gen.G. But then you kind of see you later to the first half there. And Deathmaker, I mean, that's where he starts to come alive. We're talking in the pre-show, thinking the Deathmaker was going to be going back on towards the Sentinel role, getting a little bit more across the board with the team. But no, back on towards the duelist role. And it's cemented in stone, I think, on this map of Lotus, that looks good. RU fragging, RU doing what he needs to do, was really nice. Yeah, it was on point, of course. And of course, there were a couple of, highlight moments for Gen.G as well. In the first half, after that tech pause that, kind of took over, True Rippers kind of lost their footing. They were maybe a little bit without structure in those couple of rounds, because I could see they were still doing the same touch and go, but this time Gen.G had a response to it. They were able to pressure that A main situation pretty well and make sure that there was a little bit of pressure in terms of killjoy utility towards B as well, right? I mean, you highlight that round as well, right? That's the one where Lakia puts in the Nightfall, Meteor pushes down the stairs, gets a really sharp 2K as well, and you can just see in the player cams as well that finally, right, something is going our way and they can continue it on from there. But we'll talk about the veto, right? Lotus is done. The map pick of Gen.G going against them, going to True Rippers, which means, if you're looking at this from a bird's eye view, you're going onto your own map pick now for True Rippers, which is being one of your most comfortable maps in history. Absolutely. You've got to be feeling good.
Yep. I'm pretty sure the True Rippers are now, I could see the smiles instantly after, right? RU is loving it. He's having the time of his life right now. And I'm pretty sure that he's going to, rile up the team a little more coming into this Ascent game as well. There was one thing that I believe that Gen.G kind of struggled with on Lotus as well. A point that I would maybe want to not see them do in Ascent is the fact that they had a lot of ultimates in that first half that they were not utilizing, especially that Viper Spit, right, from Munchkin. He held on to that for almost the entirety of the first half.
Well, he did. It didn't use.
He didn't use it at all. Yeah, exactly. Whereas True Rippers were constantly making sure that ultimate economy was being utilized every now and then. The Breach, Rolling Thunder came in twice for Disrupt. He made good use of it for the first time. They got the A side entry. The lockdowns were put into use as well. So this is kind of a tumultuous situation for Gen.G now. How are they going to line up in the next game? What do you think their lineup should be? Because Ascent, of course, is ground zero.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent's probably one of the maps that you generally want under your belt, being explored through scrims, having the standard set of agent pool as well, because it's been so long that we've had the same agent lineup as well. Whether or not Gen.G want to try something new or a little bit out of the curve, we'll have to wait for that veto to come on through. But I think just after map number 1, the most important thing for them before even going into Ascent is to have that discussion as a team to get the coach in towards this as well, because you do have to remember the coach HSK does have tier 1 experience. Even though if there wasn't the greatest results throughout the Pacific League, unfortunately, there is still that time now to connect together as a full unit, get the full conversation happening, and just have a clean slate, have a breath of fresh air, get in towards the next map, and maybe we do get changes up again coming on towards some roles. It was the question that we asked earlier, is it going to be map dependent when it comes to Gen.G? Because potentially it's going to be map dependent for their opponents in True Rippers as well. If Deathmaker does want to go back on towards something like the Sentinel role, I don't really want to see that because of what we just saw from RU.
Yeah, I mean, the last 18 times that they've played Ascent, it's been pretty much the same, setup in terms of agents for them. But that, of course, like we mentioned, that Ascent has been like kind of the stale meta map of Valorant, right? So I'm hoping that Gen.G might maybe come up with something a little bit more, I'd say, solid in terms of flexibility, because they brought the fade, right? Which was kind of a question mark, because we don't usually see the fade on Lotus by too many teams. It's a pretty, like you mentioned, map-dependent kind of a pick,
It's
right?
a comfortable pick, it feels, for Larkia as well, right? It feels that the team is going to be trying to work around him, trying to, initialize him and bring him in towards the roster.
I was actually expecting the solo from him.
Give him something a little bit more comfortable. And don't get me wrong, there were good uses of the Haunt, of the Prowlers as well, to get a lot of the information. But there were also times that within rotations, Larkia was the one that was caught out.
True.
So I think coming in towards this map, you got to be careful in that. They both play differently, Lotus and Ascent. Try not to get caught off on those rotations as well. If Larkia does get to go back on towards the Sova, if we go on to the standard set of 5 agents coming on towards this map, it is going to change the playstyle a little bit for Gen.G.
Yeah, it is definitely going to change it. And I believe that the one thing that actually worked for them on Lotus was a little bit of that extreme aggression that they show with Texture, right? Every time he went into that A set on Lotus, he was able to find a kill when the team was pushing in with him. But when they were actually, testing True Ripper's attack themselves, the resolve of their instantly after losing Texture was to fall back. But the minute they all pushed together, they were able to get that side, and those were the rounds they actually won, especially the 9th round that we saw, right?
Yeah, very stark difference in, I feel, how the attacking side was played out from both of these teams, where you've got True Rippers looking for a bit of the slow and methodical play early on. They're winning all these rounds via kills, a couple of plants here and there, but when you switch it up, Gen.G, they showcase, we can get in towards these sites, but True Rippers, they're happy to let them go in. They're happy to play these retakes. A lot of diffusers coming through. The Operator being brought out from Deathmaker as well, add a little bit of spice. The Odin from Ario, that was a little bit, caught me off guard. He also caught the spike on Larkia, unfortunately.
Those retakes were something
really good,
out of a fairy tale, because I actually knew that True Rippers are going to be playing, a majority of their time playing on the retake scenarios, which they did on the A set. How many times they were trying to make sure that nobody's there except for that Killjoy utility, playing on B and C heavy, take that C early aggression control, which they did in the pistol as well. Why they won that first round, they pushed them off towards A, and Gen.G almost fell for that trap every single time. They went to that A, were not as successful, and they were in so much trouble because of that. As we get into the highlights of the game, the first half, of course, was a great start from True Ripper. This is the round where they were able to showcase what they've got. Texture did have a bit of a, I would say, up and down kind of game. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this roster, I think the question was, is it going to be Texture going on towards the duelist role, or is Meteor going to be running in towards a Jet, right? So maybe they change it up coming in towards the next sort of maps. I mentioned in the pre-show before this map started, keep an eye out for Meteor, right? What is he going to be doing on this Killjoy? Looking to just lock down sites by himself, essentially, and predominantly over to the C site, but we did just see a bit of a steamroll come in from True Rippers. They were just overwhelming him, more often than not going for this A pressure early on. A lot of rubble, denial as well from any aggression that Gen.G looked to throw their way. So it definitely felt like from the beginning of this series, of this map, that Gen.G were a little bit of a foot behind. True Rippers, they've done their research together as a team, and in the midst of all this chaos, they are the ones that thrived.
Yeah, it's pretty evident that, even though Gen.G had quite the knowledge about True Rippers, they couldn't really do much with it. They didn't really seem like they had a set game plan as to where they hit, because if they knew that True Rippers are pretty heavy on that A retake, they should have probably tried to avoid it, maybe because they thought they could, actually hold it off. But clearly they were, disproven there. And of course, it was Ryu's, intelligence as well as individuality that did quite a bit of work for them. And of course, Techno, who brought up the individual clutches when needed in the final round of the first half, and of course towards the end of the second half as well.
I mean, many moments in this map for individual prowess on the other side of True Rippers as well. You've got Ryu starting off things, you've got Techno having that gorgeous round, and then you've got some rounds in there from Deathmaker. We can say Helif and Disrupts if we want to as well, but a lot of their prowess in this map actually came from the supportive roles, where their agents generally peer towards, right? They were getting in with all the information. They were stunning up, they're flashing up, providing space for the team to get these retakes happening, to go for these early aggressive fights as well. So they, in my mind, have checked the box in what they needed to do on Lotus.
Absolutely, agree. And this is going to be quite the uphill climb for Gen.G. I genuinely did not believe, coming to this matchup, that I was going to say that True Rippers are going to be the favorites into going into this. I knew that they do not have the experience fighting against the Tier 1 teams, but clearly they've taken advantage of the fact that Gen.G are a brand new team, 5 completely different players, role problems as well, at least on first look, because controller clearly seemed to be a problem for them. Munchkin did pick up that double Viper, and that Omen was troublesome for them. But one more thing that I actually was confused about was if Karen could have maybe picked up the Sentinel, and Meteor could have probably shifted up, because Meteor was the main duelist for Gen.G last season, right?
Yeah, I think it just comes down to direction and ideas, right? What Gen.G want to throw in, what they all do feel comfortable with, and we'll get an answer. Coming into the next map, if Gen.G are able to win Ascent, going in towards Haven, that's a sample size of 3 maps to see if we're going to get any different agent checks, right? If we're going to get what you suggested there. But for right now, I mean, what is set in stone is the fact that map number 1 did not go Gen.G's way.
Absolutely.
If you're True Rippers and their fans here, you're over the moon already. You're looking really hot going in towards Ascent, which is your own map pick. So it definitely just feels like the train is heading in your direction for a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I just really hope that True Rippers don't get into their own heads.
Yeah.
That's one thing that could easily happen going into this, and I really hope that Helif has got his team under check and in control, because he is now leading this team, and it looked clearly that it's in a good direction, right?
Yeah.
Now, going into Ascent, I want to know from you, what do you think Gen.G might need to do to maybe, upset the mentality? Because True Rippers, they've got the home crowd, they've got everything for them, and Gen.G are 100% feeling the pressure right now. So what do you think needs to be the approach?
I think the map in itself will help Gen.G not do a couple of their shortcomings in Lotus, right? Over rotations, the explosive plays that True Rippers are throwing in with all the utility as well. Just a different map, and I think if you're coming into a map that is, been around in the competitive map pool for so long, you're not going to fall into a lot of those traps. You're going to have the experience. And again, these guys do have experience on maps like Lotus, on maps like Ascent, but now they have lost the map. They've had the discussion. Is the thing that you've got your first map done. You lost it. It's okay. Now is the time to just step back in towards it and shake off those nerves. Because coming into this, we said earlier, this is the biggest tournament so far that True Rippers have played in as well. Right? And they've thrived. Don't let it get to.
Great start on the most important game of probably your life, and now you've got one more step to take to make it maybe 2-0, you never know. If at all it does go to Haven, it's going to be another, of course, interesting turn of events. But Gen.G right now need all the force they can get behind them, all the people watching them, if they can give them some love. And of course, I really hope that HSK has got a plan for this team, because they really need somebody to lead them into a certain direction. Everybody's kind of having their own thoughts right now. They had tried a lot of individuality as well, we saw on the map of Lotus, but right now I believe they need some set executes in the sense, which is the easiest, of course, map to do, right? You can be innovative. There are, pre-existing ones that they've done previously, whether it's going to be, Texture bringing something in from what Global Esports did back in their day, or is it going to be HSK from what DFM tried. There has to be one set direction, because in the last map, it seemed kind of all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, we can sort of say the same thing for True Rippers in that narrative as well, right? A team of 5 that has been together for quite a while, has a lot of reps when it comes to Ascent. There's a lot of research that you can do, that you would expect to be done by Gen.G to figure out these plans, these rotations, these over-rotations, set strategies, if it is going to be the 5 same agent lineup to come in from True Rippers, and it does give you a little bit of flexibility as Gen.G. Do you play this map towards your strengths? Do you play it towards your opponent's weaknesses? Because that can definitely be a way to get things started, and started is where Gen.G, I feel, need to actually begin. The pistol rounds, they lost both in the first map, and there was a lot of rounds sacrificed after the fact because of that. So for Gen.G, if you can get the pistol round, maybe if you can get the bonus as well in the first half, maybe that's where you start to really, find your footing on the map.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested in seeing what is going to be the agent pick for this. Are they going to go for the same ground zero? Are we going to have a KO, and a Sova setup, of course, with the Killjoy, Jet, and Omen? Or are they going to go for another double controller? Are we going to see something different from Gen.G? And I'm a little concerned if at all they do go for something different. I believe that, like you mentioned, right, it's a map that everybody's always been there. It's always been there. Everybody knows it. It's basically the salt of Valorant, and you should be able to do really well. I'm not gonna say that Lotus was a bad map for them. They could have done better, because of course the first half 6-6. everybody was thinking, oh, you know what, this is a good scoreline for True Rippers, but this was not expected from Gen.G. And now going into this second map, of course, they need to try and dominate this first half. They need to look for at least maybe an 8-4 scoreline, I would say, at least in my opinion, to be able to actually put some pressure off their shoulders and maybe get the crowd, getting a little agitated, because this is clearly the only way that they can go forward. Extreme aggression, because I believe it's worked for them, and I think that Gen.G need to utilize Texture and Meteor to the best of their powers.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, looking at it from the outside view as well, we know that the group has 3 teams in it.
Yeah.
What do you think's going through the team that's sitting on the sidelines at the moment, looking at this series? Do you think Fury are kind of like, oh, Gen.G are a little bit underperforming here, True Rippers, so we're feeling confident we can get this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did see Global Esports sitting right back there, so they're of course here to support, their team from the country, of course. And of course, I believe that if Vitality and Furia and of course, I just forgot the final team. Foot, yeah, of course, yeah, forgive me, Foot. If they're watching this, I'm pretty sure that they are, of course, a little surprised by what they've seen, because I'm pretty sure that like I mentioned before, not a lot of people expected True Rippers to get this, but I, personally, am extremely joyful that I have seen the team from my country, from my own city, to pick up a brilliant map against Gen.G. But talking about Foot in particular, I believe that they don't really have that much kind of a pressure, because of course, coming into this, they clearly were the most experienced team, and they clearly have players that have played on the stages and won trophies, talking about Zenit, of course, particularly, who have beaten some of the best teams across the world. So I'm pretty sure they look at True Rippers and be like, okay, you know what? They actually can do some damage, but Gen.G need to tighten up their shoes.
No, absolutely. I mean, Ascent, new roster, we're saying the same thing about Lotus. What are we expecting? 1 map under our belt, 1 map done and dusted. You got a sample size of a couple of rounds in there.
Yep.
You've got good aggression shutdown. You've got good, chances of getting these plants down as well. And I think if you're saying that you're expecting aggression from True Rippers, I think I would agree with you on that one. What's the narrative then from Gen.G to counter that?
That's if we are to believe what happened in Lotus, is the fact that if Gen.G receive aggression, they kind of fall back. That's been kind of the evidence of what we've seen from Lotus, and I really hope that they kind of change it up, because I really believe, would do well if they themselves give a little bit of aggression, not just by setting up 1 player, but getting 3, because that's what True Rippers do, right? The minute they're getting into fights, they're making sure that there's 2 players following them, and for sure, they're in team fights involved where at least 1 trade, if not 2. Because the trade game, as we saw, was brilliant. And every time they were taking a trade, Gen.G were falling short in terms of map control as well, because they instantly give it up. And their biggest problem in the end became that first pick.
Yeah. Is it going to be as scrappy as Lotus was, with all the explosive plays coming towards the start of C, with all the rubble plays? Ascent plays a little bit differently. Are we going to get a more mundane play coming out?
I really don't expect it to be mundane, because I think that Gen.G do know what they got to do in terms of aggression. It clearly was the aggressive rounds that they were able to capitalize upon. Yes, they lost a couple of players, but we did have these players get out individually when it was needed in the most desperate situation. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, all this is speculation. I think we've got something coming up, agent selection. Let's have a look.
Yep, so let's have a look at what we're going to be getting in towards. Of course, we had our expectations of what True Rippers would be coming in with, which is what they are, and I mean, Gen.G are just going to echo and reflect that as well. It's expected, I guess, this map has been out for so long, as we said.
Yep.
Why change it if it works?
Absolutely. Now, Munchkin has taken up the KO here, and we've got Karen again on the Omen, and we've got Lakia on the Silva. Of course, he's going to be loving that, and of course, on Ascent, he's one of the best in across the Pacific. Meteor once again going with that Sentinel role. Yeah. And on the other side, it's going to be Disrupt with the Jet Deathmaker on the KO. And are you continuing the Killjoy?
Yeah, I mean, I like it as well, right? You got a little bit more flexibility for Ario to just get involved in the action, lock down one of these sites as well. I think he's already showcased that it doesn't matter what agent that you are playing on at the end of the day. You got to hit those headshots. That's exactly what it was doing in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Whether or not Ario can continue that consistency from the beginning and a bit of the tail end of the last map in towards this one as well, I think that will be a key piece of the puzzle for True Rippers to get some early success. If Deathmaker can get involved nicely decent early because he's not on the duelist role. He's on a KO. It can be played as a sort of pseudo duelist alongside Disrupt, who I might add was a little bit silent in the last map, right? Playing on an agent, breach that doesn't really facilitate a lot of these fragging high potential action that he was doing there. It was more so to Aryu just taking control over towards Deathmaker as well. This is the time that we're maybe going to see what we mentioned earlier, that Disrupt is the one to look for on this True Rippers team.
Yeah, Disrupt is now going to be full-fledged ahead in front. He was the breach last time, but now he's settled into the role that he loves best. And of course, one thing I'm kind of worried about is Deathmaker, because yes, he had a bit of a slow start to the last game, picked up the momentum, the operator worked in the end, but sometimes I've seen this to be the case, that Deathmaker in the following map tends to get a little bit lightheaded and loses his traction. And he needs his teammates to kind of surround him and give him that kind of support that would actually help him do a lot more in terms of utility usage, because he is that guy who's called one of the best aimers from India, right? So he really relies and knows and is confident in his aim duel ability. But on usual times when there's a momentum change in between games, he kind of loses it out and needs his teammates to kind of give him that hype. He needs that.
Well, I mean, we saw that off the back of the timeout at round number 6 on Lotus as well, when there was a little bit of silence, when there was a little bit of a wait time as well. We saw a bit of a dip in the power coming out from True Rippers. So now, I guess as a team, you got to keep your composure. You got to hype yourselves coming up into this, but don't, kind of over-expect things as well, right? Because you are a map up. You want to try and win this series 2-0, but you do have to remember your opponents in Gen.G now coming into this map with, again, the standard set of 5 agents, 1 map done and dusted. You'd expect they'd be feeling a little bit confident as well. But of course, we have to get into the game, and for that, we need casters.
We do need casters indeed. It's good that we still have a job and we're not being, and our jobs haven't been taken by AI yet.
Yeah, miracle actually.
That's a miracle, yeah. How many years do you think it will take for that to happen?
Oh, to be our quality, God, fortnight, if that. I'd say on something of miracles though, True Rippers, you're now going to Ascent.
Yeah.
I mean, he had an incredible performance on Lotus. Ooh. Can he stay consistent going to Ascent, Pavlos? That's going to be the big question here.
That really is the big question, and I think, he was consistent throughout the match, but I think what really stood out for him was those high-flying performances in the first round. I think he's the reason why the entire team believed, hey, we've got a chance here.
He had 3 4Ks in the first 5 rounds.
And the 2 first ones were basically clutches. Yeah. Right? So because of him, the entire team believed, they got together, rallied up, and ended up with a really good score.
It was just a banner call to everyone, wasn't it? And it worked beautifully. I mean, we're on their clay right now. This is Indian soil, and they're showing us why they want to defend it, because Gen.G now, you go to Ascent, you go to your opponent's map pick. Now, True Rippers, I don't know how I feel about how Deathmaker has to go back to KO, just in terms of fundamental how it works. So I wonder if, Disrupt, he's now going to have to bring out that up. Deathmaker's left quite a large boot to fill, hasn't he?
I'm so glad it's not the Pavlos and Kramer podcast. Let's get this show on the road.
To be honest, we're running out of material, so.
We got desperate. Gen.G versus the hometown heroes, True Rippers. Is this going to be a 2-0 start for the Indian side? Or was Gen.G able to square things up on their opponent's map pick? Gen.G on defense, True Rippers on attack. Let's get the show started.
Revealing area.
Opulence, we're going to see True Rippers start with Frenzy out on Disrupt and an early burst over towards this mid position here.
Disrupt really close to the site, crossfire position, has to dash away, and no fight concluded with a kill. Instead, it's a fast push onto the short side where Lakia loses his life, and that means that the A site can be infiltrated. Pushing to mid-texture, really wanted to stop this rotation from happening, and he's got friends, Munchkin, brother-in-arms, doubles up, and that's Gen.G on top.
Look how deep Ayu's been able to go as well towards the spawn. It looks like True Rippers need these kills and fast here, and Ayu's going to try and deliver.
So smart, Ayu, that's good for one. Low player on the other end of it, texture not able to drop just yet, so Techno having to do it alone.
He's got the paranoia to work with though. Low HP on texture and Charon means that this is possible for Techno.
Dark cover. Techno won't be able to see the spike being diffused initially, but pings in it will mean he'll try and shoot it that his way through it. Texture is so low, but still hasn't died. He's offered to the side angle. No kill going his way. That is unfortunate, but Gen.G picking up the first round. And that finally a pitch round in the bag for the Korean side.
It's messy in mid, however, True Rippers, I think that once...
Messy?
Yeah, messy what? I think that for Disrupt, once they realize that they have to go to that A site, I think he just stops fighting completely. I think Gen.G, their three-man stack there is designed, it's tailored to go for a fight. It's tailored to try and craft an opening. And we spoke about how Gen.G, they're very disciplined when it goes to second round buys. And look at what Aryu just brought out. True Rippers force spying their second round here.
Right here.
I think they took it seriously when they said, we got to continue the momentum from the previous map.
Yeah.
And they don't want to slow down at all. Disrupt, dash on site. Carbus considering for a little bit, but doesn't buy enough time because the rest of the team hasn't fallen into place. Lack to the back of it. There's two players, two positions, and True Rippers are in a bit of a kerfuffle. How do you untangle yourself out of this one, considering Gen.G have already rotated over? Into logs they go. Aryu is dead, and soon the same fate follow for the rest of his teammates. Gen.G double up, and that's 2-0 on the board.
This is the Gen.G we were sort of expecting to start on Lotus. It's instead going to be, yeah, sure, they're exchanging blows here or there, but Gen.G look fairly set in control. I mean, True Rippers, once they go for that initial advantage, once they go for that push on Disrupt, his position, he's committed everything. They've committed that suppression from the KO, they've committed the recon darts, everything's gone to getting that jet onto site. Once Disrupt dies, the attack just loses its teeth there. And now it's down to Sheriffs, and for Gen.G a chance to really build an economy that, well, they had no dreams of seeing on Lotus.
Very standard approach here onto this A main side with a one-way, delaying any sort of push and allowing Munchkin for a deeper angle. Forced out. And True Reapers, what they really wanted to do there, just take space, make sure that Gen.G don't have that early info, and back out.
Techno here looks like he's going to find the first duel against Texture, but he doesn't want to risk peeking the angle, and True Rippers, they're being, once again, fairly disciplined. There's a bit of util from the Killjoy in mid here, which I believe Aryu's about to bump into, but Texture really is going to be the linchpin of this round for Gen.G.
Yeah, True Reapers playing this round well so far, making sure that there's not much information available for Gen.G to work off of, but they do walk into Tex's hands, and he's good for two. As they keep on giving, Deathmaker entering from main, but there's still a player there to trade it out. Aryu, the saving grace of the previous map, has got a Sheriff in hands, and it's a deadly one. Spike in front of him, and two to deal with. Now, if I had Hopium in me, it would have been 2 shots away from success. 2 shots to the heads. But Meteor is hiding out.
Did I see him? I think he did.
Are you? No. Lakia able to rotate time in a timely fashion from mid. And that's Gen.G, 3-0.
I'll tell you what, for 3 Sheriffs, though, being able to find 3 frags is pretty damn good. I don't like how True Rippers are sort of foregoing common sense, dare I say, in order to go for these fast plays to try and keep up a high tempo. Because of that, I mean, they're running through smokes. They see that the flash doesn't work from the KO, but they're still fighting. We see the operator comes out from Texture here as well. 1 away from the null command on Munchkin, 1 away from the Blade Storm on Texture, and 1 away from the shadows on Techno. A lot of ults to come online here, and for Texture, he's going to try and be the one to sing the song of first blood here.
As Disrupt to get first blood.
Who has other opinions, it seems.
It does look like that's the case. Killjoy over Killjoy on B. It seems to be an unfair advantage for Gen.G as Lakia is joining in on the fight. Both sides going for extremity control. You don't see this often, it's usually one or the other. But that leaves mid exposed, and True Reapers know of it. Did they take the advantage in time? Because they've lingered a little bit too long now, and Gen.G have managed to rotate all the way back to spawn.
The issue is, without this mid control, Gen.G, they need to commit one of these 4 players to just constantly checking to see if they've lost spawn control. And that means that whichever site that True Rippers, if they predict correctly, is going to be a 1 versus X.
Cloudburst,
working
headshot.
Oh my word!
It does get traded out eventually. Gen.G on the back foot, though, it's an opportunity for True Rippers to gain this round with this B-side access.
That it is. 35 seconds left, so the time isn't quite on the side of True Rippers here. Spike's going to go down. Now it's time to burn that utility to buy a bit of space.
Techno's in trouble. Meteor is there on time. Just a matter of Gen.G able to close up this gap a little bit. Munchkin from the other side. Meteor from another. But Meteor's got to deal with behind, and that means that Munchkin is left to fight off the site all by himself, and that allows True Reapers to get themselves around on the board.
True Rippers, they find themselves another 4K this time though in the hands of Disrupt, and he started this round beautifully by going high, instantly taking out the Operator on Texture, and we've seen that Operator purchases from Gen.G seem to be surefire ways to destroy their economy because very rarely has it actually worked out for them.
Indeed. And to be fair, this is like, I don't know. The previous round was like the bonus round for Gen.G, but they went for full eco buy. I don't think they accurately read the fact that True Rippers did a full buy on that second round. So I think Gen.G could have been in a better economical situation now. But instead they chose to invest fully and now have to drop back to lesser weaponry. Texture so far forward. Nobody checks this, surely.
This could be a delayed, almost DRX play from Gen.G. Their countryman, of course, authored something like this, but Texture getting ready to go high, waiting for a flash, I assume, here. Instead, forced out by the utility, spotted by the other Jets. Still no kill in this round.
1 minute left, so still time to work with. Drop back from Gen.G, want none of this fight. They realize True Rippers have moved in and respect the space granted.
A lot of space granted at that as well. We're going to see short control get established, and it's only down to a very lonely Munchkin to try and hold this site, with 4 players from True Rippers ready to engage.
Yeah, you've got to take a chance here for Gen.G, and that's exactly what they're doing. Putting all of their eggs into one basket, that is that B site, but they soon realize that's not what True Rippers are going for. Instead, wrapped towards the A site, they pivoted in time. You can see all of the players moving into Heaven right now, and True Rippers haven't gotten into that A site soon enough. So the spike needs to go down, and Gen.G are actually very close to this one with a null command available.
True Rippers is taking way too long here, Pavlos. Now it's tapped. Here's the retake.
And it doesn't even come down to the retake because the spike hasn't gone down just in time. Texture and Karen start to reign supreme with their bullets, and they're fighting head after head. True Rippers have taken too much time, and they're paying the cost of it. Disrupt is low, 10 points of health, tries to save the day, but Texture is there with his blades, and it's Gen.G on the board.
What a blunder from True Rippers there, Pavlos. That was their round to win, but instead they sit back, they take their time, they assume that Gen.G haven't got the confidence to push into that retake that quickly, and when the Blade Storm's already out, of course they're going to be that quick, Pavlos. Texture started this round beautifully, and started this map beautifully, I should say. Ult advantage for True Rippers, but the money's not there.
Yeah, it feels like True Rippers are giving Gen.G a lot of too much respect, it feels, right? Not taking seizing chances. I think that happened a couple of times throughout that round, whether that was double extremity control from Gen.G and exposure of mid. Happened a few moments. And it's these moments that make the difference between a top-level team being able to accurately read and react on it in time, especially on a map like Ascent, where space is so vital.
Through the wall there, LF almost meets his maker. Just about able to survive, but Texture, he's really dishing out the damage without even seeing any of his opponents thus far. This shot's onto the Odin of Lakia.
Oh,
Drone just about sees the Killjoy. Time to run if you're Ari. He does get away for the time being, though. 50 seconds left.
It felt like Aryu, if he stuck into that corner, he might not have been spotted. Would have been a close call. Thought to get out of there and not risk it by the end. Instead, we're looking at True Rippers looking to enter that right-hand side of the map. A side traded. Munchkin not taking any chances and null command activated. And instantly, True Rippers actually react to this and head towards the other side of the map.
I love this. You're running into a Killjoy setup, but it's a gamble it looks like they're willing to take.
Meteor, waiting, respecting. He knows he's got assistance, doesn't have to be in to deal with it. Disrupt! Angelic behavior from above. Meteor and Karen, though, are there to stop it all from happening. Gen.G sees control of this B site, saying no one can pass. And that's going to be Gen.G finding a 5th round and a solid lead for their team.
Pavlos, that could have been cataclysmic for Gen.G, but Meteor, he stands tall, he stands firm. And with a 3K there, he's able to bring Gen.G a 5-1 lead. Something which, well, if we looked over at the end of Lotus, we wouldn't have even been able to dream of.
Need a drop.
Great performance from them thus far. However, for True Rippers, this is where their buy comes out. They have the ults to work with, Texture, another operator to respond to it with. And Pavlos, I mean, I want to see that Odin get some mileage on Lakia.
Yeah, we definitely do want to see Lakia get a chance. But I feel like every time that True Reapers did enter towards that B site, they realized an Odin was there, they realized there was presence with an Aldrone or Recon Bolts. They just respected it and said, nope, we're not dealing with this. We know he's got an Odin. None of that. But this time around, may want to give it a chance considering how much presence they've got in this area.
Absolutely. Lakia trying to remove that Killjoy turret, which means that the actual point will be taken by Texture. Hella full disrupt, actually. A little bit aggressive, maybe to even try and trade this. I quite like the confidence that we've seen from Disrupt thus far.
You want to keep seeing more of it, don't you? I mean, Deathmaker, RU were clearly the players from True Reapers that actually did a lot of damage the previous match. But if other players start to gain confidence off of it, it's good signs to come. Decided approach from A. Deathmaker successful in finding opening. Can the rest of them move in? Deathmaker doubles up, and now Techno is trying to enter the site from a different entrance as well. Karen on the back of it, 1 point of health. Can't stay alive. True Rippers looking to solidify the safe side.
And look at the flanking mid here from Disrupt. He's going to try and make sure that Gen.G don't even get to save these expensive weapons, these Odins, these operators.
Disrupt all the way around the world. Around the world, around the... Oh, Texture. Reads it, though. Very smart from Gen.G. But can they close it all out? Operator, not the best weapon in the situation. Are you? Off angle. And Texture's got to respect it. True Reapers back into the game.
That's 2 for them. Texture, he gets the hell out of dodge. Of course, money isn't really any object for Gen.G. They've got about another round's worth of investment in them before they have to worry. But for True Rippers, a second means everything. A second means confidence. It means a chance for them to be able to come back into this map and to come back into this half, more importantly.
I still can't get over that owl, Silver. It's too cute.
Look at this here from Texture. Oh, he's fast, isn't he, Pavlos?
Textbook.
Yeah, and then Deathmaker as well. Now, Deathmaker, he's been plagued with the same plague that hits a lot of Indian Valorant players, and that's inconsistency. But he has found it pretty much throughout this series. Yes, he had a slow start, but once he found his footing, he's been instrumental in these rounds, particularly when TR need those fast responses.
Gen.G actually going to play this aggressively. From the shadows and able to the back end of the B side, actually into spawn. And while the fight is happening, Hell tries to hold on to his life, but Karen comes out on top. Now, do they know where Techno is? No Uruku given, but they're wary of the position. And with that Aldrone, it looks like there might be a true elevated position approach, but it's a shot through the wall that gets the kill in the end. And True Rippers trailing. Texture on the back line, blow after blow. The Korean side seem to find themselves a lead, and Deathmaker, the only thing he's seen is death imposed onto his teammates.
One suppressed.
And I think it's a good call here, actually. Worried about Texture flanking from top mid. Looking straight to the operator. This shot, that's where the follow-up is. Collapsed on 3 angles. Gen.G, they take it. And it's a homage almost to their Korean counterparts. It's a delayed, almost, DRX take there, where they instead put the main pivot, the main crux of the attack through main. I love seeing that, and it shows that True Rippers, they struggle particularly when they're caught flat-footed, Pavlos.
That they do.
Right here.
That they do. I like that they tried to go for a counterplay there, but the fact that Techno had to move into spawn, it means that they were playing with one lesser player. And by pure maths, Gen.G were outnumbering them towards that big front. Looking to repeat the success of the previous round, but this time not overzealous, hold their ground and accept that B main entry is all they're getting for now.
That is Texture. Going for the peek on mid here. It's been successful for him thus far. Oh, Deathmaker sees the angle but can't find the head.
Don't challenge him on that. You've got to learn your lesson.
Disrupt tries to have next say of the matter. Unable to do so far. Gen.G, they look to continue what's been
Deploying
a
drone.
dominant form throughout this map, Pavlos.
Gotta keep it rolling.
Not right here. Shot down.
A lot available for True Reapers.
Thus far, though, it looks like
You
rotation
should
back
run.
towards B main. And there's the lockdown deployed by the Killjoy. They still have a Hunter's Fury available here. It's going to be used to trade one another's lockdowns, and that's going to be the execution of True Rippers here. Through the smoke, damage done from either side, but no kill as of yet.
And Gen.G aren't going to fall for any bait thinking that this could be a fake. Instead, they hold their ground, whether that's mid, whether that's A, and make sure that this is going to be a retake fight with number superiority.
That's twice now. Disrupt's tried to go for a flank, and Tech's just been ready for it. Gen.G with a lot of util and a lot of guns and in a very good position to get back into this. True Rippers, they need a miracle.
Shot from Hella. Successful. True Rippers looking to turn it all around! Lakia in a 1v1 against Hella. Sova versus Sova. Closes up the gap. It's so close, but it's Lakia to get the better timing of it. A nice try from Hella, but that all she wrote this round is Gen.G on top.
You know, for a second it looked possible for True Rippers to go from a 3 versus 5 to just a 1 versus 1. Immaculate trading from them. However, LF not quite anticipating the opposing Sova to get that close that quickly. And I think for True Rippers here, they've got to be careful, Pavlos. They've put too much emphasis on these flanks, on these sort of almost out-positioning their opponents here. It's not going to work against Gen.G. They're too experienced. They've spent too much time at sort of the tier 1 stage to be able to fall for, you know, flanks from a jet. I think Disrupt needs to be with the main body of the force here.
Cover going out.
We're definitely seeing some levels here. Munchkin. Right. Gets away with it. You challenge her one way, and Munchkin just says, all right, you better think twice about doing that again. It's still fathomable if they're able to find the A-site entry. Oh, Karen! Through the smoke, as easy as that. And True Rippers. Massively. Oh, nice little headshot, but being a bulldog, not quite enough.
It's now down to Helef. Alone in a 1v4. I mean, a few frags here would be nice, but it's wishful thinking at this point. Gen.G.
Give it a good old college try.
Continuing the dominant performance they've had in this first half. They're looking to get vengeance for Lotus. They're looking to show True Rippers, yeah, maybe your map pick, but we simply don't care.
Yeah, just right. True Rippers did in the previous map. Exactly like you said. And with that momentum, Gen.G not only have built up quite the wealthy economy, they've built up quite the artillery of ultimates.
Yeah.
True Rippers seem to be falling flat. Desperate to find some sort of an opening. They do have a null command, which could counteract everything. And the timeout, albeit some would say it could have been taken a while before they've done that.
Yeah.
Finally has come through.
It's a little late, but 2 rounds left of the half. Now, remember, we are in Asia, so a 9-3 curse is by all means something that can be carried out here. I mean, even if it goes to 8-4, I think True Rippers, you can't rule them out until we see the start of that second half. But that being said, they have succeeded in very little in this first map. Gen.G have just been pushing and pushing and pushing them. And whether that be slow rounds where they've been ultra defensive, allowing the op to get the first pick, or whether they've been pushing through these main positions with sort of slow DRX takes, it's worked every time.
Getting a fresh piece of chewing gum in there.
Yeah, don't blame him.
Don't blame him. I mean, it's been 10 rounds. I want to bring you that.
If I was a map up against Gen.G, I'd have chewed through my own tongue. So,
well, this timeout. If you were the coach of True Rippers right now, what would you tell them?
It would be to stop respecting Gen.G in the sense that we're trying to do cocky things. We're trying to send players on flanks. We're not committing as a team. And when we are, we're running through smokes, we're running through utility. I'd much rather see a slower round where you're calculating and getting your control rather than trying to burst the position.
I cannot use that.
That's unfortunate from Deathmakers. Lakia finds first blood with the use of the Sova. Actual repositioning this time around. You can use the Sova Odin in multiple positions around this map. It doesn't only have to be B.
Right here.
A site filled with Killjoy utility. And quick access to a lot of players as well from the Korean side. Information retrieved from Gen.G that A site to be infiltrated. Meteor looking to do it alone. Found one. Finishes off the second. No assistance needed at all. As Munchkin looks to take on the second front with Disrupt, trying to face up against it, but he's dealing with multiple angles as well, and it's not the best situation for them. True Reapers really falling flat here as Gen.G sees full control, upgrading their weapons, going after RU, and having a flawless round to get them on 9.
Yeah, the flanking Jets just, it doesn't work.
Last
Lost.
round
I'd
in the
much
half.
rather see Disrupt be with the main body and force it to be one of the ones leading the charge, as it worked for him with the breach when he was able to just flash his teammates in, go for that second pick. The lurking playstyle doesn't seem to suit him. It puts too much pressure onto Deathmaker or RU to get the opening pick on a Killjoy and a KO.
Time for a field test.
Ult advantage once again for Gen.G here.
Yeah.
One away from the shadows on Charon. It's so much to work with here for this final round.
Things keep on giving here for the Korean side, but instead of Disrupt moving into a smoke, makes it easier for Texture and goes right in front of him. And just like that, Gen.G again with the advantage slowly moving in. Meteor this time around again in the right position to deal with these. On the back of the B site, Texture repositions, might be taken down, but no, he stays alive just long enough to keep himself into a great situation and clean up house. Double digits for Gen.G at halftime. We're looking at 10-2.
Pavlos, it's
Switching
smooth,
sides.
it's calculated, and most of all, it's
Remember,
violent
the weapon
from
is
Gen.G
only a
to be
tool.
able to find
Don't just
10
shoot.
rounds,
You have to
recovering
think.
from a map in which they lost when, let's be honest, no one thought they would. Even those who were saying the True Rippers would have a chance in this series are saying it starts at Ascent, I mean, myself included. Instead, we're seeing a complete reversal of the script.
We are indeed. I mean, I wouldn't say complete, because at the same time, we did have a 6-6 half.
That's true.
Right?
That's
so
very true.
Gen.G have actually come off of the previous map. They've been able to reset. They've been able to get their thoughts together and be like, guys, we shouldn't be making these mistakes. We shouldn't be giving these early fights. They've said, if we play this coordinatedly, it doesn't matter how fancy we play it. Just play simple, good Valorant. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And looking at these two players, definitely high impactful. But if you compare the performance into the previous map, it's Texture that has shown up.
Yeah, he has, and I mean, RU's definitely got much quieter than he was on Lotus, but that being said, True Ripper's success shouldn't have to depend on RU dropping 30 kills. Instead, Texture, I mean, he showed up, he's played out his mind, and now as True Rippers stare down the barrel of a 10-2 half, this pistol round is no longer a need, or a want, but a need.
It's a must.
It's a must, you're right.
Many have thought that True Rippers wouldn't be getting to a third map, but if they do lose this one, it might be a third map. Not because they won Ascent, but they won the first map, and I think they're thanking their lucky stars they were able to have the performance they did there to be given another opportunity. Might be a bit not as optimistic as we were at the start of this map.
Yeah.
But that's for good reason. Gen.G, clear control, and some miracle is required to bring True Rippers back into the game.
Looks like True Rippers are going to take a leaf out of Gen.G's book, actually, and go for this fairly aggressive peek in mid. I mean, it worked for Gen.G. Let's see if it works vice versa. And, you know, to point players out, it's Deathmaker and Disrupt, so I'm really expecting to see a little bit more from in the second half.
Time to stop. Within the smoke, he wins the jet fight. That's what TR needed. They're ahead, but now they need to make sure they stay ahead. They keep on taking fights, though.
I'm very surprised they're still fighting here. TEC now able to find Lakia on the extremities.
Very lucky.
2 versus 4 now.
Cover
so maybe they can use that success, transform that into a win. Don't take any more chances, and now they've learned their lesson. Veto and Karen. Not strangers to getting good pistol results. Oh, they're walking into 3-player stack up.
It's almost heartbreaking to see in real time. Still 45 seconds on the clock. They have time to back off, but no, they're going to commit to this. Moving into 3 players now. Caron to lead. Caron.
Whoa, close stuff. 17 points of health. Oh, and it's Techno coming in from the defense side, and that's TR getting themselves a 3rd round.
We'll have to see, Pavlos, are those the war drums of a comeback, or are they the quiet whispers of a death rattle? For True Rippers, this is the first step of a uphill battle. However, it starts at a pistol round. And the audience, they're definitely starting to back up TR. And maybe the audience is the missing piece. Maybe it's that home crowd support, which is what's giving TR that extra boost. LF with a very early Ares as well. What are the least sports guns in Valorant?
That is true. That is true. Underrated perhaps. Texture. Good first shot. Hopefully things up for Gen.G. They do have lesser weaponry, but if they can make it work with Sheriff, it doesn't make a difference. A round is a round. True Rippers on a numbers deficit in the first few seconds of this round.
True Rippers are wise to not re-peek into main there. You see it's fairly disciplined from them. Yes, they're a man down, but they're not going to overextend just to try and find that pick back. Gen.G looking to head up shorts here, and it's going to be into the waiting arms of RU, and hey, if he wanted a shot to redeem himself, this would be it.
They do realize that mid isn't far pushed up, so if they do end up finding a lot of resistance, it could be a quick wraparound from mid and back into the B site. Good little flash drive to allow them to push. Disrupt, lying in wait, over in B, name, Deathmaker, delivering, Deathmaker, again, that's 3 to his name already, and that's Meteor all by himself. That can't last another second. Disrupt with a final bullet to the chest, and that's TR with 4.
Yes, it is Pavlos, but they lost 3 players to that in a round where they invested a lot of rifles. Their money is not in a good place. However, right now, money doesn't matter, confidence does. And with only 6 rounds to gain, I mean, hey, 6 rounds in a row is possible. Gen.G did it last half as well. So there is still hope for TR yet. But this money is really going to be problem number 1.
I think it's all about belief again, mate. I mean, especially from the position of that first map. The fact that they were able to win some very difficult rounds, get some very influential clutches. It completely changes the way they perceived how this match would go. And I think that's what they need again, a bit of that magic. Get that running through their veins yet another time. And maybe there's a chance that they can start nailing back a comeback. It's a difficult one, 6 consecutive rounds, and considering they're on a lesser buy this time around, they've got to make this bonus influential.
I like how True Rippers got this push through A main. It's a very forwarded position held by Hella, by Deathmaker even. He's got Lakia to push into. Lakia expecting them almost, but they even need to go that far, and timing bless them.
Oh, it might.
Oh, timing is everything here, Pavlos.
It really is. Oh, but look at that. Lakia turning all the way back around. No way. But they found themselves into the back corner, so Lakia, if he peeks, has to die. Oh, no way! He had the foresight to peek that with an outro.
That's so wise. I love it. I love it.
Oh, my God.
My God. 30 seconds left though, Pavlos. If they want to hit this A site, they've got to do it fast.
Gen.G well aware of the weaknesses of their play and counteract it perfectly. TR might have given an opportunity, but Gen.G know exactly what they've got to do to close this all out. Maybe looking at 11th round, Helaf approaching.
Enemy remaining.
But what he's approaching is inevitable doom. Are you alone?
Spike planted.
Crazy performance in that first map, but has the same fate as his teammates in this one. Death all across the board for TR and success for Gen.G.
Incredible in formula, horrible in execution. A great thought process there from True Rippers to get that forwarded position, but they're just caught out there. And credit where credit is due to Lakia. That is insane vigilance to be able to peek out there, to use your utility out of just pure fear that it could have been pushed up there. I love that. But for True Rippers, they're running out of opportunities, Pavlos.
That they are.
We do see the op come out on Disrupt, and so this feels like one of the last chances True Rippers are going to have is, can they win a round with this operator?
The huge smoke from the Gen.G side actually used it to cover off mid to gain access to the center of the map. And Techno forced to use his smokes as well.
Techno and Charon, both on the same angle, both just trying to play the jiggle game. Neither actually sees each other.
Oh, Texture, first blood. Techno retaliates. Fickle Matter in mid, left aside, cast aside for now.
The rest of Gen.G, they set their gaze to this A site. It's been a very successful site for them thus far. We'll see if they can continue that trend. Deathmaker, a little bit of utility to work with. Same set for Techno. The rotations are going to be away aways. This is a 2 versus however many death. Here come Pavlos.
Karen, how the hell did he stay alive for that?
Dear me, the cracks are starting to show for True Rippers, allowing Charon to survive there when he really shouldn't have. Disrupts low HP. You see his position on the map. He's saving that. He's got to keep a hold of that operator. Helef is going to do the same. Gen.G, map points Pavlos.
And for TR, it's live to fight another day. Map point indeed for the Korean side, and Haven on the horizon. Arm's reach, actually, a lot closer and a lot quicker than we would have expected after that first map performance from the Indian side.
Pavlos, I can't help but think for True Rippers here, is there a world actually where going into Haven they're going to be able to recover from this?
It's all a matter of speculation at this point. Yeah, it's if TR are able to have, you know, the backing, the morale backing to get back into this game. Remember how it felt like to perform on that first map. I think Gen.G is making it a lot more difficult for them. It's not just TR, you know, not playing to the level that they were. I think they just presented less opportunities to bounce off of mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now for Gen.G, 1 round away from taking us to Haven. Gen.G, no matter how you view this isn't the result they wanted. For Gen.G, success is 2-0 and nothing else. So the fact Lotus went in the favor of TR means that Gen.G just needs to get this over and done with, get it as a distant memory, and then look to the future games of this group. Look to the game against FUTS and hope for the best.
Yeah. Again, only 1 out of each group can get into the finals.
Stay down.
And True Rippers losing this match would definitely hurt their chances. Good stuff so far, though. They've managed to pick up a lot of the kills, even though with lesser weaponry.
Disrupt. Yes, back for the time being. Disciplined from TR. 4 versus 2 to work with here. Meteor and Charon. What can they hope to do? Deathmaker spotted on the jump spot, so not quite chipped down through the wall. Flash is going to buy a little bit of space, a little bit of time. Still a minute left on the clock, though. For Gen.G, the world is their oyster, but with the From the Shadows available for Charon, they can just leave the spike in mid for the time being.
Suppressed.
Are you holding out? Information gathered. Gen.G play it safe. But now, full center, 40 seconds. Are you so close to this all fight? Good for 1. Meteor wants to read it. But are you waits for Techno to arrive? Oh, the spray down is best for Meteor. Paranoia, you've got to get out of the way. He does. 25 seconds. The spike is in no man's land. Meteor's got to go for the kills, and I think TR are actually moving up to him. They don't know Meteor doesn't have the spike in hand, but it's a drive-by by Techno to keep TR in the fight.
Drive-by to make it 5 for TR now, as they, yes, they're able to find the odd round, but I don't see the ability to repeat rounds like this, because a lot of those kills came off the back of just white swinging mid, of using the advantage gained from that first pick to just take duels on Gen.G when they weren't expecting it. You look at the ult management as well. Meteor, Munchkin, Lakia, all 1 point away from being able to bring Gen.G a full roster of ultimates. And for True Rippers, yeah, that ult's still available to disrupt, but is that enough to be the difference maker?
Disrupt. Really necessary kill. Finds himself some success. Can they keep it flowing? I think these operators have been so influential in the series as a whole.
Yeah, they have been. They absolutely have been. Meteor also falling. True Rippers starting to get a grip back on things here, Pavlos, as Lackey is going to try and find a timing on B here. He may do just that, actually.
Are you
So smart, and
wow.
I mean, both Lucky and RU have had their fair share of smart plays this map.
Gen.G didn't even have a chance to play what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
There was no execution of any strategy there. It was just simply TR getting pick after pick. And Texture will look to force his way in here. Heroic opportunity. But no, it is not given. TR given another chance. Still 6 rounds to go, but that's 6 rounds in the back.
Pavlos, do you believe
this? Thank you.
I mean, I'm a glass half full type of guy, right? They're halfway there.
Yeah, they are.
Placing alarm bot.
But I only start to believe if I see 9 on the board.
Only 3 rounds away. A lot of ults available for Gen.G here. Now, when you have this much available, there is a trap a lot of teams fall into where they end up overcommitting their abilities in rounds which may not actually be winnable. And they try to do it to level out rather than guarantee. For True Rippers, yes, they're at an ult disadvantage, but they do have the momentum with them, at least for the time being.
Ooh, great job by Munchkin. Finally a lead for Gen.G, and it's carried over by the rest of the team. TR dropping like flies, but are you begging to differ? Wanting to change the affair. Karen, somehow alive with 1 point of health. That's good enough to hold a rifle. TR, has got disrupt on the wrong side of the map. And until RU has a friend, he's going to have to wait a bit.
Starting to lose a bit less Pavlos, but never underestimate RU. Spots out the Jets, unable to find the pick.
He's going to get locked down.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
The time that is being bought for Gen.G right now, just purely off of the fact they're able to land the lockdown. Texture wants some frags, swings out, not quite able to find the first, but he is able to get away though. And remember, time is against TR right now.
And Meteor cleans it all up.
Attackers win.
13-6, Gen.G answer back with a second map. And we're all the way back into Haven. The series is given.
Yeah, and I mean, you said we may not see Haven, Pavlos, it looks like we are. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing Haven, purely because I imagine Disrupt's going back to the Breach, and he played a bloody good Breach on Lotus. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this matches out. And also, we get to see more of Gen.G. You know, they've not had much real, they've not had much showtime for the last couple of months. Let's really see them get pushed. And maybe we're going to see just that over on Haven, Pavlos. That being said, RU, he's had a quiet game. Deathmaker is still slightly inconsistent when it comes to round. It feels like for Gen.G, they found their footing while TR is still looking a bit shaky.
That is true. And I hope for the third map, we'll be able to see the best of both worlds, right?
Absolutely.
See the best of TR and see the best of Gen.G, because quite honestly, there were certain moments where we saw quite a few brilliant situations from both of the sides. But I think for this one, Gen.G was just a lot more consistent. They played the game like they needed to, and just simplified everything. Don't overcomplicate it. And it's worked out like a charm.
Yeah, it did. And the only times we saw them go for these sort of hyper-aggressive rounds was when they neither had an operator to work with, or they didn't have the money to work with either. And they saved their almost booky rounds for when they don't have the economy to support a long, sustained, drawn-out battle.
Indeed, indeed. And for that, we've got Haven up next. Now, I did say that we probably won't see it. That's completely out of the window. What can we expect?
I think I'm expecting it to be very similar to Lotus in that True Ripper's going to be playing it very, very slow. We're talking about True Rippers quite a lot here. Again, we've not seen anything from Gen.G. What is there to know? I think Gen.G are probably going to be going for the op a little bit faster because they saw how effective it was on Ascent. I think that being said, though, now we go to Haven, True Rippers, slow it down completely, stick to the methodology that worked so well on Lotus, and just transfer it over to Haven.
Yeah, that is quite true. And the fact that, you know, Gen.G is a new roster, keeping it to basics as well is what they're looking to do. And it's what they've succeeded in so far.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm curious to see what analysts are going to say about this, because there's quite a lot to unpack here when you talk about how high True Rippers were at the end of that first map to how low they've fallen in just a mere, what was it, 20 rounds or so.
Yeah, so am I. I'm just waiting for the call to see when the analysts are ready. That'd be dope. But yeah, Komodo's and Universe's input has been pretty good so far.
Yeah,
I've really enjoyed it.
They're so much smarter than us,
They're so smart. Universe, knowing everything about the Indian scene, and even more. Like, he's such a nerd with a VCT in general, with so many players. Like, he was playing this game earlier today, and the past days with us, about tic-tac-toe without different players playing all the agents. He's memorized it. He's a genius.
Yeah, I sort of feel quite insignificant. Standing next to them. I'm glad I'm casting with you and not them. That being said, yeah, Haven.
All right, I get you. All right,
Yeah,
okay, I feel you. All right. I know the vibes when I'm getting them. I'm not wanted. All right.
Haven's going to be an interesting one, Pablo. So what are you looking forward to seeing here? Is there anyone you want to particularly look out for?
I think I just want to see a little bit stepping up from all of the players, right? Yeah. I think most of the games have kind of been a starved performance from a couple from both sides, right? So seeing a little bit more balanced out game would be nice. Obviously, you know, when it's your first LAN in this environment,
absolutely,
it's going to change the whole situation. But there's no reason to wait anymore. Our analysts are there and waiting. Take it away, boys.
Is that an are we ready rather than are we ready? We'll see.
There we are. Hello and welcome back. Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we had a changer. That is for certain. I don't think a lot of people would have expected True Rippers to maybe fall away a little bit in the first half there, but I think you can flip it over and say that's probably more so the Gen.G we were expecting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, coming into this game that Gen.G clearly had a game plan, well, pretty precisely there, and that was, you know, to boil out the aggression as much as they can. They realized that, as we spoke about it earlier as well, before Ascent, that these guys clearly have won their rounds on Lotus on the basis of their aggression, and they tripled it down on Ascent, and we could clearly see that because Texture was popping off from the beginning itself. The first pistol that they won, instant towards that mid-aggression, finding themselves on that front foot. Troopers almost instantly felt that pressure. Excuse me, you could see it as well, right? They were 5-1 down at point, and you could see that Gen.G were pushing B main, they're taking A main control, they've got mid lockdown, Textures hitting practically all of his shots. It's been quite a road for them to take in that much pressure.
I mean, you got to look at it, right? 5-1 and then 6-2. There's just real scatteredness in the first half. It feels like for True Rippers, just not on the kind of same footing, I guess. But I think you flip it over for Gen.G and you say that there is a lot more cohesion for this whole team as well, right? You started off with the very beginning. You see in that pistol round that they finally are actually able to get. Just everybody feels like the switch was flicked and there was just everything was working. The setups where Munchkin is able to get all these flashes on out, for Meteor to be peeking, for aggression to come out from Texture as well. It just felt like the first game might have actually just been a warm-up game for Gen.G, how things are actually going to work in the roster. This mirror match definitely did prove that Gen.G are still here to showcase what individually we come to expect, and now as a roster, maybe what we should expect in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe that Gen.G clearly have gotten what they needed in terms of, you know, Texture's ability to be open up, to be able to, you know, feel comfortable on his role, go ahead and take these risky peeks towards mid, which he did quite some times as well. The operator functioning well. Overall, True Rippers did have this, I would say the minute they hit that 6-2 mark, they kind of felt disarrayed, I believe, in my opinion, because they kind of were trying, you know, okay, you know what, maybe we should go here, maybe we should try your attack, especially in that ace side, right? There were so many times that we saw that they were actually not clearing their corners because they were desperate just to find that first pick, to get into the site, to actually find a corner, right? So it was difficult for them, and it clearly led them into a moment where they were like, okay, you know what, at this point, we'll take anything on our hands. But the problem is that the minute they got one, there's instantly two other Gen.G players immediately there to, you know, make them feel like, hey, no, we can't go in there anymore.
Yeah, there was just really good reads coming through from Gen.G, great strategies as well, you know, a lot less lines when it comes to a map like Ascent compared to Lotus as well, so I guess that maybe into the new team, into the new play style, can work a little bit favorably for Gen.G. For True Rippers though, one might expect that, you know, they've got the history, they've got the backing when it comes to this map, that they'd be expected to still put up a little bit more, but I think it is just a case that Gen.G kind of just slapped them around, right, with all the differences of aggression and the slow pace to come through from Gen.G, they were always changing it up, and the guy on your screen right now for Texture, certainly coming on through where required, leading the charge, the Blade Storms coming out as well, able to get them on. I mean, you look towards the Force round in round number 5 that they were able to get just after losing the fourth to True Rippers, the Blades are out, and that's the kind of tip of the spear that he's able to go through, get them that round. There's just no time for True Rippers at the end of that one, and again, it kind of just starts to spiral a little bit more there from True Rippers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was one thing about Gen.G though. I'm pretty sure that we, you know, even though it was better than last time, it was pretty clear that Karen's not comfortable on that Omen. He's taken a bit of a, I mean, it's not like he's, you know, completely detrimental. He's taking slow steps, he's taking baby steps, but he definitely is finding it difficult maybe to settle into that role right now because of course this is the first ever tier 1 game like at this stage. But hey, I'm really hoping that he can pick it up because of course this is a new role for him, right? He's been a duelist sentinel for most of his career, so I really hope that Karen's able to settle into this more. He does need a little bit of time, of course. He's pretty young as well.
Yeah, there's still some glimpses though when you come to think of it as well. Direction from the team where they want the smokes and everything, being reactive with the paranoia too, getting in, getting out. I mean, a couple of rounds were contributed to just a crucial smoke here or there, right? Smoke on towards A main when the defuse comes through. The one-way smoke at A main to enable multi-frags coming out from Munchkin, for example, too. So there's still a glimpse here that Karen is doing what's required in this roster, but it definitely is a learning curve when you're bringing in, a typical duelist or a sentinel onto a new role in a new environment, 4 new players you haven't played with, 4 straight into a LAN as well. Absolutely. In an unfamiliar country. There's a lot going through a bunch of these players' minds, but the focus for them now should actually be we are one apiece. We are both tied. We have one more map to decide who is going to get the victory here, and it's going on towards Haven.
Yeah, now Haven, of course, is technically True Rippers' pick between Breeze and Haven. Breeze actually was one of their better maps. They were, I believe it was that map that they actually beat Reckoning on to come to Convergence's main event, right? So they finished off the close qualifiers with Breeze. Now they banned it out. I'm a little bit confused about that, but I would like to ask you, you did have a look at their previous games, right? Haven, a little bit more of a slower map for them, consistent with what we've seen the last 2, but even more slower.
It looks like when it comes to Haven for True Rippers, I wouldn't even go as far to say it's defense or attack favored for them. It's kind of first half favored for them. A lot of their scoring has actually been getting a good first half under their belt, attack or defense, and then able to close it out with a nice scoreline lead, or doing some risky moves in pistol rounds and secondary rounds and looking to kind of seal the deal from there. So I think you're coming in towards this one for Haven. 3-site style might play a little bit similarly to Lotus in terms of what they want to try and attack it with. Some aggression, some choke point aggressions when you think of over towards A main. Maybe they're going to put a lot of their utilities over towards there, a lot of their sacrifices over towards there. But then you can also consider, again, on the flip side, Gen.G, they don't technically have a rep when it comes towards this map, but you could make an educated guess on what the agent lineups are actually going to be, because when you look at these 5 players, or majority of them 4, what they played on previously in Haven in their previous teams, they're actually all on different roles spread between Killjoy, Breach, Sova, Jet, and Omen. You're probably expecting a very similar pick to come through from them like we just saw on Ascent.
Yeah, there is one thing though. Of course, the double initiator for True Rippers, they play the Breach on this map. They play Breach on both 3-sided maps, right? They could continue. But I am now looking to Gen.G to maybe think, is this going to be a change in terms of what they played on Lotus, right? Now, they might want to think in the same ideology that, okay, you know what, maybe we go ahead with the double controller, but after playing on Lotus, they must have realized, okay, you know what, maybe it's not working out well. Maybe we could just go ahead with a Breach pick themselves, which I believe can be played by one of their players. I'm pretty sure somebody can pick it up.
Munchkin, when it came to T1, he was always quite consistent when it came to Haven, when it came to Breach as well. So I would probably come to expect that that's going to be the pick. Karen, again, most likely we'll see on towards the Omen. But it definitely feels like when we look towards Meteor, if Jet is going to be switched on over as well, right? Because we didn't see him really jumping on towards the duelists here. It was Texture, right? So I feel like maybe those two have swapped roles on the maps that we've seen just at the moment. Is it going to switch again coming into Haven, or will it be what we've already seen in this new role for this new look of Gen.G?
I think they're going to continue, of course, this game style of being a little bit more aggressive, right? Clearly, they figured out the formula to put True Rippers under pressure, and they clearly could not handle that pressure in Ascent. Coming on Haven, there is, of course, a lot more variability in terms of defense, and of course, True Rippers are starting on defense on this map, so that is going to be, of course, a tricky situation for them, because, of course, as much as you could like to say that, Haven is slightly attack-sided, it's pretty balanced at this point. It all depends on how you find your momentum, and Gen.G have clearly found a formula for that momentum boost. True Rippers did have a couple of breaks in the previous game. On the stand, I believe it was one of those rounds where, Deathmaker timed that A-side take really well, where they were trying to do the split, and that was the one and only time where they kind of had, okay, you know what, maybe we can break this. But no, instantly, Gen.G back at it. Texture picking mid, taking out one, going back in, and making sure that his team maintained that, man advantage position, 4v5, keeping in their heads strong and making sure that they do not step over any lines that they did in Lotus. Now, coming onto Haven, if at all Texture is going to be back on that jet, or is he probably going to go for a raise if at all they choose to, which sometimes happens as well. I would not be surprised at all, because I feel like the comfortability of aggression has set in, so they might just think, hey, you know what? Aggression is the key. We might as well use any agent with it.
Well, it just feels like to me that Gen.G kind of played some no-nonsense Valorant when it came to the previous map as well, right? Just up and close, in your face, not giving enough space over towards True Rippers to get anything done. And something I want to re-highlight that you said, when you switch from map number 1 to map number 2, you said that Deathmaker kind of struggles a little bit in those switches. And I think as a team as a whole, that might have actually shone on through. You're on cloud 9, you're thinking that we've got the first map, we've got to close out the second one, we're very comfortable when it comes to Ascent as well. But then you've got to remember, Gen.G, they're also going to get fired up coming into this one. They've lost that one. If you lose the first series here of the whole event and in your group, you're kind of on the struggle seat to get the grand final potential slot, right? You've got to top your group to get there. So you know that there's going to be a little bit more of an oomph factor coming in towards the second map from Gen.G. They delivered that. So is this the time where maybe it flips again to True Rippers? Because the discussion now probably has a little bit more weight on it in this break.
Yeah, it most certainly doesn't. And I think that True Rippers, the problem with their momentum shift is the fact that, like we saw in Lotus, they were a team that loves to play touch and go, right? They go, they give a little bit of a poke, they see what's happening with Gen.G, and then they instantly wait for a bit of a reaction. They like, playing with Einstein's third law. But the problem with this law is that if you give too much force, sometimes you get hit back just as hard, maybe if not harder, right? And on Haven, if they're not going to be in the right situation of exploiting these setups that Gen.G might have, they are going to be in trouble, because in the previous game, Helef didn't kind of lead his team in a set direction. Towards the second part of the first half, they lost direction as to how they want to attack. And I really hope that doesn't set in, because at that point, your mentality shifts onto the focus of getting a kill rather than being, okay, you know what, this is how we're going to execute. This is what we're going to check. This is what we're going to do. And at the end, it just becomes, oh my God, let's just get something.
Yeah, and I mean, take it potentially with a little bit of grain of salt with a lot of these stats as well, because we're looking at these as the supportive roles as well. But you just got to feel like Munchkin was getting in dirty with it into the business of True Rippers a lot more than Helef was. His teammates were losing their life a little bit earlier as well, not capitalizing on some of his utility. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was decent when you're looking around what was played out at a Rubble on Lotus from True Rippers, but more often than not, you can see a lot more of the setups from Munchkin and co coming through, working wonderful, especially when it comes over towards Ascent, just changing it up, being unpredictable, catching True Rippers off guard. So I feel like that's the kind of story where you've got to start to shift that right now. If you are someone like Helef, what can I do individually to change either drastically, either slightly, to help my team a little bit more coming into this next map?
Yeah, and now I think the most important thing for True Rippers is going to be to find what is going to be the groove that they want to start with, right? Now, of course, the last time the pistol, they kind of were reserving a bit. They wanted to see what Gen.G does, and they instantly took the heat from it, right? And now I believe that they're going to try and maybe push up their aggression themselves, because they need to, especially on defense. We saw that on Lotus as well. They were not afraid to take those fights when on defense, when they did it towards Lotus C site, leaving A for retake. And I think they might follow a similar pattern here, because they love those 3-sided maps. And I hope that they're ready for this, because Gen.G are probably going to be coming in with flying high, bombs across the map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's definitely the time for the crowd to assist, to get everyone in towards this one right now. Your homegrown heroes, right? True Rippers, it's the time to back them. It's the time to get everything situated in towards this one. And yeah, again, there were little bits and pieces that they did well over on Ascent that they can carry on over. But I think if you're looking at this series right now, there's more that you want to take away from Lotus for True Rippers and apply to the next map than Ascent would give you.
True, absolutely. And of course, Texture, rounds like these where he's just peeking out, he's got half a second to react and instantly finds a kill. This was the one round that, I was talking about, that momentum breaker that could have been a possibility, but instantly after that, it was Texture once again stopping them in their tracks. How many times this guy peeked mid and he's got those operator frags, and they were just giving it to him. There was no real setup from True Rippers there, because they just wanted to somehow get him off that mark and take up that space, right? They were just letting him get into their heads, Sense and Texture just blew them away.
I mean, the funny thing is as well, from True Ripper's point of view, you would kind of expect that Texture would have been lurking around with the operator towards mid. Round number 4, where he got it out in the first time that he possibly could. He's essentially got one tapped out, and Disrupt comes away with a 4K at that round. That's the time that you might think as a fan, oh, True Rippers, they take down the operator, they've got a buy coming in towards this one, we might be able to get it on the board, but it unfortunately doesn't go their way afterwards. And from there, it just feels like all hope might have been lost for True Rippers. A grain of salt here and there for the second half as well, but ultimately just down for the count. A big scoreline difference at the ends coming into this next map of Haven. I don't know, I was kind of, I was hopeful for True Rippers that we'd be able to see a little bit more in that map to, something like 13-10, let's say.
Yeah.
Give them a real good shot coming in towards the next map. But was there enough to kind of give you good confidence that they're going to be able to give a good smack over towards Gen.G in this next one? I'm not so sure anymore.
I mean, I believe that this is going to go the distance. I'm pretty sure this is going to go the distance because now True Rippers, they know how to play, a map like Haven pretty extensively. They know how to, approach it a little more technically than Gen.G in terms of, setups. But then once they are put into a desperate position, they tend to lose those setups, right? But Gen.G, on the other hand, they've now got a bit of momentum in terms of aggression. Yeah. So this is going to be a battle of somebody who approaches with the mind, who plays a little bit of, I want to try and test the waters, against somebody who's basically, I'm a blazing, raging fire coming towards you, right? So who gets the first advantage, I think, is going to be the most important. That first half might just end up deciding, because the last time True Rippers, of course, won, it was 6-6, and they exchanged blows, right? This time, Gen.G are coming in with a lot more experience after having played a 2-map, complete roster filled with power. Yep. So they've got something on the back of going to Haven.
And I think for this map as well, it needs to be a little bit more than just one-dimensional. You can't just be pushing through a single line of sight on towards these sites. We know that Gen.G are most likely going to go for the splits through long and garage and emphasize and re-emphasize that as well. Yeah. We saw it through mid, splitting over towards B a little bit as well. The splits through main and tree. Just trying to pincer in towards these sites as well. Yeah. Apply that same style over towards this next map, and then you have to think as True Rippers, where are we going to be changing things up? Where are we going to be deploying our Killjoy setups as well? Because we want to make sure we're maximizing our versatility across the map, not affording Gen.G to take these fights, to get the one and done, pull away, look for another engagement elsewhere, because when they find those advantages, those are the pressure points around that Gen.G are kind of unanswered against.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that probably True Rippers kind of took a page out of Gen.G's book and started playing like them in the second map, because the minute they lost the first person, it's an instant take back, they, like you mentioned, and they really need now to make sure that what they did in the first map, team fights are important. Gen.G took that from them, and you could see a number of times they were doing that A split towards the attack, right? They're able to go 3 towards short, take 2 towards A main, and even when there was, some sort of substance stopping them, Gen.G always had the trades coming in. They were even economically damaging them during the eco rounds and anti-eco rounds, right? So they had complete control of the game, but I really, really want the Rippers right now to understand that aggression could be battled with a lot more aggression, and hopefully they realize it.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting real close towards the game now as well, so you've got to be feeling that things are getting ripe and ready with the agent pool coming on out. This is a change coming on through from True Rippers as well. 18 series that they've played with the same lineup, or 18 maps occurrences, and they're changing it up coming in towards this one.
I'm really, I would say surprised and also excited for this, because now I think what they were thinking is that, Gen.G probably knows that we played this for so long. We need to switch it up. We need to keep it going in the right direction. And Deathmaker now has finally stepped into the role that he's been a lot more comfortable in. He's played 3 different agent pools so far. He played the Sentinel, forgive me, he played the Duelist. He played now, previously the Initiator. Now he's come onto the Sentinel. And we've got Techno on the Astra, a Breach and Fade as a double Initiator, and Disrupt with the Raze.
And then the educated guess that I was mentioning earlier for Gen.G is thrown out the window as well, right? Because previously they've dabbled with a couple of breaches and sovers and something for Lakia, Meteor previously on the rendition of Gen.G, getting out the jet. A change up to what feels like their identity now. Texture is definitely, with this third map coming through, going to be your pivotal duelist for this roster. Sure. Lakia, it's expected, I guess, that he's going to be changing initiators across a couple of these different maps. map. So it feels like, again, this is going to be a little bit of a new look for Gen.G coming in towards this map. Just by given these slight little agent differences, now that we know that the Viper is going to be back in for Munchkin as well, that is going to change the play style of Gen.G.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Gen.G, of course, this might be a little bit of a risk, given that, True Rippers have pretty much played against the same just a couple of maps ago, except for the difference, of course, of Jet being the Raze. So I'm a little bit, concerned about how this could end up being for them. If at all they change the game style that they're going to approach this with, of course, we can't say where they go. But True Rippers have clearly come in with a little bit more of surprise element, and I think they might just be able to take us to, I don't know, overtime maybe?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got to see how it's going to go, don't we? And we need casters for that again.
Mic is working.
There it is.
I just had to call it. I just had to call it out. But yes, third map time. It's Haven. It's where we'll get to see who will come out on top in the series.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, True Rippers, they had a rough performance on Ascent. Now's the chance to recover. The comps are very different. They're wildly different. Yep. I was halfway through constructing in my mind the sentence to say, it's nice to see Deathmaker, back on the Raze. It's nice to see IE back on the Killjoy. No, it's completely different. There is going to be a Raze and a Killjoy, but on different players. That's really interesting, actually. And I mean, because the team's been together for so long, they are able to sort of work with that. And so, obviously, it means that they've practiced this. Obviously, it means they're versed in this. And they have Haven games on record. So, for Gen.G, they're treading into the unknown here. For True Rippers, they have experience to work with.
They do. But then, on the other hand, it's, again, the inexperience of not knowing what Gen.G will come up with.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
it's a bit of a 50-50 situation. But then again, that's when things get more exciting.
Do you remember at the start of this series we were filling, and I said 50-50, and you said, there's no way. No way.
And here I am saying it's actually 50-50.
And here we are saying it's actually 50-50. I actually quite like Fade on Haven. It's a bit of an unorthodox pick, but the siege you get is very good for retakes. The Haunt has some very good positions when you're trying to go for mid takes as your defenders. It's very, very easy to be aggressive with the Fade. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works. Let's head in the game and see just exactly how this is going to pan out. Pavlos, welcome to Game 3. True Rippers, their chance at redemption, their chance to show India that Global Esports are not the only top dogs in town. And for Gen.G, the Korean homeboys looking to potentially try and, well, crush the dreams of the Rippers.
And redeem themselves. Because isn't that first map is not the way they intended this tournament to go, the series to go, but now they've got a chance to close it all out. And together with the Fade conversation we're having, in comes the Raze discussion, is right? Raze versus Jet. I mean, Jet is so strong and such a staple on this map.
Yep.
Why would you Why would you switch it out for Raze?
It all comes down to zone control, and it means that when you're going for this map control, with that Astra as well, it gives you so much to work with in slower-paced rounds. For Gen.G, look at the pistol round by here. 3 frenzies to work with. So I'm expecting something fairly close quarters, something to potentially catch TR off guard. But True Rippers starting on the defense. Haven, historically, has been ever so slightly attacker-sided. So honestly, for True Rippers, if they can take another 6-6, as they did on Lotus, they can continue the success they've been having in pistol rounds of this series, then they could be in a great spot here.
They could indeed. Now, entering this matchup, a lot of expectations on Gen.G. True Rippers actually given hope that weren't here. I don't think it was here prior to the start of today. I think that it was expected True Rippers to have a hard time, but they've definitely exceeded expectations thus far, picking up map number 1, and with an opportunity being 1 map away for potentially taking home this first series against what would have been considered a very scary Korean side.
Look how aggressive True Rippers look to be over on A here. 4 players committed to the sewers and long fight, anticipating something fast.
It's time to put our hands together for this final map of this series, everybody. It's True Reapers versus Gen.G. Defense for the Indian side, and attack for the Korean.
Looks like Gen.G for the time being going to look over towards, well, it's a garage for their first bit of control here. Listing over to mid, maybe. There's a bit of utility to worry about, but not much in terms of defenders. That is a very fast take.
Both teams looking to go for a set play approach, but it's going to be Gen.G finding a Baron B site instead of staying into B. They just avoid Deathmaker altogether. He's irrelevant in that fight. And instead, there's a push through mid. Interesting position taken now that they've got full A site control, reading that True Rippers did take that extremity earlier on, and therefore A-Link would be clear for them. For now, Nebula drops, and Spike touch, not only stuck with, can they stop it from being defused? Oh dear, lead up to the fumble, and without the defusal, the Rippers come out on top.
The fumble into a blunder, and it's a bit of a slaughter after that Spike is defused, but nonetheless, True Rippers, they put themselves on the board. They continue dominance in their pistol round. Their pistol round success throughout this series has been amazing. For Gen.G, once again, it's to a pistol round by something I feel like they've got all too familiar with.
I believe they've won four out of 5 pistols we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's about that.
It's
four or five. Yeah, 4 or 5 for True Rippers. So Gen.G, maybe what's the weakness that True Rippers look to exploit?
Yeah. Actually, I do believe Gen.G did win.
They won
their pistols the previous map, so
they won one of them.
Okay, right. So it is going to be 4 out of 5. Deathmaker first blood towards them. It's what you would expect here. I think True Rippers have been actually pretty good with converting the rounds that they should be winning. You see a lot of teams falling victim to their own mental, comfort, thinking that they've got it all under lock, but instead they, make silly mistakes. But this is definitely not the case for this Indian side. It's 2-0 on the board.
True Rippers, they make it 2. And Pavlos now, remember, it only took 2-3 rounds of advantage for True Rippers to run away with Lotus. There's such a small window that's required for them to find their footing. Gen.G, third round by, rifles around the boards. Ults are yet to really be in the conversation. Potentially if Helef has a good round, potentially if Charon has a good round. But that's all set up for our 5th. Or for our 4th even. As Gen.G looks to defend what's going to be a push now through C-Long, led by Techno on the Astro.
I love the preemptive guiding light and stun.
Yeah.
Towards that left-hand side, definitely denying any pushing capability, and if there was any, it would have been spotted, and that's exactly what happens. Gen.G quite passive in this approach.
I quite like how True Rippers actually move as almost a hit squad there. Once they clear long, they both go back towards Garage, and they look to play off each other here. Helef, bit of info to work with. Wise to not drop the utility too early. However, they are wary of an explosive play from Gen.G, the same sort of setup that worked for them on Ascent.
What I like is they don't over-rotate, don't move up, unless you're quite certain of a potential push, and it might be working quite well for the TR side, given that it's going to be an A site take. And if they continue having that short control throughout this entire take, it's going to be instrumental to their success. Texture will be entering, Deathmaker's smoke. They've got no idea how many players are playing in this short position. They know there's at least 1, they know there's at least 2, but there's 3 players lying in wait that they're not quite certain are there. They've got to take this control, that's exactly what they're doing. TR looking to push backwards, but Gen.G are there to stop them. Superiority for the Korean side, fighting down for them, and they're taking kill after kill, life after life. Looking to close it out all in their favor, with Helef trying to buy space for his teammate, but the fact that there's another discrepancy as the Korean side, that will be favored. 1-on-2 not impossible though, as Techno has to move on quickly. Low amount of health from Charon, headshot unable to be found, and it's Texture to come out on top, and Gen.G on the board.
Gen.G strike back, and Pavlos may have a very close map on our hands here. It's a bit early to say, but I'm an optimistic fella, and I would love to see a close series to open not just our day, but the entirety of Convergence. And I mean, who'd have thought it would come from True Rippers? Who'd have thought?
Right there.
Nonetheless, buy from both teams here, and it's the ults that you really have to start paying attention to now. Charon, 1 away from that from the Shadows. Techno, 2 away from that.
Right there.
From the Astra ult. And once again, Gen.G looking to start their rounds with this early list to see to prevent TR from being all too aggressive.
Blinded.
For combination of utility here. And this time around we're seeing a fault line with paint shields.
Doesn't quite land, but
no.
Disrupt takes a bit of chip damage as well through the smokes there. The rest of Gen.G though, they move away. They move back to mid now. Well, from the looks of it, TR are going to give him quite a bit of map control, Pavlos.
They are. Garage control could be in Gen.G's favor for free. Instead, opting towards mid. There's quite a bit of killjoy utility there to stop them, or at least make the defense's side aware of that, push.
No shot blocking sight.
Dash up protection. The side they go, spike to be planted. Definitely doing so. No casualty. Aggressiveness from Techno. Is it going to pay off though? Lakia with 2 before he drops, and it's Munchkin on the background, keeping things in the favor of the Korean side.
LF here, does he go for the wall bang? He looks like he was considering it. Low HP on the Jet means that this is a very strong position to have, but Texture doesn't quite see him. Disrupts in mid, spots the next player. LF now, can he win this duel? Yes, he does. Down to the 2v2, Pavlos.
It is indeed. Disrupt, aggressing a bit further. Spike, Karen finding an off angle, but he's got to find the diffuser as well. Disrupt looks to stick it, but it's Karen to come out on top. A close endeavor that favors Gen.G in the end.
Gen.G equalized, TR down to an eco. Pistols have to come out. And for Gen.G, it's I love how they play the process of elimination for this map. They see that they have long control. They move back. They see no one speaking from garage. They inch their way through mid. Once they have control, they don't overextend. It's a very methodical, very disciplined way to play Haven. And for Techno, the Cosmic Divide is available, but are we even going to see that used on a round of just pistols? Bearing in mind, Helef, he's about to get his Rolling Thunder, Deathmaker not too far from the lockdown. His abilities that you have to do some forward thinking with, whereas Gen.G, they've got all sorts to work with now, especially those Seekers on Lakia.
Ooh, from the shadows enabled from Karen, finding himself higher ground over to the A side, which means TR gonna have to deal with him first.
I've got your trail.
Set the position and give the site over to their opposition.
Here.
Seeker's gone out. Where in his position? Is being permitted.
It's all going to come down to this first pick, Pavlos. Techno deploying the util where he can, hoping to almost aid his team to get out here, but they've got to come all at once. It's got to come thick and fast if you're TR.
This is definitely punching upwards. You're dealing with Sheriffs here. Not an easy one.
Placing sentry.
Can't count them out, not at all. Munchkin within the smoke, safe as ever. The stun is so accurate, but Karen doesn't care. Thankfully for him, he's got the thing to help them out. Hella good for 2 by the end of it, making it slightly expensive, but it's Gen.G to secure the round.
It's a silver lining, isn't it, Pavlos? Gen.G able to only lose 2 players, get the spike down. They're building an economy right now, whereas for True Rippers, it seems to be a sort of round-by-round survival, almost. The silver lining, once again, though, there's 2 parts to it. The caveat is Gen.G committed all their ults to that round. So they are about to go lockdown. That's still a few ult points away, though. For True Rippers, they have that Rolling Thunder for the fast retake. They have the Cosmic Divide as well. There's all sorts of bits of utility here to aid True Rippers in the retakes. The retakes which worked so well for them on Lotus.
Techno alone on the C site. Spotted. No easy way to cross, really, but won't be punished for it. Instead, Gen.G focused towards the middle of this map.
Disrupted are you, looking like they want to potentially duel this Viper here. Both on close angles, neither taking a fight as of yet, though. Disrupt, patience as ever. Lakia, able to get that.
Blinded.
Able to get that flash out. A bit of information to work with. Through the wall. Now they know how close TR are on that A main position. It means the only likely place to hit now, it has got to be that B site.
Avoided the alarm bot completely, and double fake on that TP ends up onto this garage side where Deathmaker is just waiting to shoot them down. It is a trade, so an opening to see perhaps, but a Rolling Thunder is well timed, putting Gen.G in a really bad spot as they've got no access to any site, especially given that Disruptors are all the way behind in mid.
And look at Disrupt now, he's going to be the linchpin. He sees the rotation back towards B, now it's all on Meteor. He spots out Helef, but he's unable to get the kill though, Pavlos.
Attention turned around towards B, and Disrupt has done everything in mid, disrupting the play in its entirety. 3 kills to his name, making a 4th as well. TR showing why they should belong in this tournament. 3 rounds to their name.
If anything, Pavlos, there is no longer the argument of do TR deserved to be here. I mean, this is clear cut at this point. Disrupts a flank which looked like he was going for information. Fakes backing off, then recommits to prevent that push onto B. Beautiful stuff, and more importantly, TR, they feather their ults. They only use one. They still have that Cosmic Divide, and now, with such a heroic round, Disrupt has the showstopper. Hella, Deathmaker now has that lockdown. It's all sorts to work with now against what is only the lockdown on Meteor.
Incrementing their way forwards into C. Oh, they might feel a sense of safety moving in, but it's all an illusion.
Spike down, C.
That's a spike as well, Pavlos.
It really is.
Meteor's got to take some fights here.
He's got to. Magic required out of a hat. A rabbit, a long wand.
Munchkin's got a distance to cover, but it's a country mile between him and the spike right now. True Rippers, they're not even pushing down C-Long either. They're staying together. They're in positions to support one another. They sort of coalesced into one mob here.
Did he appear on the minimap?
He must have. Ooh. Or did he?
Munchkin. Do you expect the second one here?
Last player standing.
Not quite. Good shot for Helef. Meteor. Alone 40 seconds. Doesn't even have the spike. I think you can call this round over.
Yeah, well and truly. Hit by the alarm bot as well. Meteor mainly just going rounds, triggering some utility, and making it as expensive as he can. It's been maxing the economy, sure, but now True Ripper's pushed down C. Now we maybe see Disrupts, if he's feeling confident, take that duel with Meteor as he backs over almost to his own spawn here. 15 seconds left, it's got to be a save.
Not gonna lie, I really see the
10 seconds left.
Indian level of play leveled up a lot since last year.
Yeah, we were here almost a year back on now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And, you know, the games were messy. It was, honestly, it was quite shaky Valorant, but
this is definitely not shaky.
A year of growth. What are they going to look like next year? Good Lord. You look at the ults as well. Munchkin, one away from the Viper Spit. Texture, one away from the Blade Storm. My worry with Munchkin is that he's had Viper on 3 maps now. We've seen him use the Viper Spit like once, maybe twice. It's a ult that he almost doesn't like using. With Stingers, though, being able to get it down in the afterplant, this could be the perfect circumstance. But they're running into one, well, very scary RU.
Yeah, it's a really important way to get back into this, especially given that they've invested minimal funds to the round.
Scout destroyed.
Can they get on site? I think that's the crucial part. 2 players on the short side. Deathmaker holding down the ground. Will look to go even further. Can they get to the flag on time? Oh, so clean with it! Spectacular finish! And Texture's left alone. He walks past the enemy lines, but left his team defenseless. And with that Prowler, they know of his exact position. 2 players waiting in the right position. And TR have got a 2-round lead over their Korean opponents.
And Deathmaker, those consistency troubles we brought up in the last map, they seem a thing of the past, Pavlos. The one solitary comfort Gen.G can take here is that this round was decided before the commitment of ults. So it's still 3 ults to 3 ults. RU and Lackey are both sort of inching towards that Nightfall and those Seekers. But for the time being, it's the lockdown usage that I really want to keep an eye on here, Pavlos. That's going to be so important when it comes to these retakes and these afterplants. Items which both teams have had their success with. Items which both teams so far have almost had pride in.
Ultimates all across the board here. And Gen.G required a breather.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they seem to go for these fairly early timeouts. I quite like it. It's worked for them in the past. It's done a good job for them. That being said, you know, on the other end of the spectrum, there's True Rippers who don't really time out until it's too late. But of course, True Rippers, they're playing without a coach. So, wait a second, Pavlos, they got this far without a coach. it like dawned on me halfway through that. What on earth? To think that this is just 5 guys who just showed up and went, yeah, you want to play a Valorant tournament? Yeah, I guess. We'll do the qualifier, hope for the best. Reckoning will probably win it, but, you know, we'll give them a run for their money. Here they are.
It's impressive. It really is impressive. Okay, I do want to also like give the benefit of the doubt for Gen.G. Obviously, this is the first official they played, you know, post getting the team together. right? So
but
the fact that they're, TR, the Indian representative, is taking down a team that is supposed to be playing in VCT next year is it's quite the feat.
It's mind-blowing.
Look, they haven't finished the job yet, right? But even if they don't manage to finish the job, what they've shown is impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Even we're at a stage now where even if Gen.G win this, and that's not decided by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Even if they win this, True Rippers have shown up and shown that they are a competitive team. Competitive with Pacific, not competitive within India. And for APAC standings, what on earth is this going to mean for Ascension next year as well?
Imagine what a run of an Indian team would look like in Ascension.
Deathmaker bricks up the op on the Killjoy. Now that is interesting, and I mean he's got a bit of an unorthodox position to hold, that being just in the open in mid, but it's allowed Disrupt to get so close for that early warning system.
Opted out of the fight early, not wanting to take the chance anymore, but the operator is there from Deathmaker. He just doesn't care. Easiest peak of his life.
I mean, Texture now has to try and follow that up, but even with the blades, even with that blade storm, trying to take on an operator at long range is so damn difficult. And, well, Gen.G, they want none of it. Setting their gaze back towards A. They do still have that Viper's Pit. They still have that lockdown, all readily available here with the close angles of TR towards Sewers.
Sewers exactly what TR be going for so far. It has to be expected, has to be anticipated. But again, are you winning out on all of these?
Oh my God!
The full line from Helef was a spectacular, and Disrupt secures the finish.
Disrupt, you animal, absolutely takes apart Gen.G. And just as we saw that showstopper hit a player who's already dead. Oh my word! And that right there isn't just. That is not just Disrupt playing well. That is not just Techno playing well. That is the stun from Helef. Instrumental in holding that position. Great stuff from TR. And I mean, for Gen.G, it's back to pistols. There's the odd Vandal out on Texture, but they still have that Viper's Pit, which has just not had the circumstances to be deployed.
Gen.G have really struggled to take that short control. They found it virtually impossible so far to gain this entire game.
Deathmaker, that operator on the close angle, sees the first cross. Easy. But it doesn't matter, Pavlos. He'll try Texture any day. Get Killjoy on an op. That's who'd think would win that, but hey, it's the Killjoy.
You know the Sentinel, we always have the Sentinel players that have moved into Chamber, and then Chamber fell out of a meta.
Yeah.
They never forget how to play the operator.
Yeah, it's just like riding a bike. And well, for TR, I mean, we spoke about how 10-2 was a rough half over on Ascent. I mean, there's a world here where TR trying to step up for a 9-3, just equally as painful. Great user usage once again, forcing the Viper out, sending Gen.G over to the C site, a position which TR, they've already telegrammed this, they already know what's happening here.
Oh, Munchkin going quite far forward, Prowler spotting him, respected by TR.
Spike planted.
Is it good enough? Techno's to the back of the site, I don't think they know. No one's looking at his position. This could be extremely influential to the round. Techno taking them down single-handedly, only running out of bullets by the end of it, but his team is there to close it all out. TR looking to get on the 7th round.
TR, they stare down Gen.G with a molten scorn, Pavlos. The operator on Deathmaker, it works out. The rest of the team, it works out. Everything clicks. The puzzle, it's been solved, and it's just a matter for TR now to continue this momentum. Techno dodges the Trailblazer from Lakia. The timing works beautifully from him, and look at this, able to find the third, out of ammo before the fourth, but even then, he had a chance. Gen.G, yes, they have an ult advantage going into this round, but these now no longer should win rounds. These are must-win rounds.
They really are. Gen.G, look a bit lost, man. Like that entire fight, nobody knew where everybody should look.
Yeah.
Clearly not have done enough of the cohesion work on these retakes. Then, yeah, still the off-season, but I guess when TR is able to punish that, it's definitely an eye opener. Techno finding one. Good enough for now. Texture aggressive even further and is able to solidify the deal by getting a couple of his own. Deathmaker does hit the shot, but it's a leg and not quite the closer. Therefore, Gen.G have got a real opportunity this round.
Oh, LF brings it down to a 2v2. The lockdown is deployed, and for the moment it looks like TR might want to fight through it. Instead, they back it off, they give the respect. Nightfall to buy a bit of extra space as well, as Munchkin is going to have to go for this plant as it goes off. But are you? Look at this wide flank. He's got, the Killjoy was hit by the Paranoia.
RU breaks it down so they at least know that there is someone behind them. Prowler sent their way. There's a lot of pressure onto Gen.G right now. But no, actually, it's actually on TR because the spike is planted.
Yeah.
And they know where both of the players are coming from.
Not much utility to work with either. We're going to see a very ambitious Haunts here. And a push down from the breach. Spot the first player, there's that Haunts. Now it's time for the fight.
Oh, Gen.G are playing this actually quite well. Not wanting to take the chance, they're just buying time. One on the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to seal the deal. Are you finding one?
Player
Helef
standing.
can't quite close it out. Diffuse halfway. And Are you is actually out of this world.
No charges.
RU is unreal, Pavlos. It's a sanguineous throne he stands upon, but it's a sodden sovereignty of nothing but death of Gen.G now. Oh my word. 8-3. Things go from bad to worse for Gen.G. Still holding on to that Viper's Pit. Seeker's available. Techno likewise holding on to that Cosmic Divide. But no one seems to have found a solution to the operator on the Killjoy. And even when they find that sniping Killjoy, they forget that RU happens to be a god at this game. Or a jod, as they say in India.
RU, insane amount of kills in the first map. Was all right on the second. Now, on the third, it was a bit quiet, but when he's needed, he shows up.
Rises to the occasion.
And when I talk about needed, he's actually the
of
this one. Plays trying at the back of the side, and expects to jump over him. But still, Disrupt changes the entire outcome of this round by pushing through a smoke. And the rest of TR are there to stop it all from happening. Meteor alone, with so many to deal with. And he's down in health, down in life, and TR close out the half, 9-3.
True Rippers are the true Rippers, reaping this first half of Haven. And for Gen.G, I mean, you're staring down the barrel of a very low pistol round win rate. You're staring down the barrel of being upset against True Rippers, a team which I imagine they may not have even heard of before this tournament. Oh my word.
True Rippers, more like True Reapers.
Yeah. And you can listen to how much it means to the home crowd as well.
Yeah. Gen.G.
Almost shell-shocked, I imagine, actually.
Yeah, need to get back on track.
Absolutely.
Mean, coming to this tournament, they were hoping to have like some high-flying results and get an opportunity to play against teams of other regions. And I think, you know, that last spot to be determined in the play-ins, I think that was something that a lot of the players, a lot of the teams were not accounting for. But now Gen.G finding resistance from places they did not believe. And True Reapers, they're really loving this one. Really enjoying it, playing in front of the home crowd and being ahead 9-3 at halftime, and now they still have the attacking side to play with.
Still with the attacking side to play with, you need to remember that for Gen.G, this is still a timeout of sorts. Going through halftime, your coach has a chance to talk to you, you have a chance to reset. And for Gen.G, they need that chance to reset. It's been a very lackluster map so far for them. And not really by them playing badly, it's been True Rippers just playing out of their minds, but you need someone to step up and counteract that.
TR aren't playing afraid, and I think that's the key point. They'll challenge Gen.G, they'll push through smokes, they don't care. Oh, what a shot by Texture.
It's the opening that's needed for Gen.G. 4v5, this is going to spring TR into hitting this A site. The Killjoy just going to back off, play for time here. However, TR, they can't fall into the same trap as Ascent. They need to get the spike down and soon.
They will. At least what TR's got going for them this one. The fact that they've got a spike down, area control. Guiding Light and Paranoia available for Gen.G on the retake though. Really instrumental for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Disrupt low on HP though. There's the execution, Pavlos. Against the foot.
On point. Lucky and Munchkin. Able to find a lot. Deathmaker holding on strong.
My God!
And by a matter of fraction, it's Karen that come out on top.
Good Lord, Pavlos. The stars aligned. It's by the skin of their teeth Gen.G are able to make it 4. But, good Lord, even when they're winning rounds, True Rippers really make them sweat for it, don't they?
They really do. And I felt like that should have been a really clean one from Gen.G, right? All the pieces connected. Paranoia on the site. There was a good push with the Guiding Light to, make anyone out in that long or held position to not be able to have any of their senses. But still, the Deathmaker, the only player that wasn't really too affected by any utility, came alive when he had to. Obviously, Gen.G win this round, but by golly, that was close.
That it was. Gen.G, though, this is their chance to claw their way back into this game. A lot of utility jumps on long very quickly. Lakia through the smoke, good for LF. And Gen.G, this is the setup that they needed. This is the confidence they needed to fall back into structured play on this defense, where they can play reactive to how TR are playing with a little bit more warning.
Yeah, there's a little bit less pressure on them, I think.
Yeah.
This time around.
Time to hunt. Scout destroy.
Like some teams are liking controlling the tempo, some others just allow their opponents to just make the mistakes and try and punish them. For now, TR insisting on the safe side. Paranoia actually waiting, and I think it could be a really strong one considering Lakia is there on the crossline to try and help out. It doesn't even come down to the Paranoia considering Karen gets a double kill. And the rest get picked up soon after as well. Flawless from Gen.G.
This is clean crossfire as any, and it means their economy is going to get a bit of a boost as well. Something which they may need, especially considering TR are going to bring out all of these rifles now. And even if they win this round, thankfully, because of that Flawless, Gen.G haven't got any financial worries, at least for the next couple of rounds. In terms of ult management, once again, we're not going to see anything. We've not seen any standout performances by individuals. So for True Rippers now, let's see if their defense, or their attack, sorry, can be just as good as that defense. Early control for C-Long.
Bomb grenade out.
Same tactic Gen.G ran on their attack. This time, though, a few extra players committed to it. It seems to just be a game of finding these ult wards, Pavlos.
TR. I think there's more pressure on this round, and I think than TR would have liked.
Something to mention as well is the swarm grenade from Deathmaker destroyed all of the utility on B there. It's really, really wise usage, and it means that they're just draining the almost assets that Gen.G have here.
They can cut.
They always have to keep the player busy to always have beat site down that information. And that's what Munchkin is doing at this moment in time. Oh, Techno willing to take the fight, disrupt as well, and he comes out on top. Meteor has to do it all inside the smoke. And he falls into the wrath of Techno. TR play this to a T, and they're taking over that C site to perfection.
Oh dear for Gen.G now. They need at least one pick to be able to get effectively back into this retake. The Prowler's going to allow a little bit more aggression. Dairon in through Garage is able to at least trade for one, but a 4 versus 2.
There.
Still not looking pretty for Gen.G, Pavlos.
TR patient within the smoke, player strong. Munchkin will be only good for one, but with 5 points of health and against 3 players, has to save this Guardian. TR looking to get themselves on a 10th round, having double the amount of score that Gen.G have.
David versus Goliath happens to be one of my favorite stories, Pavlos. I never thought I'd watch it in real time, in person, halfway across the planet, where some little David, known as True Rippers, happened to stand up against the Korean supergiants of Gen.G on Haven, 10-5. 3 rounds now separate them from victory. True
Rippers said, we're going to give our home crowd a show, and that's what they're doing. And That's what they are doing.
A show for the ages, Pavlos.
And as we enter round 16, there's a buy across the board. No ultimates, but it's a fight for them.
Alarm bot out.
It's got to be a tough old spot here for Gen.G, especially if they lose this round. The economy, yes, it was good from keeping those 5 players alive in the second, but that only goes so far. The ult management as well, Lakia 2 away from those Seekers, RU 2 away from the Nightfall. The tools really to keep an eye on here, especially those Seekers when it comes to those fast retakes. For Munchkin now, a duel in Garage, something which eluded Gen.G in the previous round. Maybe what decides the opening of this map here.
So he pushes into C-Long. Aaron might be caught off guard here, but the Paranoia comes out in time, and the TP to the back of the site is still available to him as an option. Munchkin needs to be careful. Great timing for him, turns his attention towards the site, but then it's Techno coming in from Garage that he needs to account for. Again, Karen finds himself into a corner, but it's not going to be good enough because Tier is there and ready. Lakia, only surviving player from the Gen.G side.
Spike planted.
Has seen all his teammates disappear in front of him. And has to do it alone in a 1v4?
True Rippers, they're here, they're there, they're everywhere. And for Gen.G, there is nowhere to hide.
For Lakia, winning this round is not an option, and losing this round is not an option. And yet again, it's an impossible feat.
If I'm Lakia, I actually look to try and get a pick here just to secure the ult. But even then, you know, you're risking losing the rifle, going into the next round where your economy just can't sustain it. For Lakia, it's just hide, latibulate, wait for the next round, and pray that True Rippers don't find this map, and now series points as fast as Gen.G were able to do so on Ascent.
Slowly but surely, TR racking up those numbers. Gen.G, definitely pressure on them here. But TR look comfortable, chill.
They look calm.
Near 0-0. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's almost wild to think that, considering the circumstances of this series. You look at the buy from Gen.G, it's not pretty by any stretch of the imagination. 2 Vandals and pistols to complement it. Chiron has the From the Shadows, but even then, what effectiveness is that going to have with just a Sheriff to back it up? Lakia with the Seekers, maybe something a bit more instrumental when it comes to those retakes, but if Lakia is the last one left alive, what good can they do?
Bring them down.
Timmy the turret waiting out on C. Only player Gen.G will need for that site for now as they do push towards mid. I think this is the first time we're seeing this.
It is.
Will it pay off?
True Rippers tried something in the previous half, and it works beautifully for them. Great rotation from Gen.G here to C. They're going to get there in the nick of time, but that might actually force True Rippers to re-clear mid.
Seekers thrown out. Soon they'll find the information that no one's around that A site area. Instead, Texture finds the opportunity to grab out an early kill. As quickly as that, it's a 4v5 in favor of the Korean side.
True Rippers potentially being a little bit too clever, a little bit too slow here. Techno is going to try and buy a bit of space now for the rest of the team.
30 seconds left.
Instead, True Rippers, 25 seconds left. They've set their gaze to this B site, but Pavlos, time is not on their side, especially to hit C here.
The third gap was actually worked out because now they can move into the C site. Timmy the turret is still available for Meteor. It's not going to be effective as Disrupt is out to the back of the site already. Karen deleted, and TR on track to win it. Texture doesn't want to allow them to have any space. Flash is really well timed, but RU is not going to let go of this. Texture stops him down, and Gen.G still in the fight.
They're still alive, they're still kicking, and whether it be kicking and screaming, Gen.G are going to make this map run the distance. It's going to run its full course, and well, for True Rippers, they have quite a bit of money in the bank. It's going to be a buy next round regardless, but they've proven mortal on their attack, and for Gen.G, this is going to be so effective for their confidence. It's a much needed round.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
So, Gen.G, just a little bit of life within them, just a little bit more oxygen in their lungs. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder available for the TR side. Is that going to be enough to put them on match point?
They were able to bring out the op as well for Texture, so there is going to be a little bit of oomph behind the Spy, especially with Tech now having to drop down to a Spectre. But that being said, True Rippers, they're going to try and challenge Lackey as the sole defender of this A site.
Gen.G. Not having a lot of players into this A site. And TR reading this quite well, slowly making their way in, and they haven't made their position known either.
This is beautiful for TR here. I mean, they've got such early control. It's going to be very hard to try and break their way out of here. LF going to allow Deathmaker to get to that spike plant. That's going to allow the lockdown, something which may even be used to just guarantee this round here. But look at the flank, Pavlos.
Techno, good first shot. Karen quickly to get back out. But there's a flank from Gen.G that could be instrumental. They've got the best player in the right position. Disrupto ends up dropping. Lockdown, as soon as that goes out, an opportunity created for Gen.G to move in, but instead, Deathmaker close by. Are they going to peek it inside? Guiding light is accurate. Meteor finding their shot. Helef, the only player from his team to get themselves some shots through. He's alone, but without any bullets, can't close the deal. Gen.G keep the record going.
Once again, in the retakes, Gen.G, they're able to overwhelm True Rippers, and feels like True Rippers tried to fight on too many fronts at once there, Pavlos. They had players peeking in sewers, they had players pushing to CT, they had players fighting Heaven from sight. It feels like if they channeled that aggression into one of those positions, they would have had much more success. But for True Rippers, it's down to an eco. This game is going to get much, much closer.
Turret out.
Much needed encouragement.
Placing swarm grenade.
And now to an 11-7. TR under pressure. Obviously, not the best weaponry, but they use the showstopper straight on the bat. Disrupt. No nonsense time. Wants to kill and upgrades to a Vandal.
They forced Gen.G straight off that site as well. All of a sudden, Gen.G have got to commit ults to this round. A round which, honestly, they may not have been expecting to. They back off, but the utility's still available for True Rippers here.
Lockdown. Gen.G want to secure this Munchkin finally kill by Techno. Very aggressive, but doesn't pay off. It's still a trade. Rolling Thunder to the side. Munchkin to the back of it. Is it planted for them? Yes, it is. They've got a smoke all over it. Gen.G can secure this. The stun is perfect, and Tech's just got the spray down as well. Gen.G silence the stage as they get themselves another round to close up the gap to 3 rounds of difference.
Inching closer and closer to TR now, Pavlos. I mean, what a way to start the tournament. This is a series for the ages. Something I imagine will be brought up regardless of either team's success over the next couple of months. I'm very, very interested now to see just how True Rippers are going to be able to recover what has now been a bit of momentum now, really going in favor of Gen.G. Tempo well within their control. Operators set up on texture well and truly at this point, and with the money behind them, True Rippers, they got to be careful about the most outcome of losing this round.
Texture lying in wait. Oh, accurate with the shot. Gen.G need that. TR, on the other hand, could have done without it.
Those orbs are going to be secured. And it looks like B site is going to be tested now for the first time in a while, with Deathmaker leading the cause here.
Not impossible. They just need space to work with, but Karen isn't giving them it.
Karen isn't giving them anything now. Deathmaker's got to be real careful here. From behind, True Rippers, who's being picked apart here, Pavlos.
They are, and it feels like this round is pretty much over at this point, are you? Just trying to see if you can find any more damage in this one. But its demise is inevitable. As Munchkin puts into his grave, and Gen.G close things up slowly but surely. It's no longer TR having a landslide victory situation. It's more of like an equal standing where if whatever team wins the next round, it would probably mean to momentum, meaning, you know, for TR, the victory of their game, and for Gen.G, crippling of TR's mental.
I feel like even if the conversation is brought up with them being on level standing, True Rippers, that's a victory. To be mentioned in the same sentence as a level, as an equal with Gen.G is a victory here. That being said, being better is going to taste even nicer as they set up once again, trying to get through Garage here. The money isn't great for True Rippers. For Gen.G, the rounds aren't great. So they approach the apoptosis of this map. Munchkin forced out of position. Garage control ascertained. True Rippers inching towards this C site, but 3 defenders to worry about here.
TR eager for the C site take. But silence their movement for now. Trying to see if Gen.G rotate away. Trailblazer clearing out Garage, spotting out a couple of players. So that will call for Gen.G to stick around. Exactly what TR would have liked.
45 seconds left now. Hella going to flash through. Here's the execution. Can it be shut down, Pavlos? It's looking messy.
It really is, but Gen.G are coming out on top. Are you closing the distance with that stinger? Is it going to be good enough? Mitra into the middle of the site is able to deal with them, holding his ground, and Gen.G only a single round away from finding the equalizer.
This is going to be heartbreaking for True Rippers if they come this far to get to 11 on map 3 and then not be able to close it out. That operator on Texture, that positioning from Munchkin, 2 positions, 2 items which True Rippers have not been able to beat. Timeout called. I can't think of a better moment for it. Ults available, that Nightfall and that Cosmic Divide for RU and TEC, no, matched by the From the Shadows and Viper's Pit on Munchkin and Karen. But for True Rippers, this is a big but. There is money for a buy, but nothing past that investment.
This is a tough one, right? What call do you make? What decision do you take? And especially after TR have won so many rounds prior to this, and now find themselves in a bit of a drought. Sort of gets in your head a bit, right? Gen.G, do they have our number? Have they got us figured out? What is wrong with the situation? How do we tackle this one? They know they're really close to this, right? A lot of teams struggle at closing out maps because they overcomplicate things, because they get into their own heads.
Even just fighting 12, even guaranteeing overtime will be enough here for True Rippers. Getting to overtime would be enough here. But for Gen.G, this has been an indomitable latter stage of the second half. Once everything clicked, once they found their groove, they've looked unstoppable. True Rippers, hopefully this timeout will be enough to stop it.
Struck with first blood, Texture. Counteracting it.
Flash out!
TR for a second thought they were going to go for an aggro play, but no. Freeze.
Blocking vision.
In these situations, Gen.G have been really good at reading what TR is getting up to. And this time is no different.
No different at all, actually. And for Gen.G, there's a heavy rotation towards this A site. True Rippers, they've pulled a lot of players away. And actually, C site, the undefended site, I think that was a ping for a Cosmic Divide as well to really start getting aggressive and to get on the site as soon as possible.
TR, perfect case scenario. Given there's no one here, no one to trade, then they can play with the spike advantage.
There, take them!
That's exactly what they want. And you know what? The Siege wasn't even used. Still available for later.
30 seconds
making
left.
this post-spawn even more fathomable for TR.
Muscled onto the site now.
You are divided!
The lurking Deathmaker is going to be so important here.
Cosmic Divide played out. Techno playing aggressively, but they might be falling into the trap of Deathmaker. Texture trading it all back, and we're in to a duel to decide the fate of this game, perhaps. Helef alone against Texture, but it's Texture on the hot seat, and he's got no idea. Helef is behind him. Missed shot, missed opportunity. Helaf gives it another go. Into the sideline, stun available for him. Swings out, and it's Texture that comes out on top. Equilibrium to be found, an 11 round per side. And Gen.G close the gap in its entirety.
11-11, Pavlos and TR. I mean, that was their round to win. That was their round to take. Deathmaker pulled out utility at maybe the wrong time, but it's very, very, very minimal changes now, which separate the two of these sides. Gen.G, 3 ults to play with. True Rippers not even able to arm themselves properly now, as Gen.G look to hit map and series point, Pavlos.
And they've got the perfect amount of utility to do it with, right? So much at their disposal. TR, got to change the pace, they've got to make it quick, got to make it fast. The slower they are, the quicker Gen.G are to rotate.
Well, they are here, and well, for Gen.G, it is only Lakia and Meteor, 2 very separated positions to try and hold this here. Until the point, Vipers almost spammed through it, however, disrupted by push from Texture, good for another. Is he traded out? No, he's not!
Gen.G come out on top just like that, quickly taking TR, blink and you miss it. Gen.G are in the lead.
Oh my word, Pavlos. Oh my word. This has been a hell of a comeback from Gen.G to go what was almost 10-3 down. Something that most teams wouldn't even be able to consider themselves to have merit in that round. But no, Gen.G, map and series points, True Rippers up against it. Yes, they're able to arm themselves, but with Disrupt, not quite able to use that showstopper. Deathmaker one away from that lockdown, and it's a fast round now. Through a long. Karen on the close angle. Is he spotted? No, he's not.
Gen.G, they equally trade. Karen valiantly holds on to that long side. But yet again, 2v2. And TR left to make a decision. They've been really choosing the C and A site. The B has never been an option.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to be C, or A, sorry, once again. Techno, is he hoping for a timing here on Meteor? I mean, with both players going sewers, look where the Killjoy utility is as well. They're going to be able to get onto this A site undetected, especially if Meteor is unable to flank back through sewers.
And if they do end up planting on that A site, do they expect someone to be coming right where they came from a second ago? If Meteor moves into the short side, the thing is, he's walked all the way past them, he's switched up positions, and the longer he just falls back from it.
And now it's been read, it's been anticipated.
And he rolls all the way back with Techno looking at behind, he can hear the footsteps, and he's right behind Meteor, and it's exactly what TR needed. Techno does his due diligence and checks behind him. Texture, all that is required. Gravity Well awaiting. As soon as Texture touches the spike, he does so, and it's enabled. And what TR do is group their players together. 2v1. Can they split things up?
The discipline, Pavlos.
Texture, tap again. Not going to stick it. Swing out. It's a long swing from Techno to do it. Overtime achieved. 12-12. It's anyone's game.
Pavlos. Oh my God. Map 3 in our first series. Welcome to Convergence, and welcome to what may be the upset of APAC.
And what TR is saying, welcome to India.
Yeah, welcome. It's not just India, welcome to Bangalore. And I mean, look at this. Just the discipline there. The confidence to not even peek once that spike was tapped. Oh my word. And now it's level pegging. It's equal economy for both teams. Both teams with success on their CT, on their defensive side. Let's see if Gen.G are going to be able to be the first ones to almost break that mold.
2 consecutive rounds. That's all they need. Gen.G was the team that had the momentum their way most recently, but
recalling my bot.
for the final round,
coming back.
Going to the TR side, that momentum can quickly swift in their way. There's a bit of a pause in play, allowing the teams to think, how is this going to be approached? How is this going to be played out? There's no worrying about money now. It's all Equal playing ground on overtime.
Oh my, Pavlos. I mean, for True Rippers, you heard how loud the crowd was when they were able to get to overtime. Imagine how loud they're going to be if they win this.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Let's see, Gen.G setting their gaze towards this Suez control and this mid control, two positions which eluded them throughout this first map.
It's tracked down to 50 points of health.
That's a nice opening for True Rippers. Gets the early chip damage.
Softening them up for later.
Yeah, tenderizing them, some would say. He'll use by that Sky though, is going to top him back up. Deathmaker going to be joined by the Breach. Are they going to be in time to control Suez here? The Breach is going to have to make a bit of a run instead. Blinding towards the corner of sight here. Flash to buy even more time.
A little bit preemptive with the flash. Won't be affecting them in the end. Texture finding himself high ground and goes all the way down to short. Deathmaker holding his ground yet again. That Suez position being so strong for this Indian side. Gen.G though, want to turn it all right back around. But RU's approached, he's here, he's there, ready for the fight. And still in a 2v3, TR definitely have a chance. Gen.G, not so comfortable to get the spike down just yet. They tap it, they try to stick it, and they're successful in keeping it down. Munchkin from a further angle, delivering. And just like that, even though Techno gets one down with him, it's Gen.G that find the lead.
13 to 12 now, True Rippers make or break. Can they stay alive? Can they force us to double overtime, Pavlos? Can they restore, ignite the fire in the hearts of Indian Valorant fans? We'll have to see in just a moment. Texture.
That fire has definitely already been ignited.
It's going to be set ablaze, especially if they win this. Texture goes for the glass cannon operator. It's a brave decision, but it's a weapon that has brought so much success to Gen.G over the course of that second half. For True Rippers now, let's see, set up once again. Heavy commitment towards C, towards that aforementioned operator.
Meter with the opener. This spells trouble for TR. They don't respond well off of number deficits. And this time Gen.G is on the stronger defense side. Texture doing really well to keep numbers in Gen.G's favor. And the Indian fans in horror looking at this match saying we got so close and this might all be over. Gen.G, all they have to do is play it slow, play it safe. 13 to 12. And this all could be over in a matter of a minute. Deathmaker looking to close up the gap. He's got to make the magic work. Shot from Lakia. It's successful. Deathmaker on sight. Meets demise. And even though they got close, TR won't be able to close it out. It's Gen.G instead that grabbed the first win of Convergence.
It was by no means pretty. It was by no means easy. But Gen.G, they emerged victorious. The Korean kids show us how you play Valorant, and well, True Rippers, that was an incredible performance by all means. That was a victory from both teams there, at least as close to one as you can get. And well, for Gen.G now, you look to us, you look towards playoffs, and you pray you can get out of this group. True Rippers were able to make them sweat this much. Imagine what NG are going to do.
Definitely a wake-up call here for Gen.G. It's definitely a lot more of a competitive field than they anticipated, and even the teams that you thought that you could count out are pucking punches. Now, they did manage to bring up the comeback in the end, right? They realized the mistakes, they were able to capitalize on the background.
Yeah. And once Texture had that operator, it felt like that was the missing piece for Gen.G there. But it took so long to get that operator out. It took so long to find that winning formula. That's a window of time which many teams just aren't going to give you.
What a game. What a series. And
what a series.
For TR, they've got to be happy about that one. But for now, we're going to have to throw it over to our host, Tash. I believe she's got an interview ready for all of you lovely people.
Casters. I was. Not to host, I don't know.
I've heard 3 different things. But
we'll see in a moment.
We'll see in a minute.
We'll see in a moment. See who it goes to. That was us.
It was us.
There we go.
There was us. All right. Okay. Okay, let's talk about TR here, because I think it was already quite obvious that they were punching above their weight.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it didn't look like it on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. And it felt like a lot of TR's success came off the back of momentum. Their pistol rounds were immaculate, and so that meant they always had that starting point for tempo, and everything just came naturally after that. It feels like once Gen.G were able to utilize their timeouts, and Gen.G's timeouts have been amazing this whole series. They go for a timeout, they break that momentum. TR found it really hard to re-establish themselves and to find their footing again once Gen.G were already set up with that operator, with those rifles.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be, a big discrepancy in performance, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, TR were really good in those pistols, but when it came to, money rounds, Gen.G were superior, and I think that's where it paid off in the end. At the end of the day, there's more rifle rounds in a series, and therefore, you kind of see that falling in favor of Gen.G. It's not that simple, but in Haven, at the final map, it definitely seemed that way.
Yeah, that is as close as the game's going to get, Pavlos. I'm so impressed with True Rippers, honestly. And, at the start of the day when you said, oh, we're even going to see a third map, Pavlos, that's what you get for not believing, son.
You're right.
That's what you get.
That's karma. That's karma right there.
Absolutely.
And it's also a caster's curse, if you will.
Yeah,
Curse.
absolutely.
I do believe there is an interview ready. I believe Lakia is going to be interviewed by Tash Bunny, so stick around for that. Whether you're online watching the stream or you're in the venue. But yeah, throwing over to the host. See you in a bit for the next game.
Or are we?
I guess not.
It's 10. There we go. Okay.
All right.
We'll add you over now then to the amazing Task Bunny.
What a great start to the opening match, toe-to-toe, the hometown heroes against one of APAC's finest, Gen.G. On stage with me, I have Gen.G Lakia, just back here on the big stage, coming in from Ascension. First of all, I would just want to ask you, how are you feeling right now after that match?
일단 좀 높은 무대로 올라와서 좋은 것도 있고요. 그런데 오늘 조금 잘 못한 것 같아서 저한테는 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 역시 상대 팀들이 전부 다 잘한다고 느껴서 더 열심히 준비해야 될 것 같고 오늘 그래도 우리 팀들에게 다 잘해줘가지고 고맙다고 느끼고 있어요.
So I'm happy to be back on the big stage. But I'm a little bit disappointed with my performance today. And I realized once again that every team at this event is very, very good. And we have to take every team, prep for every team very much. And I want to say thanks to all my teammates who played very well for me today.
All right, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about your performance today. So were you expecting to go toe-to-toe to True Rippers? What was the vibe like coming onto the stage today? Were you expecting a 2-0, 2-1? Can you share that with me?
일단 저희가 잘한다고 생각했기 때문에 저희는 무조건 2대0으로 우리끼리 잘하니까 올라가자 이렇게 생각을 했었고요. 그런데 이제 상대팀이 너무 또 잘하는 선수들이 잘 해줬고 그리고 저희가 조금 실수를 많이 해가지고 결국에 이렇게 어려운 스코어가 된 것 같아요.
Honestly, I thought we were a very good team. So I expected a 2-0 coming into the match today, but our opponents played very well and gave us a really tough time, and the score became very, very close. And yeah, I think that's how it went.
All right, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about your team restructure. You guys have a massive restructure. I think pretty much everyone except Meteor just came into the team. What's the vibe like for the team? What's the chemistry like? Can you share that?
일단 저희 팀 내 분위기는 말로 설명할 수 없을 정도로 선수들 5명 감코진까지 서로 전부 다 친하고 좋고요. 저희가 여행도 많이 서로 갔다 오고 게임도 다 잘하고 피드백도 확실하고 저희 팀의 지금 현재 분위기상으로 문제되는 건 단 하나도 없다고 생각합니다.
In terms of team atmosphere, I think we have zero issues in the team. I think we're all very close, including our coach. We went on a couple of trips together separately as well. So in terms of team atmosphere, everything is flawless.
Thank you very much. Everything is flawless. I hope you guys have a good run and an enjoyable time here at Convergence. And for now, to break down that game earlier, we're going to be going to the Analyst. But before that, I think we have a lot of things going on. After this, we have another big Indian team coming on the stage. So without further ado, our Analyst to the stage. Let's talk a little bit about the game just now.
And there we have it, an overtime map to get us the decider to see who is the first victor here at Convergence. And I just want to point it out again, the 9-3 curse has happened here, folks.
Well, I mean, yeah, 9-3 curse is of course something that, has been infamous across South Asia for quite some time. A lot of teams have, witnessed the better and also the worst end of both. Unfortunately today, True Rippers, they had multiple chances when they were up by 11-5, 11-4 at point as well. They had multiple chances to finish this game off. They've done so much in terms of, being able to manage that turbulence that, Gen.G threw at them in Ascent. And coming into Haven, they seemed a lot more sharper, a lot more confident. Their playstyle improved, they adapted well. They were able to make sure that their patience had a bit of controlled aggression with it as well.
Yeah, I just want to start it off as well. The very first pistol rounds, straight in towards the B side, a 5 versus 5 retake, and the spike gets diffused in a 5 versus 4. Like, that to me is just a jaw-dropping moment, and the crowd goes wild as well with that one. I don't think anyone would have expected that is the way that we started on off.
True.
But then, you get to a 3-2, right? And you're thinking, okay, Gen.G, they're on their attacking side. They're thinking, yeah, this is looking good for us now. We had a bit of a mishap in the pistol round, but our trajectory is still looking pretty good. Things are flowing. No, 9-3, everything starts going in the way of True Rippers. And I thought at that point in time, True Rippers were doing what they needed to do, changing up momentum, changing up plays, just going aggressive, going passive. I want to say that caught Gen.G off guard a lot. And I think that there was something at the halftime that just had to be switched for them, and they found it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, going into the second half, 9-3, the crowd was, rumbling for their team. But I think that the one thing that actually caught them off guard was this something that I've actually seen from True Rippers before as well, right? The minute they reached that round number 11, there's a bug that kind of bites them. I'm not quite sure what happens, but they kind of feel a little, off the road. They don't really have the same, I would say, momentum, even though they won the rounds prior to that. They somehow end up, okay, we're just a step away, right? We're a step away from at least sealing 1 foot in the door, and we could have potentially been ahead in terms of at least pressure, right? They could have put a huge amount of pressure. But one round that was required just keep slipping away, especially that one round that I remember, Texture's clutch against Helaf 1v1, C sights. That was a heartbreak for everybody because I'm sitting in the crowd, right? And the minute he fired those first 2 bullets and it missed him, the gasp in the crowd was heartbreaking.
And those are the heated moments, right? Those are the moments that you can't afford to make these mistakes. These are the ones that, can define some nerves. They can showcase, some nerves. And I think at that point in time, Helaf, it did get the better of him. He thought he was in for the kill. He completely bamboozled Texture and where he was playing around the site. Texture had, probably 99.9% chance, sure, that he was going to be down long, but it just didn't work out that way. Kind of questionable what was going in towards this map for agent lineups. For Gen.G as well. We expected Texture to be bringing either the Jet or the Rays in here, but I want to highlight actually Munchkin on the Viper, the amount of lineups and changes coming out through with the Toxic Screen, with the Poison Orbs as well, but the conditioning effect that he was trying to do as well. It's kind of becoming a little bit more common when you bring out a Viper on this map as well. Cutting off the A-Link side of B side down through the sewers. You see a lot of teams putting a bunch of util to peek through the sewers, the screen down sewers to go down through long. And I think the big brain just on repetition on that from Munchkin was just the fact that they had to keep someone at the A side of the map. And True Rippers, they put Aryu there.
Yeah.
He actually did quite well when the heat came over to him at the A side. So I want to give a little bit of a credit to Aryu for that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Aryu, he came into this being a little bit more, versatile for his team. Of course, he picked up the Fade this time, which is not something that we saw previously from True Rippers in the long time that they played Haven, forgive me. So having a look at the scoreboard as we do get into it, I do want to point out the fact that Aryu has potentially been the most important player for True Rippers in this entire series. He might not have gotten as much frags in comparison to the rest of his teammates, but we could see the impact that this guy brings. The first game, he started off the series on Lotus, first half, 20 kills, and nobody was expecting that, right? But Aryu stepped up to the plate like it was nothing. And then, of course, we came to Gen.G, where they went ahead and took Ascent with a complete difference of momentum.
Yeah, and I mean, carried on essentially through this one, right? Munchkin at the top, at least in the MVP department, but Texture up there in the fragging department, 23 at the top of the server. Karen getting involved in a lot of these rounds as well, getting the kills up there. That's got to give confidence moving forward in this event. But I want to flip it over to Deathmaker, and that's who I want to put on a pedestal right now. We talked about it earlier, that there's changes going into True Ripper's roster, right? He was on the Duelist for a couple of the previous maps, some slow starts, some pickups towards the later stages, but onto this map, in towards what was feeling to be a shift in direction for True Rippers, having Deathmaker go on towards this Killjoy. This is what feels like a better flow for him. And I think the team just needed a little bit more of an edge to either assist him and put him in the spotlight there to carry on forward, or they themselves just needed a little bit of something extra to get them over the line. Because from a 9-3, you get to that 11th round, and 7 go Gen.G's way, and then gets brought into an overtime. I mean, these are the scenarios that you can't afford yourself to be seeing in an event like this.
Absolutely, you need to break that momentum. You need a round that can, possibly tell Gen.G we can't continue doing what we're doing, right? And whilst we saw in the first half that, there was a bit of a fight in the first bit, right, where the rounds were exchanged. Gen.G started off really well. They got 3 rounds as well, right? And then True Rippers, they found their momentum. They picked up their couple of rounds, right? And the one round that I really think that, kind of changed the game in the first half was round number 6 and 8, where Gen.G were the last couple of dying seconds of the round, trying to take the C site, and the breach ult from Helif completely stopped him in Garage. And they went back and disrupt. That's where he started his 4K streaks, right? 4K, 4K, 3K. And then one more was when in round 8, they took that A site Gen.G, the read from True Rippers, brilliant, and Deathmaker right there was the holding wall to stop them.
Yeah, and Aryu as well in that specific round. Really good fade util to just keep them all entrapped around the side as well. The C's getting some good usage, the Prowler revealing a lot as well. And it actually forced Gen.G to bring a timeout after that round. So I think that is a real crucial turning point for them. And before that, the 4K from Disrupt as well to kick off essentially the remainder of the first half. But Deathmaker over to True Rippers, changing up the role here from the Duelist to the Killjoy. Grabbing themselves, I guess, a little bit of a consolation prize at the end of the day for this one, because this is, their series done for the day. We'll see them against their next opponents throughout the course of the next 2 days. But for their opponents that they will eventually play against, there's now a lot more substance that goes into that series because they've seen what True Rippers have come out with. I think there needs to be a little bit more respect given to True Rippers now as well, because they did push Gen.G here.
Yeah, pushed them to the wire.
The limit.
Actually farther than anybody would have expected them, right? Picked off a map, came up to overtime, almost won the series as well. It could have been in any moment of those last 6-7 rounds, but unfortunately, True Rippers have to now deal with the consequences of their own efforts. Now they go up against Foot in the next game that they're going to be playing. That is going to be tomorrow. And that's going to be even more of a challenge because they have quite the more experience of playing on these international stages a lot more. So I am expecting True Rippers, Foot, to come in with a lot more preparation than they were probably expecting, because if they're watching, if they have watched this match, and I'm pretty sure they will know that True Rippers are not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, I mean, I'll swing it the other way for Gen.G. I think that they're going to have to put in a little bit more research coming in towards the next series of their own as well. You know, they've figured out here what works. I think it's important for Karen that last map was a really good showing for him as well, getting into the mix, getting a lot more work done on the scoreboard as well, because you look at the previous 2 maps and it's a new role for him coming into this new team as well. First time in this kind of environment, so to be able to now have that experience going into the next series, I think that's going to be really important. And just for Gen.G as a whole, now they have got this series done and dusted, they can kind of forget about it going into the next series to put their focus on getting the top of this group to get to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're having a look at Gen.G's main man here, Texture, he started off pretty slow, of course, on game 1, 13 kills for him, but then the pickup instantly after on Ascent and this, of course, last map of Haven has been brilliant. He did have quite the impact on Ascent, and I think that's where his team kind of picked up on his own momentum. He kind of shifted the energy for them, and if you, I mean, just the ridiculous first blood percentage for the second map, 31%, he was absolutely balling there, but in the final game, he needed his team to step up a little bit more because True Rippers were running away with it, and that's where Munchkin's Viper finally had a lot of value.
Yeah, and just the setups as well coming in towards that last map for Gen.G, able to put Texture on a bit of a pedestal, let him dance around with that operator, making sure that those lines are held. You know, you look to those rounds where it's a pretty dry seaside run to come through from True Rippers. All he's doing is posting up, getting a kill, getting a second one as well, and you're shutting down the main force. You know, when you're taking out Aryu, for example, as the second player over at C Long, you're putting it into a 5v3. Round's essentially done, and in that moment as well, the map is nearly done there and then, because Gen.G are finding all the momentum. There's no way to shut down Texture at that point in time. He's just got contingency plans with his teammates bailing him out as well. So when you're looking for a player to put up for your roster, more often than not it's a duelist, and Gen.G did quite phenomenally to put Texture in the spotlight in those scenarios.
Absolutely, and you know, it's a good thing for them. You know, they kind of have shown that they can move with the flow and adapt to their opponent, and that's what they've done in this game as well. They came into this, like Lakia said as well, right? They came into this expecting a 2-0 because they thought they were a pretty, you know, good team, and yes, they are a good team on paper, clearly. But the minute they stepped foot onto that stage, they absolutely came into this game and tossed Gen.G aside, right? So True Rippers, they made sure that they made them feel the gravity of this location, of their hometown. Just to mention, ladies and gentlemen, I think T-Bone and Zeref, the two, we've got 2 creators who are they playing? Okay, they're playing around here. I'm pretty sure they're going to be in one of the stalls here. So if you want to, they're going to play a community tournament. So if you're going to go and meet them, play against them, T-Bone and Zeref are going to be playing around the venue. So if you're here, go ahead, meet your favorite creators. But talking about the game again, I am a little bit excited for what's about to come.
Yeah, I mean, the next series is going to be a good one as well. For the teams that we've just had here, Gen.G and TR, I think it's time for them to have a little bit of a relaxation time, have reflection onto the series as well. For Gen.G, you know, full focus onto the next opponents. The same can be said for True Rippers. When we get into those next series as well, you know, there's always going to be a possibility of a tiebreaker if everyone can get a victory, because now that we've seen from True Rippers, I'm not going to completely deny the fact that we could get a tiebreaker scenario and then it gets a little bit closer, so that would be a really interesting thing. I mean, both groups with the caliber of teams and players that we've got here, that's going to be a very possible thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of research to be done from these teams, a lot of good moments from a bunch of these players as well, you know, highlights and everything that you can look back onto quite favorably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, these teams now are going to go back, get some good rest, and, you know, figure out how are they going to go ahead with their next game, because True Rippers, this is do or die. They're going to have to hope that Gen.G lose to foot and they are able to beat them, because then that's the only possibility they're going to be able to actually step foot into having a chance at fighting for the grand final.
Yeah, and absolutely, that grand final is what everybody is looking forward to. But coming up next, of course, we've got another series for the day. We're not done just yet. Global Esports, I think that is going to get the eye of the crowd here in India, taking on Team Vitality. So make sure if you want to check that out, you don't go too far away.
I don't think we're going far away at all.
I don't think we're going far away at all, no.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. All right, yeah, but of course, Global and Vitality, two big names, of course, two histories involved, of course, and two brand new rosters, right? So a team that's come up with fresh off the slate again, same like Gen.G, Lightning Fast the only one that stayed by, and Vitality have gotten a little bit more firepower, you would say.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a little bit too in towards the next series, so before we get to that, we have to go over to a break. So this time, for real, don't go too far.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time.
타격대를 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 카론이라고 하고요. 젠지 발로란트에서 연막을 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 활동하고 있는 메테오 김태호라고 합니다.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager/interpreter for the Gen.G Valorant team.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 타격대를 맡고 있는 텍스처 김나라입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트에서 활동하고 있는 라키하고요. 역할은 이니시에이터 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 코치를 맡고 있는 HSK라고 합니다.
라키예요. 그만 치킨. 오. HSK. 카론.
HSK.
이거 플레이어 아니야? 그러니까.
플레이어.
아니 근데 감독 공격하기 있어?
오케이. 라키야.
확실하긴 해.
저는 일단 인도는 처음이긴 하지만 이제 날라올 때 너무 걱정이 됐는데 오래 걸려서 근데 막상 도착하니까 되게 뭐라 해야 되지? 되게 이뻐서 네, 되게 좋았어요.
I was a little bit worried because the flight was super long, but when I actually arrived, I thought everything looked super nice, so I really liked that.
인도에서 코끼리 한번 보고 싶어요.
I do want to see an elephant.
타지마할.
Maybe not Taj Mahal, but
너무 멀어서 난 그냥 카레.
나도 카레. 카레.
So curry.
저는 일단 무조건 푸시긴 해요. 왜냐면은 푸다 진짜 2번 지긴 했어요. 이젠 이겨야 돼요. 이제는.
For me, it's absolutely FUT Esports because I played them before and I lost to them twice. So this time I do want to win. Revenge.
Yeah. 저도 일단 풋인 것 같은 게 대회에서 일단 감명 깊게 받고 이 무엇보다 그 가끔 나오는 미친 샷 그런 게 너무 잘 봤어서 그게 기대가 가장 잘 됩니다.
For me, it's FUT as well because when I watched them play on stage, play on stream, like I think they played super well. I noticed that some of their players can have absolutely insane aim at times, so I'm looking forward to playing against them.
저는 오히려 G나 바이탈리티. 왜냐면 이번에 리빌딩 끝나고 데이터가 아무것도 없어요. 왜냐면 다 처음 하는 경기이기 때문에 그래가지고 정말.
그리고 여기 앞에서 밥 먹는데.
For me, it's G or Vitality because after their rebuild, for both teams, neither team has played in an official yet, so we have no data on them. So it'll be exciting to see how they perform on stage.
세 가지.
세 개요?
그래서 빡센 거야.
단어 세 개? 세 개였구나.
저부터 하자면 전 이제 침착함 그리고 공격적이고 그리고 클러치.
For me, I'd say calm, aggressive, and clutch.
저는 팀워크랑 침착함이랑 스마트.
For me, it's teamwork, calm, and smart.
너는 그거 일부러 침착한 3개.
공격적, 변수, 침착함.
For me, it'd be like aggressive and unexpected plays and calm.
Has been absolutely epic, right? For many reasons. Epic tournament, epic matches in Valorant, an epic stage, and even an even better and even more epic Indian crowd.
I mean, we have an epic first game as well, so this is quite a high bar to clear for Global Esports and Vitality. I personally can't wait for this one, Pavlos. I think it's going to be a hell of a match. I mean, the entirety of Convergence, we've got good games lined up pretty much for the whole week, haven't we?
We absolutely do, we absolutely do. For everybody at home watching, this is a 4-day endeavor, right? We'll be going up until Sunday with epic matches. Up until Saturday, it's all group stages, right? All of the teams trying to play up against each other in their own group, and the victor of each group going into the finals. So I hope you guys are here to enjoy the show. Hope you guys have fun while doing so, and if you do, make sure you let us know on all of the socials, etc. At Convergence, for TEC, for Riot. Just let us know. We'd love to hear more from you. But as you said, Kremer, we've got an awesome match in hand, right?
That we do.
We've got an epic matchup. Now, the Indian crowd was already quite proud of their one Indian team, but now we've got another Indian representative. And this one plays in VCT as well. It's going to be Global playing against a super team of Vitality from Europe.
Yeah, and Global Esports, of course, have been the poster boys when it comes to Indian Valorant. So I'm really looking forward to seeing both what the crowd can bring for them and also what they're going to be able to bring in the server. Of course, it's a very new roster. I imagine we'll get into that in a bit. And I think given that, we've seen what new rosters can do. Gen.G, very competitive game against true Rippers. So maybe the Indian Valorant team shouldn't be underestimated.
It feels like it's a matter of how much prep they've had up until this point, right? How many fundamentals have they been able to solidify? And it seemed like Gen.G might not have had that much time, but they did grab the win in the end, and sometimes that's all that matters.
It is. Let's hear it from our host, though. I believe Tashbani is going to introduce us.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the stage. We have seen an epic explosive opening here with 3 mapper with overtime between 2 Rippers and Gen.G. And now we go to the second. Another Indian team, the pride of India, is ready to take the stage alongside a team all the way from Europe. Before we go to that, let's introduce our contenders. But before we go do that, guys, if you guys haven't, please do tag us on your social medias. If you guys are watching, or if you guys are here as well on ground, do check us out. We have a team deathmatch area set up for you guys as well, so meet and greet with some Indian influencers for us. But as we go into our second match of the day, we have India's finest with us here. Everyone, give a round of applause for Global Esports. The crowd is going wild. The fans of Global Esports are going completely bonkers. And with that, we do have another big team coming. The big contenders all the way from Europe. Renewed, refreshed, and revitalized. Let's welcome Team Vitality! And there you have it, guys. The best of India as well as the best of Europe up on stage. Everyone is looking forward to this particular matchup. The story now begins to see which team comes up on top. let's hand it over to our analysts to see the story, and let's see how it goes in the end.
Definitely well put there, Tash. Definitely well put. And what an entrance from both of these teams, Vitality and GE. Vitality on the one hand, you know, both of them restructured, obviously, but Vitality seems like one of those teams that is probably one of the favorites to take the entire thing. GE, a little bit on the weaker side, given they're not on their full strength, Benkai not being here.
That's true, but I mean, as we said earlier, even though Benkai isn't here, Skills replacing him. Skills has been a sixth player for the roster for a good while now. He's been under both the coaches for a while as well, so he's already molded to the playstyle that's required. He's already got familiarity with the rest of his teammates. It's not like they found a random guy who was available and then pulled him in. So,
yeah, you know, we found this guy on the street. Apparently he said he's gold. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, can anyone here play Valorant?
Does anybody here play Valorant?
No, that's how they found Skills. There you go. So, believe we have a head-to-head though.
It's restructuring, right? And we talked about restructuring all across the board, all across the event. We saw the fact that Gen.G had a little bit of difficulty adapting. By the end of it, they got it all together. Let's hope that these two teams are able to get guns blazing into the matchup as quick as possible. It's Global Esports versus Vitality. And it couldn't be a better match. I couldn't ask for a better matchup to close out this day.
Yeah, I mean, we thought the first game was going to be the quiet one. So, I mean, the fact that we're ending on Global Esports Vitality, both Indian teams get some game time today. Vitality, again, I think your favorite to win the whole tournament is going to be playing as well. I'd like to start with Vitality. I think that, bearing in mind that this is still a very new roster, I believe it's been about 6 months since their last official. So I'm kind of curious to see how that will pan out.
They didn't play LCQ, so the last time they played was stage 2 of... well, stage 2, there's only one stage. Since this regular season of VCT.
And I would go as far as to say, I mean, we saw Gen.G, they've got a while without playing, and I mean, I would argue it took them a while to get comfortable just on a game of Valorant.
Yeah, it does. But I guess this restructuring gets us starting to think, okay, who were able to find the best in the offseason? Because on the one hand, okay, we talked about a little bit about Vitality, we touched on it. We can touch a little bit on Global Esports as well in regards that they 100% changed mentality on how they're going to pick it up. So having a look at what the Global Esports team looks like, if you compared it to the decision-making earlier in the season, in the previous season, it was all duelists. This time around, it's all flex players.
Yeah, why not? They've gone for the switch. They've gone for the switcheroo. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform here. Of course, take a look at the roster. Skills, Lightning Fast, Russ, Polvi, and Blazer King. Now, Russ and Polvi are two players who we've seen quite a bit of over in our region, back home in EMEA. Of course, Russ previously with Guild, Polvi, who's essentially played on every Valorant East United team there is. It's nice to see both of them finally getting an opportunity.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, everybody's been looking at these players, kind of considering when are they going to make the step up to Tier 1. There's a lot of talent in EMEA. So I'm glad they found some space in Global, right? And for Russ, this is his second home, right?
Yeah,
he's a dual nationalities player, so able to now play in India is probably that is something that he really looks forward to.
Absolutely, and I imagine it's a dream come true for him. Of course, we've got to take a look at their opponents. And of course, their opponents have a pretty good roster as they're in. As you can hear, the GE fans behind us already making quite a lot of noise. So I can only imagine what they're going to be like in game. But if you're Vitality, right, remember, you've also got a new roster. You've got a young roster. So you're going to be listening to this crowd, and you're going to have to think, how do you usurp that? How do you beat that?
And that's going to be a difference from them, right? Because on the AMA stage, they're so used to the Golden Hornets, just shouting out their names, la 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 la, Vitali. They don't have that anymore. No, everybody in this arena is going to be shouting for GE. And
fighting,
you know, okay, obviously you've got the same Lithuanian players, Destrian and Sender. Obviously they'll be still in the roster, but this. You know, I feel like Kicks, Runner, and Safe are such a really important addition to this, right? Okay, maybe there's a few difficulties in regard to who plays what role, but there's a nice blend of experience and pure young talent that has the chance to grow, and in with the right hands, in the right guidance, and I think with Salah behind this roster, I think it's the perfect sort of situation for these guys to shine, and probably one of the good contenders in the EMEA this year.
I imagine both of us want to talk about one of these new rosters, one of these new players for Vitality. So you pick one, I'll do the other. Go on.
Okay.
You lead.
I take the lead. Kicks.
I don't blame you. Don't blame you at all.
He's been insane. We've been following this guy in Tier 2 of Northern European League, and he's completely smashed.
Yeah, he's just
time
playing
and
out
time
his
again.
mind.
No matter who he's playing, he's top fragging the server,
Yeah.
and every time he stands out. He hasn't really been in a position in a team that can challenge for those titles, but he skipped all that.
Yeah.
He skipped all that. He's straight away into VCT, and he gets to show the potential against the best.
Absolutely, and I mean, you say Kicks, I say Runner. Runner, the Macedonian, he has been absolutely incredible. And that's just been, once again, Valorant East United. He's just been top fragging everything. He's been setting records for ACS, which should give you an idea as to how good this guy is. But in order for there to be a battle, there must be a battlefield. Let's see where our maps are going to take us. Now, of course, because both these teams are extremely new, I'm expecting us to see sort of fairly meta maps, or fairly easy to understand maps, like your Ascents, like your Havens, maybe your Sunsets if both teams are feeling a bit fruity, but we'll see.
You meant basic maps, and then you went to Sunset.
Here's
it's quite the skip, mate.
Sunset is actually quite simple once you understand the premise, and so once you sort of piece it together.
That's where you've got to consider that. For me, I haven't figured out Sunset.
Oh, I suppose that's true. All right, let's see where we're going.
This man can read the future. Can I have a round of applause for Kremer, please?
Round
of applause for Kremer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Sunset, our first map.
The Indian crowd's got your back, always.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what's the next one then? What can you predict for the next one?
Ascent.
Ascent.
Actually, I'm scared. I'm scared. It may not be Ascent. Ascent or Haven.
Okay. Well, the previous matchup was Lotus, Ascent, and Haven.
Yes.
And that's all pretty much quite straightforward, quite simple. You know what to expect in regards of meta, and there's not much to play around with. But I feel for Ascent, there's a lot of different ideas and of how this map could be played.
Yeah.
And I heard a whisper. Salad told me in my sleep last night, came out of nowhere and said, "You're not prepared for what we've got in store for you."
I'm looking forward to it then. Breeze. That is very surprising, especially for GE, who are predominantly flex players. It's going to put quite a lot of pressure on, I think, Lightning Fast, actually, to deliver on that sort of secondary duelist role, on a role that would usually take the secondary off.
Hang on, they're having a moment.
That guy's got a pair of lungs on him, man.
All right. Everybody's probably knows where that voice comes from, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Heard him in countless international events.
Infamous.
Always following G.
Infamous. For the pair of lungs on him. And I mean, we go to a final map. I believe it's between Ascent and, let's see how good our map knowledge is. Ascent and another map.
Ascent and another map.
Ascent
What would you like it to be?
Ascent and splits. I'd like to see a split.
We don't often see split.
We don't
often
see
a difference.
Yeah, we don't often see split.
So far, we're 2 for 2 in maps that we haven't seen today. And that's quite rare.
Oh, we get split.
So we do get split.
This is a really unorthodox veto.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Vitality. And,
very, very unorthodox veto.
And G.
Nice. Yeah, so usually when you have a veto like this, you'd have 1 or 2 decent maps that are very commonly played, like your Havens, like your Ascents, sometimes your Lotus as well. And then you would have something else, like your Breeze, like your Sunsets. But no, no. we have coaches with very big brains, considerably bigger than ours, on both teams. And that means we have a very technical and very entertaining series at hand.
We do. In a way, I think both teams have a good mixed match of experiences and abilities to play at different types of gameplay, right? On the one hand, GE, you've got Blazer King, who we've known for his experience in Boom, right? How well he's played in that, the fast-paced tempo. And actually, to be fair, his ability to play against fast-paced tempo, because Boom was considered the Na'Vi of, the ex-Na'Vi of APAC, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was the spearhead of that effort. And in the meantime, you've got your explosive players, such as Lightning Fast, that can just show off in any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this. I think that, especially Sunset. I've found Sunset. Now, of course, I've not really played Sunset, but I've coached it a little bit. And Sunset is a very tempo-based map. Extremely tempo-based.
I love how you're just flexing.
Yeah, just thought we'd let you all know that.
Just here and there.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about sometimes. And Sunset is a tempo-based map, and I think that there's a lot of creativity when it comes to, you have some Sovas, which have some very cool tech for your owl drones. You've got some great lineups when you're running breaches, and you can run that breach for pretty much anything. Fade also sees a lot of presence, as does Cypher. Agents you don't often see on other maps. So, I mean, even sometimes Gecko, but that's sort of blasphemy at this point. But it would be nice to see a Gecko. It's been a while since we've seen a Gecko.
It's been a while since we've seen a Gecko,
Same
indeed.
for
you believe in Sunset is the highest possibility for us to see Gecko, I assume?
No, absolutely not. No one's going to play Gecko.
No one's going to play Gecko?
Horrible.
Why not? He's fun.
He's bad. He's fun, but he's bad.
Hey, look, I know all of these teams, most of them at least, will come into this tournament in the mindset that this is an opportunity for us to gel as players together. Not necessarily, okay, we're not here to, we don't expect VCT winning form. We're here to gel. This is our first official tournament. It's still the off-season. There's still a couple of months until the regular season comes into play. What these teams are working on right now are fundamentals, how they communicate with each other, how they work off of each other. And they're not diving deep into strat books.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about it being a gelling tournament. For Kicks, this is his first Tier 1 match.
Ooh, that is true.
The Tier 1 debut. It's going to be very...
Not VCT debut yet, but Tier 1 debut.
But Tier 1 debut, nonetheless.
Yeah.
So
international LAN debut.
Yeah, exactly. So there's going to be quite a lot of pressure on these players to really deliver, especially the likes of Runner and Kicks, who have done so well in Tier 2 and Tier 3. Now they've given the jump up. It's time to prove themselves.
The thing is that Runner's one of those players that has had experience in the past with teams that have touched Tier 1, but have never remained there. And for a year, he sort of stood in silence, and we haven't really heard too much of him. But now he's back in the limelight, and he's got a chance to prove himself.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And I mean, let's move to GE for a second, because you talk about pressure. I mean, it's here. You're on your home turf. You've got a new roster, and you've got a very unorthodox way of building your roster. You've gone from 5 duelists to 5 flex. There's definitely going to be some pressure on you to deliver.
How do you tackle that, though? How does your mindset change 180 degrees? And, on one hand, you think, okay, if you're a good shooter, you play duelist level and at a top level all across the world, you can transition into whatever role. It seems like there's a change of what they value, right?
Absolutely.
On the one hand, they last year they would value, shooting and it being a gun game.
Wait, is it?
Is it?
There's violence in this game?
Or over being able to flex into different roles.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just a big change in philosophy. I really like that. I think with 5 flex players, you also increase the longevity of the roster, because should any huge significant meta changes happen between now and next season, which, let's be honest, is pretty likely, I think that having the 5 flex players means that people are going to be much more equipped to learning new roles, to learning new agents, and figuring out how to sort of mold themselves to a new playstyle.
I'm going to ask you this question, and it goes for both of the teams, right? From where the T team stood last year with the rosters that they had, do we expect a step up, same, or step down?
I think for Vitality, it's going to be a slight step down.
Slight step down?
Initially. I think, and I mean initially between like day 1, day 3. I think Vitality are going to have some growing pains, I think, in our opening day. For Global Esports, I think this is going to be a step up. I think that the previous iteration of the roster just simply didn't work.
Okay.
The premise
Great
was players,
there.
but
Amazing
together they
players.
Exactly. I think this is, on paper, for me, this has a much higher likelihood of doing well. You're no longer dependent on players' form. You're no longer dependent on confidence. You end up with a little bit more structure to yourselves as well. Whereas for Vitality, you've sort of lost a bit of structure, and you are bringing in very flashy, very good players. But those good and flashy players need to be able to ease themselves in.
Yeah, and get the experience on the big stage.
Yeah, exactly.
And quite frankly, this is a great opportunity for them to do that, because
relatively,
it's a low-pressure event.
Yeah. Well, lowish pressure.
Not
for global.
Yeah, you just walk into the Coliseum and VCT, EMEA, and then all of
just win.
And just win,
yeah, easy as that. Easy as that. But I think the pressure here is especially going to be great for Global Esports.
Okay.
Just because that it's their home turf. Over in the sort of the previous tournament on Indian turf, Global Esports probably could have done better.
Yeah.
This is their chance for redemption.
All right. I think we need 5 seconds of silence, though, for Benkai's Fallen Fish. Okay.
Right,
next time, hopefully, Benkai could join us. Unfortunately, that is not the case for this time around. But, we get some more action nevertheless. But I do want to hear from the crowd. Who do you guys favor to win? Is it Vitality? Or is it Global?
It's a bit close.
It's a bit close. It's a bit close.
We're going to head into our agent select in just a second, and we'll see how exactly are these maps going to influence agents, and furthermore, whether or not agents going to be influenced by the latter.
All right, I want to see what they're cooking. What are they cooking?
Let's see. It smells delicious.
It's Gecko!
It's Gecko! Gecko actually came out. Oh my word. And I think Gecko's really the big talking point here.
Okay.
So sunset for Gecko means that you're going to be going for some very fast, almost trap plays with your fade. So you're waiting for the ping of the fade from the the Haunt, followed by the Gecko flash, and you're going to use that to try and get as much early control as you can, and you're just going to try and fight for the extremities. If not, it's going to be big pressure on mid.
Okay, I think the ideology of the two teams in this particular match is very similar, right?
Yeah.
Double controller, you've got the flexibility to pull off a lot of plans throughout the entirety of the round.
Yeah.
And also, you know, the scouting information is pretty similar for the Fade and Sky. I think what the main difference, obviously, is going to be that Gecko, like you did say, in comparison to having an extra Sentinel, the Cypher.
What you don't have when bringing out the Gecko is you lose all of your flank detection.
Yeah.
So with the Cypher, you can sort of put down a tripwire and just forget about your flank. With Global, there's going to be that sort of creeping paranoia. The longer you take to execute, the longer you leave a position of the map, you're going to have to re-clear it. You can't hold with utility the positions you initially take.
Really interesting, I think. Is there one composition you favor over the other, Coach Kremer?
I've got to like the Gecko comp.
Okay.
You don't ever see Gecko, I think. Global are proud.
Is that purely for memes, or is this Coach Kremer speaking?
Coach Kremer would say fatality.
Okay.
There's no way Gecko works. But that may just be cursing it right then and there. It is, you know, I like the sort of the minds behind both these teams very interesting. I mean, we've spoke to the coaches at Global Esports. We've spoke to Salah, of course, the coach of Vitality. Both of them have really interesting thoughts on the game, and so this is like a master level chess game that we're about to see played out here.
Right. Okay. On the one hand, it feels like, you know, in many circumstances in Valorant matches, the team that is able to catch the opponent off guard, playing against things they haven't really experienced before, is the one that turns to come out on top. Now, is that potentially what Global are going for this one?
Maybe, actually. Bearing in mind that both teams are very new.
Okay.
They've practiced these maps a lot, I imagine. That being said, have they practiced anticipating a Gecko? Because, of course, you need to remember as well, both these teams are in entirely different regions. All of Global's practice has been against APAC teams. All of Vitality's practice has been against the MEA teams. So suddenly you have this huge difference in just caliber context as well.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So, okay, I know I've got my favorite in this one in regards to who's taking the tournament, Vitality, etc. I know we haven't seen these two teams play yet. Is there anyone that you think is their greatest contender aside from the ones that we've seen so far?
I think that Vitality probably takes Sunset.
Okay.
But I think Global take the series 2-1. Because we saw what having the home crowds did for True Rippers.
True.
I think that's going to be almost tenfold for Global. Bear in mind that I think it takes 3 Global members to scream down the entire crowd. So, you know, I think Global Esports...
It doesn't take much, does it?
No, it doesn't. So I really think that Global Esports is going to have, with the home field advantage, I think that's going to amount to actually quite a lot here.
Okay. I do believe that the tech pause will continue for a little bit more, so do have patience. Speak around. It's being dealt with.
It's not a big tech pause, it's a small tech
No,
pause.
I got called that it's 2 minutes, so you're going to have to bear with us.
It's a bitsy tech pause.
For another couple.
Cute little tech pause. We like these tech pauses. These tech pauses are good.
Yeah, true, because we get to chill with you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still obsessed with this stage.
Do you know who I met earlier today?
What? Who?
I met Brimstone.
You met Brimstone?
Yeah, Brimstone's here. Yeah, and Sage and Raze and Jet and Cypher.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I met the lot.
Yeah. Did you have a concussion?
Maybe. That explains why we're casting bad. But yeah, it was awesome. We got a picture with all of them.
Oh nice, sweet. Are they still here? I could go grab them.
Are they?
For a picture.
Raze is still here.
Okay. Raze will do.
Yeah, Raze is still here. So yeah, you can go get a picture with Raze in a bit. All the more reason to show up to the venue. You can meet Raze.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, I'll bring it up again. This venue is awesome. The experience is awesome. If you guys haven't gotten your tickets yet, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find it in the socials.
Yeah.
If they aren't sold out, I believe the last 2 days may already be sold out, but you may still have a chance to tune in tomorrow, the day after. That still is an opportunity for you guys. So do check that out. If you're near Bangalore, we have a chance to be there. And I do believe there are coaches, there are buses going throughout the city, making it ever so easy for you guys to show up here.
Yeah, on that note, actually, you think this camera's at the back of the room pointing this way? No, there's so much stuff in front of us.
Yeah.
There's a TDM area, there's an Intel area, there's a Elite Hubs area for PCs, there's all sorts of stuff, and then further back, you've got even more stations to play with. There's
You get to compete against each
You
other.
get to
on
compete against
games.
each other. There's a meet and greets with the teams. We're walking in and out, so you can meet and greet us. Granted, you probably don't want to, but all sorts to do when you're over here. It's not just the stage, so well worth showing up, well worth popping your head in, even if you're not here for the full time, just to see what it's all about.
And I think this event generally is a really nice premise, right? Because you're bringing the pinnacle of Valorant across all the different regions to India, right? And I think this community deserves that love, deserves to see these games, because I think the love they have for this game is unrivaled, right?
Absolutely.
I think, and I think we've received a lot of that love as well.
Yeah, we've been honoured and privileged to be here. To be honest, it's been mind blowing. This is our second time in India. It feels like a second home. We've been greeted as family, and we're part of our hearts, so appreciate that. We have a small little while left on this tech pause. It's no longer a cute tech pause, it's just a little tech pause.
It's a tech pause.
Well, that was this morning. We're not there yet. So hopefully we'll be back in just a moment. Anything you want to do at the event, Pavlos? I mean, there's all these booths in front of us. You want to go to any of them after this?
Yeah, definitely. I think you can 1v1 players or go into like a Spike Rush thing. I think.
Spike Rush.
So we could play against some people later on. I'll be done.
That'll be fun. We'll probably lose, but...
Yeah. What rank are you right now? Unranked. Oh yeah, you're being too busy coaching.
Yeah, I'm unranked. What are you at the moment?
Diamond something?
You probably should have just said unranked, to be honest, brother.
Hey, Diamond's alright. I'll take Diamond any day. No? Okay.
No, you probably...
I'm getting bullied.
Someone
help me.
You've earned it. You quite literally earned it. So.
True.
Yeah.
True.
You know, I heard something recently.
What?
And I tested it, it's true.
Okay.
Everyone in the Twitch chats and the YouTube chats, they're all Radiant. Every single one of them.
What's that?
Every single person in the Twitch chats and the YouTube chats, they're all Radiant.
Yeah.
Every single one. I heard someone say they were Immortal 3, just got mobbed.
Nah, there's no way.
It's such a low rank for Twitch chat.
And I'm sure he got mobbed because he's lying.
Exactly, because everyone's Radiant. Yeah. Exactly.
You're Radiant? I know you are. At least
you
deserve
it. Exactly. Right.
I believe we're throwing over to the casters because I believe the game is ready.
Are we?
Hello guys, my name is King, and I play mostly Initiator for Global Esports.
My name is Abhirup Chaudhary, and I'm a controller for Global Esports.
Hey, I'm Russ. I'm the IGL and captain of Global Esports.
My name is Big Time. I'm the assistant coach for Global Esports.
My name is Polvi. I'm the duelist for Global Esports.
My name is Jayan. My in-game name is Skills. I'm standing in for Global Esports as a Flex Sentinel.
And Spin, I'm coaching the team.
You want to start? Okay, I'll start. I want to play Furia. I've never played a Brazilian team in an official before, so this will be my first time, and I like how they play and stuff, so I'm excited to get into it.
What to say, the same thing. Furia. For me, it's the first two games which are important, so obviously it's Vitality and Furia.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to play against Vitality. I mean, for those of us who were in the team last year, they got the better of us in lock-in. So it's definitely nice to have another shot. Nice rematch. I know all the guys from Vitality, they're great guys, so they'll be excited to play against.
I mean, obviously I want to play against like every single one of them, because I haven't played against like tier 1s on like big tournaments except Fnatic and Liquid. So those are like my go-to ones. Like Furia is a Brazilian one, so I'm excited to see them and face them.
Same here. I'm looking forward to play against every team because I haven't really faced against teams which are from from Asia region. So I'm really excited to play Vitality and Furia.
I hope we get to play True Rippers because that will mean that we've won our group and they've also won their group and we get an All India final.
Ooh, nice.
Wow. It's a bang answer.
Lovely.
I think I said it like a ton of times already. Poster.
For me at the start it would be Deathmaker himself. So we grew up together and then he kind of inspired me to become a professional player myself.
Flusher and JW from Fnatic back in the day. Yeah, I looked up to them. Yeah, till this day.
I think with coaching, the first coaches that I really looked up to were Sliggy from Liquid at the time and Minnie from Fnatic, because they were both from the UK and they were having big success. So I thought, if they can do it, why can't I?
I mean, I didn't really look up too much into people, but I guess Jampi, because Jampi was a young star in Finland and he used to play a lot of CS and be on his career and now he's on the top, so I think he's one of the goats.
For me, I guess it's Nico from G2, you know. I really looked up to him. I really liked his playstyle.
I've got a good answer in mind, but unfortunately I've forgotten the name of the coach I'm thinking of, so you guys are going to have to help me. Maybe you can as well. So obviously the first is Alex from PaperX. He's one coach that I think has had the courage to kind of take his team in a direction that's different to other teams. I think the courage specifically is important. And the other is the head coach for FUT, whose in-game name I've forgotten, who I've been really impressed with them all throughout the year, where they've picked different like off-meta comps, they've done different things, and they went from a team that no one had a lot of expectation for in the community as a whole. And they've made it champions, they've just been really good across the year, so really respect his outlook on the game. What's his name?
Guys.
Guys, that's it. Thank you.
The class clown.
He's a clown himself.
Two clowns right here.
Two clowns for me, for sure.
I think they're tied. I think they're tied.
Ben comes in clutch. Yeah. Ben is clutching all the way. I think it's the key phrases that we have set out for our like in rounds. Like we have certain key phrases which we use for specific situations. I think that is what helps us a lot in understanding the situation and keeping ourselves calm.
I think from like a coaching perspective, the one thing we always talk about in terms of communication is about people being able to kind of feed that information back to like the Rush when he's making those plans, and just lots of conversations. So something we've always spoken about is like you should speak directly to someone and answer back. So we try and encourage as many mini communications inside the game as we can.
I'm Salah, the head coach of Vitality.
I'm Destrian. I'm I guess a controller player for Team Vitality.
I'm Safe. I'm a player for Team Vitality.
Sender, in-game leader for Team Vitality. Hello, I'm Kix, a player for Team Vitality. Hello, my name is Runner, and I'm also a player for Team Vitality.
Just in case anyone forgot, he's a player.
He's a player, bro.
I mean, I shouldn't be able to beat anyone here, no? If I can beat one of you, it's bad, guys.
Maybe on a good day, Sam.
It's bench.
Maybe on a good day.
On a good day?
On a good day. On a good day, who would you beat?
I'd throw. On like my best possible day, I shouldn't be able to beat any of you guys, but probably... I feel like you, Sender, no? Fred's better than everyone, but I feel like I know how he plays. But if I can beat him, it's bench, guys.
So I mean, benching.
For me, there's an easy option. You don't pick me, guys. It's more. I mean, last deathmatch I played against Sender, I destroyed him, so I'm gonna choose Sender.
Everyone is bullying me.
Yeah, I'd smash Runner in the 1v1. Absolutely clap him, I think.
I think my teammates are too powerful for me, so I won't beat them. I will just go for the easy option to beat Salah.
Go for the 6th player.
I mean, maybe Harry, but Harry is off limits.
Easily demolish Safe, I think, in Oreo.
I like that.
I will have to take down Safe. I will have to
I don't know why we're spreading propaganda. Like, why
I'll
are
have
we doing
to challenge him.
Maybe in a 2v1.
Yeah, maybe in a 2v1, me and Kimi group up against him, but yeah, I'll try my best. You wanna say it, Tom?
I want to smash foot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think everyone
would enjoy nothing more than smashing foot like 3 times this season.
In Grand Finals?
Yeah, every game we play against foot this season, I want to smash them. They're fun. I mean, I don't know. They would be fun to be like this.
Yeah, but you're gonna play from their same region, so I would say playing from other region would be interesting to see the play style. So it's good for international events.
I actually have a funny story behind mine. So I was born in England, and my mum decided that it would be funny if she gave me a weird name. But then the real meaning behind my name, it was a bit too weird. So she said, okay, let's make it Salah. That's behind my name. So she named me Salah from birth.
Wow. What a story.
For me, it's a long story, but in short, it comes from the word pedestrian. So it's pedestrian without a P.
After an NPC.
Yeah, it's safe because I was born with the name Safe. So I just wrote Safe, and that was it.
Mine is when I was 10 years old, I stole someone's pro player's Morph account nickname, and I just kept it as that.
Great.
Actually didn't know.
Actually a fraud.
I don't actually remember how I came up with the name. I think I was trying to think of something that starts like my real name, like with the same stuff, and I just put something random. You like kicking? Yeah, I like kicking. He plays football, so he played. Maybe that. Maybe that played an influence. Yeah, I just stole mine. You know.
Yeah, most
I was like 6, 7 years old.
Eastern European.
Saw it in the internet cafe. Someone left his name. I was like, yeah, this is mine now.
Damn,
did you take anything else?
So clean, bro.
No.
He saw Runner. He was in love, bro.
Bro, ever since then I was like, this name is so cool. Like it has big capital R at the end. It looks so cool. And ever since then I became Runner. I don't run.
I can say for myself it was NIP Forest when he was playing back then. He was playing 1.6 in CSGO, so pretty much it was my idol.
I think for me it has to be Robs, you know, being from Estonia and seeing how he started so young. So I mean, it's really cool to see, and he's still one of the best players in CS. So yeah. For me it has to be Pasha Biceps, seeing how I look like him exactly. I'm chiseled like him.
You're getting there, bro. Yeah, you're chiseled.
It will have to be Pasha Biceps. And one day I'll look like him actually.
Bro said chiseled. For me, it's Get Right maybe in CS. That's how it all started, and then in Valorant, Bonka.
For me, yeah, it's an NIP roster. Like their streak in LAN, that wins everything. I wouldn't say like one player, just the whole team.
I'll say Bonka as well, actually. He started my career, so it's only fair. Bonka.
Guys, we're back, but not for long. Unfortunately, the issues do seem to pursue in regards to, I believe, peripherals in the Vitality side, but we'll be back soon. We'll be back soon, don't worry. Don't worry. We're throwing to a short break because I think you had enough of our voices. We'll be back as soon as humanly possible. We got the best people on the case. Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Oh, do a countdown in a second. It's gone from a little break to a little tech pause to quite a tech pause.
Anyway, we're throwing to a break.
We'll be back soon.
We'll be back in just a bit.
Thank you for your patience.
Hello, this is Shravan, and my in-game name is Techno, and I play for Team True Reapers.
Hi, this is Narius. My in-game name is Disrupt. I play for True Reapers.
Hi, my name is Shagnik. My in-game name is Salef, and I play for True Reapers.
Hey, my name is Devanjan Das, also known as Deathmaker, and I play for Team TR.
Hi, my name is Philip, and my AGN is Aryu, and I play for True Reapers.
1v1. मेरा नाम है सनी भाई.
You. course, everyone.
Yeah, I think everyone. Easy for me.
And for me, I don't need to say. I mean, for me, everyone, because 1v1 is a different thing.
Underrated.
Are you?
Yeah, I think are you?
Same. I think Techno when it comes to experience, since he has the less.
Foot.
I'm looking forward to everyone.
Yeah, same actually. I think I'm really excited to play against franchise teams. Any team works, so yeah, really excited.
For me, it would be G.
I mean, personally, Foot, stats-wise.
Passive movement and less experienced.
That's 2 words.
Chaotic. Aggressive.
No. Confused. Confused with the team and a bit of experience maybe.
Aim.
For me, it's calm, collected, and boring, basically.
Both of our shooters can answer.
Yeah. I'm not a shooter anymore, bro. Message friend.
So for the fans, thank you for all the support जो आप लोग हम लोग को देते हैं, and we will try our best on the LAN. हम लोग अपना best करेंगे, देखते हैं अभी future में क्या होता है. And for the haters,
just keep watching us, keep on hating. We will show you what we can show.
Me actually, I don't remember how I got it. It's been a long time. I'm quite old now, so I don't remember. I seriously don't remember mine.
Actually I remember though, but वो बहुत ही long story है, but मैं short में बोलता हूँ कि जो मेरा actual नाम था, it was Death Breaker actually. तो बट वो टाइम पे कैसा था कि वो एक टीम का नाम था. टीम का नाम मैंने डायरेक्टली कॉपी पेस्ट किया था मेरे नाम पे. तो मेरे को आके फिर फिर मेरे को आके बोला कि क्यों तू हम लोग का टीम का नाम ही कॉपी करके अपना नाम देके तू खेल रहा है. तो उसके बाद वहाँ से एक वर्ड हटा के मैंने वहाँ पे लगा दिया मेकर. तो वो तब से मेकर है. और वो बात है आई थिंक 2010 का बात है शायद वो.
That's the year he was born in, right? 2005 I was born.
And for me, I think it was one of my best friends. He recommended me that name, and yeah, it was 5-6 years before.
For me, I was in college that time. I just play competitively for fun, and I just want to disrupt the scene. And I came with the idea of using disrupt as an IGN. Okay, I'm gonna disrupt the scene for fun.
I mean, basically for me, my previous IGN was too long and hard to pronounce. So I literally just went to Google, searched for the shortest name and easiest way to pronounce. Then I came up with my IGN. Ari. Yeah.
we're back. And yeah, unfortunately the issue isn't resolved yet, which is unfortunate. But we're still here to entertain you for a little bit, right? Yeah. And I think the main things that we can talk about is that previous match. And I think everyone from India would like to talk about that match because they want to remember that for a while.
True Rippers, where on earth did they come from? I mean, slogged their way through the open qualifier to get here. And I mean, it was such a close open qualifier that everyone sort of thought, okay, well, you know, they show up against Stomped, at least they get to show off, they get a bit, I guess, a small boot camp, get to practice against good teams. Yeah. But no, turns out they're actually one of the competitors to win the group.
There was a lot of cohesion involved with their player style, right? There was a lot of preset ideas of how they wanted to approach it, a lot of clean moments, and a style of play, and at a certain level, I don't think I've ever seen in India. Actually, it's been a year since I've seen Indian teams play. And it completely blew me out of the water.
Yeah, it makes you think, actually, you know, we sort of looked at Group B thinking that would be the group of death, but no, maybe it's even Group A. I mean, if Furia show up and they're a bit shaky, then Group A is truly the group of death.
Yeah, they definitely know they're capable of winning matches against teams that you'd have never expected it. So, and it was even overtime on that match. But we've even got highlights to run through so we can relive some of those moments because, let's be honest, there were a lot of epic ones, right?
That they were. Let's take a look, Pavlos. Of course, we started our journey on Lotus, where, I mean, this for us was True Rippers getting the early lead. We thought, okay, maybe it was off the pistol round. You know, it would just be a matter of time before Gen.G sort of fastened up and just cleared them out. But no, True Rippers, once they got their momentum, they just didn't lose it.
No, they absolutely didn't. You know, Gen.G had some spare moments that they looked a bit shaky, to be fair, right? A little bit incoordinated. I think they wanted to force TR's hand a lot of these situations, but TR were ready for it, right? And, you know, okay, it did come down to a couple of clutches from RU and moments that you won't really expect them to be replicated too many times. But the thing is, they were replicated a lot of times. RU was able to get 3 consecutive 4Ks in 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't talk about True Ripper's success without talking about RU. He was just immortal. He was the winning piece of the puzzle for True Rippers, and he certainly quietened down going on to Ascent. But I mean, while we're on Lotus, you've also got to talk about Deathmaker, who, for me, was a little bit inconsistent. But when he showed up, my God, did he show up!
Yeah, I mean, he had more influence in the later stages of that series, but you could definitely see moments.
It's all warming up, right?
It was warming up, right?
Shooting up like the orchestra.
The first map was a bit of a spoiler to what was to come.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Gen.G gave it a good fight at the first half. It was a 6-6.
Yeah.
Scored by the end of it. You know, we saw some cool moments from them. I think on the retakes, slowly but surely, they managed to get the hang of it. But I don't think there were enough rounds for them to actually gain the lead.
Yeah, I completely agree. And for something you've got to highlight as well is for True Rippers, their pistol rounds were just incredible, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
I think it was it 5 of 6?
5 out of 6, yeah.
5 of 6 pistol rounds they ended up winning there. And I don't necessarily think that was Gen.G having bad pistol rounds. I think it was True Rippers just really excelling there.
I think both of the teams actually had pistol rounds that, you know, were set plays. At the same time, right? You saw 4-player stacks, 5-player stacks, no matter where they were playing on, whether that's defense or attack. And that often leads to entertaining first-round pistols because it's never, you know, just a standard round, but with, you know, smaller weapons and weaker weapons. It's just a completely different experience, which we do love to enjoy from time to time. But yeah, the second half is where True Rippers were actually able to start to run away with things, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, how did they actually do that?
Yeah, I think it was mainly down to just their ability to be able to get that first pick and just roll with it. We talk about pistol rounds as well, Pavlos. You got to look at the nature in which True Rippers actually won the map, which you'll see in just a moment. I mean, Deathmaker, once he had that op, I think Gen.G, same for them, once both of them had that op running, they were very, very hard to beat. But it meant you needed that economic standpoint to bring out that operator, which is where True Rippers did so well, thanks to their pistol round success.
Exactly, and I feel like there were moments where they were even stronger at finding damage on smaller buys as well, right? When they were going for, you know, shaky ones.
Let's look at the smaller buy. I mean, it's a hero Vandal, right? You expect it to sort of end there, but no, RU and co.
Oh, it was insane. Yeah, see, and Deathmaker just finds time to get a 2 there. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
That came out of nowhere. But the second map was Ascent, and this was True Rippers' map pick. It didn't really go their way, did it?
No, it didn't go their way pretty much at all, actually. I think they played Ascent like they were still playing against sort of South Asian teams. And Gen.G just completely dominated them. It feels like True Rippers just didn't have the discipline, per se. They kept trying to go for things you may get away with at Tier 2 that you wouldn't get away with at Tier 1.
Yeah.
Like having your duelist be your lurker, and going through smokes, going through one-ways, trying to just overwhelm your opponents with numbers. That doesn't work at this level.
It feels like at the start of the game they were respecting their opponents too much, and then too little. I feel like okay, they brought out a timeout. They probably had the discussion. Okay, we shouldn't respect them too much. We're giving them too much space. We're giving them too much room for free. And then they started challenging that space, but not with proper protocols. And I think that's where Gen.G were able to step it up.
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, at 10-2, there's only so far you can get with that. And they mounted a little bit of a comeback. They got a few rounds here or there, but. For Gen.G, it just seemed like their map to run away with.
Yeah, and I think one of those key players that you need to look out for Gen.G here is Texture. Yet again, like it was for the previous map for their Jet, it was the Operator. He was so strong on those, and it felt like he was everywhere. He was omnipresent. No matter where the attack was, he could get there on time and be influential in that first pick, and always have his team have numbers advantages.
And it feels like sort of the failure in strategy here. Ascent ended in Mind Break. We then go to Haven, which ended in Heartbreak.
It's insane how quickly TR were able to bounce back into this match and have such a strong performance.
You're absolutely right, and I think for TR, once they found that pistol round, they found that momentum. That's again where they excel. They just get that early momentum, and they just popped off.
So many big moments. This one with Disrupt, with a flank, with a bait and switch, it's gorgeous. It was gorgeous.
And that Suez control, we maintained their defensive side so nicely because Gen.G didn't really have a solution for it, did they?
Gen.G really struggled with that A site because they couldn't get that Suez under control, right? So many times, and it would be so many different players in so many different situations, whether that was RU holding out, whether that's Disrupt, whether that's Helif. It always seemed to be someone different that caused a lot of trouble for Gen.G over to that right-hand side of the map.
Yes, and it's sort of around this time does Disaster strike, right?
Yeah.
Where True Rippers, they get off to such a successful half. They've done incredibly well in the first half. They go into the second half, Pavlos, and for Gen.G, everything just clicks. It's heartbreaking to see. I mean,
it was, I believe, the biggest lead that TR had was a 10-3 score. And it felt like, they should be able to close it out. We saw 11-4 maybe at some point as well. But that's when Gen.G started to roll things back in their favor. You can already see 5 rounds. You'll soon see 6, 7. It started to get very dangerous. And you can see TR getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, and it feels like that nose got to him. Yeah, 11-5 they were leading Pavlos, and everything just collapsed. It felt like Gen.G just continued playing there consistently, and TR just got more and more shaken almost.
Yeah, you can't rely on hero moments all the time, and I think that's where the difference was made. And again, Texture with that Operator, numbers advantage over and over again. It felt like the theme of each and every round had to start with Texture getting a kill. And Gen.G, more often than not, were able to close out the rest of the rounds. And okay, TR were able to get it to a match point even, and there was a couple of rounds where Gen.G had to, not make any mistakes.
Actually. Yeah, this round right here, I thought that would have sealed it, but no, Gen.G find it, and then it just collapses.
It does indeed. And it was Gen.G actually that was on match point first, 12-11, and TR was like, oh no, this is probably lost, the comeback has happened. But no. This is where Techno comes in, picks up a kill, they have the numbers advantage on the clutch, it's a trade, and that's overtime. And I think the entire crowd went wild with the prospect of TR having another chance.
Yeah, Gen.G though, just hit overtime, and the consistency just brought TR down. Heartbreaking, Pavlos, truly heartbreaking. But nonetheless, Gen.G, they did it admirably to come back and win that. I mean, what more can you say? For a first map, that is an entire storyline right there.
Yeah, and it's so fitting that it was Texture that found a lot of impact kills in that final round.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, okay, TR didn't end up losing, but I think they showed up in a way that it gives hope to the regional teams of South Asia that there's damage to be done. There's
well and truly.
Multiple possibilities.
Yeah, well and truly. Now, I believe we're going to play a few videos here in just a moment and get to show you guys some cool stuff. Yeah.
Okay, all right, seems like we've got some more cool videos to show you. Are we ready to throw that now? All right, in a bit.
Cool
we will have
to
video
wait.
content for you guys to keep you entertained. I know it's taking a while. I know, we feel you. It'll get better. It'll get better. We promise.
Yeah, we're cursed with these tech courses, Favlas. We're probably quite a few today.
We did bring some with us, didn't we? All right. Yeah, make sure you enjoy these videos. We'll be back in a bit, and hopefully by then, everything will be sorted.
Hello guys, my name is King, and I play mostly initiator for Global Esports.
My name is Abhirup Palchadri, and I'm a controller for Global Esports.
Hey, I'm Russ. I'm the IGL and captain of Global Esports.
My name's Big Time. I'm the assistant coach for Global Esports.
My name is Polvi. I'm the duelist for Global Esports.
My name is Jayan. My in-game name is Skills. I'm standing in for Global Esports as a flex sentinel.
And Spin, I'm coaching the team.
You want to start? Okay, yeah, I'll start. I want to play Furia. I've never played a Brazilian team in an official before, so this will be my first time, and I like how they play and stuff, so I'm excited to get into it.
What to say, the same thing.
Furia. For me, it's the first two games which are important, so obviously it's Vitality and Furia.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to play against Vitality. I mean, for those of us who were in the team last year, they got the better of us in lock-in. So it's definitely nice to have another shot. Nice rematch. I know all the guys from Vitality, they're great guys, so they'll be excited to play against.
I mean, obviously I want to play against like every single one of them, because I haven't played against like tier ones on like big tournaments except Fnatic and Liquid. So those are like my go-to ones. Like Furia is a Brazilian one, so I'm excited to see them and face them.
Same here. I'm looking forward to play against every team because I haven't really faced against teams which are from from Asia region. So I'm really excited to play Vitality and Furia.
I hope we get to play True Rippers, because that will mean that we've won our group, and they've also won their group, and we get an All-India final.
Ooh, nice. Wow. It's a bang dance for me.
Lovely.
I think I said it like a ton of times already. Poster.
For me at the start it would be Deathmaker himself. So we grew up together, and then he kind of inspired me to become a professional player himself.
Flusher and JW from Fnatic back in the day. Yeah, I looked up to them. Yeah, till this day.
I think with coaching, the first coaches that I really looked up to were Sliggy from Liquid at the time and Mini from Fnatic, because they were both from the UK and they were having big success, so I thought if they can do it, why can't I?
I mean, I didn't really look up too much into people, but I guess Jampi, because Jampi was a young star in Finland and he used to play a lot of CS and beyond his career, and now he's on the top, so I think he's one of the goats.
For me, I guess it's Nico from G2, you know. I really looked up to him. I really liked his playstyle.
I've got a good answer in mind, but unfortunately I've forgotten the name of the coach that I'm thinking of, so you guys are going to have to help me. Maybe you can as well. So obviously the first is Alex from PaperX. He's one coach that I think has had the courage to kind of take his team in a direction that's different to other teams. I think the courage specifically is important. And the other is the head coach for FET, whose in-game name I've forgotten, who I've been really impressed with them all throughout the year, where they've picked different, like off-meta comps, they've done different things, and they went from a team that no one had a lot of expectation for in the community as a whole, and have they've made champions. They've just been really good across the year. So really respect his outlook on the game. What's his name?
Guys.
Guys, that's it. Thank you.
The class clown.
He's a clown himself.
Two clowns right here.
I think
they're tied. I think they're tied.
Ben comes in clutch, man. Yeah. Ben is clutching all the way. I think it's the key phrases that we have set out for our
in rounds, like we have certain key phrases which we use for specific situations. I think that is what helps us a lot in understanding the situation and keeping ourselves calm.
I think from like a coaching perspective, the one thing we always talk about in terms of communication is about people being able to kind of feed that information back to Russell when he's making those plans, and just lots of conversations. So something we've always spoken about is like you should speak directly to someone and answer back. So we try and encourage as many mini communications inside the game as we can.
I'm Salah, the head coach of Vitality.
I'm Destrian. I'm I guess a controller player for Team Vitality.
I'm Safe. I'm a player for Team Vitality.
Sender, in-game leader for Team Vitality.
Hello, I'm Kix, a player for Team Vitality.
Hello, my name is Runner, and I'm also a player for Team Vitality.
Just in case anyone forgot, he's a player.
He's a player, bro.
I mean, I shouldn't be able to beat anyone here, no? If I can beat one of you, it's bad, guys.
Maybe on a good day, Sal.
It's bench.
Maybe on a good day.
On a good day?
On a good day.
On a good day, who would you beat? I'd throw.
On like my best possible day, I shouldn't be able to beat any of you guys, but probably... I feel like you send it, no? Fred's better than everyone, but I feel like I know how he plays. But if I can beat him, it's bench, guys.
I mean, for me, there's an easy option.
You don't pick me, guys. It's boring.
I mean, last deathmatch I played against Sender, I destroyed him, so I'm gonna choose Sender.
Everyone is bullying me.
Yeah, I'd smash Runner in 1v1. Absolutely clap him, I think.
I think my teammates are too powerful for me, so I won't beat them. I will just go for the easy option to beat Salah.
Go for the 6th player.
I mean, maybe Harry, but Harry is off limits.
Easily demolish Safe, I think, in Oreo.
I will have to take down Safe. I will have to. I don't know why we're spreading propaganda. Like, why are we doing? To challenge him.
Maybe in a 2v1.
Yeah, maybe in a 2v1. Me and Kimi group up against him, but yeah, I'll try my best. You wanna say it, Sal?
I want to smash Foot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think everyone
would enjoy nothing more than smashing Foot like 3 times this season.
In round finals?
Yeah, every game we play against Foot this season, I want to smash them. They're fun. I mean, I don't know. They would be fun to beat like this.
Yeah, but you're gonna play from their same region, so I would say playing from other region would be interesting to see the play style. So it's good for international events.
I actually have a funny story behind mine. So I was born in England, and my mum decided that it would be funny if she gave me a weird name. But then the real meaning behind my name is a bit too weird. So she said, okay, let's make it Salah. That's behind my name. So she named me Salah from that.
Wow. What a story.
For me, it's a long story, but in short, it comes from the word pedestrian. So it's pedestrian without a P.
After an NPC.
Yeah, it's Safe because I was born with the name Safe. So I just wrote Safe, and that was it.
Mine is when I was 10 years old, I stole someone's pro player's Smurf account nickname, and I just kept it as that.
Great. Actually didn't.
Actually a fraud.
I don't actually remember how I came up with the name. I think I was trying to think of something that starts like my real name, like with the same stuff, and I just put something random.
You like kicking?
Yeah, I like kicking.
He plays football, so he played.
Maybe that. Maybe that played an influence.
Yeah, I just stole mine. Yeah, most
of
I was like 6, 7 years old.
Eastern European.
Saw it in the internet cafe. Someone left his name. I was like, yeah, this is mine now.
Damn,
did you take anything else?
So clean, bro.
No.
He saw Runner. He was in love, bro.
Bro, ever since then I was like, this name is so cool. Like it has big capital R at the end. It looks so cool. And ever since then I became Runner. I don't run.
I can say for myself it was NIP Forest when he was playing back then. He was playing 1.6 in CSGO, so pretty much it was my idol.
I think for me it has to be Robs, you know, being from Estonia and seeing how he started so young. So, I mean, it's really cool to see, and he's still one of the best players in CS. So, yeah.
For me, it has to be Pasha Biceps. Seeing how I look like him exactly. I'm chiseled like him.
You're getting there, bro.
Yeah, you're chiseled. It'll have to be Pasha Biceps. One day, I'll look like him.
Bro said chiseled. For me, it's Get Right maybe in CS. That's how it all started, and then in Valorant, Bonka.
For me, yeah, it's an NIP roster. Like their streak and LAN, the wins, everything. I wouldn't say like one player, just the whole team.
I'll say Bonka as well, actually. He started my career, so it's only fair. Bonka.
Good content. Yeah. Always nice to see the insight from players. You know, get to feel a little bit what the team dynamic between them is, who they think is worse than the other. You know, personal clashes and all.
Pavlos, how did you get your username?
How did I get my username?
Yeah, ex-warrior.
You
were a warrior one time and you
I
sort
was
of gave it up?
13 years old.
Oh dear.
And I was like, so mainly feeling he used to be a warrior, that's what X stands for, but okay, this is going to be out there forever and I'm going to get memed on for it forever.
Sorry, brother.
I'm going to preface again. I was 13 years old. I was like, what is cool? A warrior. What is even cooler? An extreme warrior.
Really?
So, yeah, that's what X-Warrior is. And that's why I'm trying to go with Pavlos a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd also be going with Pavlos, to be honest, brother. That's rough.
That is rough. Which is why whenever
rough.
someone asks me, is it because you used to be a warrior? I'll say, sure.
It's bad. Yeah, fair enough. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's real bad.
I mean, yours is your surname.
Yeah, well...
Did you have another username before Crema?
Well, Crema 3 was because my accounts used to be shared between me, my younger brother and younger sister.
Oh, so there were 3 Cremas.
There were 3 Cremas, and so Crema 3. Yeah.
This is similar to the Doombros story and Emil, right? Because they always shared the same League of Legends account.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Emil actually was Doombros, but because Doombros started using that account more.
Yeah,
and
there you
anyway,
go.
Yeah. Fun facts.
Did I have any... I think back in like Halo Reach, I had nobody as my username, so I thought it was funny that nobody killed you. that was pretty young when that happened. We went to Crema 3 pretty quickly after that. Those were the dark days for me.
That's all right. We've all had them.
Yeah.
Mine still live through my name, even though a lot of people don't know where it comes from, which is what I prefer.
That's brave of you
but
to
now
keep it, actually.
it's out there now.
Yeah.
I'll only do it for the Indian fans.
I'd have made something up, to be honest, mate.
So someone has probably clipped that, and now that's going to be there for the rest of time.
Out in the ether at this point. It's no longer a little tech pause, it's now actually quite a sizable tech pause.
It's a big buff.
At what point do we sort of extend it to big tech pause?
It's already a big tech pause, mate. What are you on about?
We're not at medium tech pause yet? Are we progressing to big tech pause?
Are we talking about like where you make cities and you just level it up?
Yeah,
exactly. Is that like a village and now it's a super mega village and then it becomes a town and then it becomes super mega town?
It's gone from like a little
When is it when this becomes a super mega?
A super mega tech pause.
Tech pause.
I think a super mega tech pause as well. But we say we can't do it today. We have to do it early tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's super mega tech
I doubt
pause.
that's going to happen. I think
that won't happen, by the way.
No,
that won't happen.
Stick around. We're here. In case you didn't know, we're analysts.
Oh yeah, that's us.
Yeah,
we do that.
That's what we do.
We should analyse stuff.
Yeah.
Should we?
What do analysts do?
Yeah. What do analysts do? What do the good ones do? Oh yeah, we should talk about the veto. Because, or the agents even. Let's talk about it. That's even more interesting.
Yeah, talk me through the Gecko, right?
Gecko,
pick. Because initially you weren't too fan of the idea that Gecko would be on Sunset, but it seems like Global might
There is theory behind it, which I can get on board with, but it's quite hard to execute. So when you're running the Gecko, you're putting a lot of commitment on trap plays, relying on sort of something to happen for the Gecko to activate. The Gecko's very bad at doing the initial contact. You need to have something, then Gecko. And so running the breach alongside it, running it with Sova, for instance, running it with Fade, you end up with that sort of first contact, then your Gecko. And so that's where I see it working. And on a map like Sunset, where your defenders are very proactive, constantly fighting for mid control, constantly either pushing one of the extremities, or even trying to go for tiles control, I think Gecko does favor that. Also, lots of narrow corners. The ult has some merits. I think at this point, though, when the ult gets out, it just gets spammed down.
How much of a use for Gecko is the fact that you can reuse abilities?
I would say not much, actually.
Not that much, huh?
I think the Gecko more so is going to get used for his, mainly for the flash, I think. Just the idea that you have a quick pop flash which can blind multiple people sort of directly, as well as roughly give their position away.
Yeah, maybe for the ult, it's quite impactful, right?
Yeah, the ult is
because then you're able to take down sites, and then when you've got the site, you can reuse it for post plants.
Yeah, that's true. However, the issue with that Gecko ult is if that's gone, it's gone. You don't get to reuse it unless it works. And usually a lot of teams, the second they hear the Gecko ult, they just instantly spam it down.
True. Oh, yeah, I guess you can, it ends up being like a glorified Trailblazer.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, in a way.
So I see what you mean. There is merit behind it, and I really want to see it in practice.
Okay.
I don't quite know how it's going to work on attack. But that's why they're coaching GE and we're not. So we'll see. I'm really curious, actually. I think on attack it's going to be a little bit strained. That's probably why you have the fade alongside it. But defense is definitely where the Gecko is going to shine.
Okay. I want you to talk about your highlights of your trip to India so far.
Oh,
right. Because after all, this is like, you know, an Indian event.
Yeah,
bringing
India.
Valorant here. So what was your experience?
Best one so far has been.
Keep it short because I believe we're going to jump into game.
We're about to jump into game. Definitely, it's been about a year since we've been in India. Got to meet all the new friendly and the old friendly faces. Got to meet everyone. It's awesome.
My favorite thing about this event is that we're able to jump into the event straight away. No? Okay, wait.
Not quite yet. Almost.
I got baited, bro. I got
baited.
I got you baited.
Maybe soon.
Yeah, it's soonish. It's
soonish.
So get to your seats. I nearly said the bad word. Get to your seats.
You know what? I'm telepathic, Pavlos.
Yes.
I reckon it's going to be about 10 seconds or so before we go to the casters, and that's when it'll start.
All right, see you soon. Komodo Universe, take it away. Let's have an epic banger.
Very much, Pavlos. I think this is going to be an extreme battle between some great warriors on this stage. But
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been waiting for quite a little bit, haven't we? I'm ready to get into this. I know the crowd is extremely ready. I know everyone watching online is ready for this one as well. A new look into Global, a new look into Vitality as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be quite the push from Global as well. Of course, now that we've seen the ages that they picked up, we've got the Gecko, we've got the Viper, Omen, Raze, and a Fade. No Sentinel for this Global Esports side. What do we think about that?
I actually think that they might struggle on defense then. I think when it comes to a map like Sunset and you've got a competition that's coming through from Vitality, I think that there's definitely going to be some punishment that can come on through, stretching it out, looking for a lot of control. One thing that the guys highlighted really nicely is when it comes to flank pressure as well. Cypher trap wires from Safe will be very pivotal for defense for Vitality, but when you flip on a Nova, you will have that paranoia for a team like Global Esports running this roster. And I want to add as well, we're going to have to get our best something impression from Russ, who has pulled out the Gecko on Sunset before.
Yeah, I believe that what we need from Global Esports is probably going to be a lot of aggression, right? Because if they're going for a no Sentinel kind of a combo, they're going to have a little bit of set plays coming from both defense and offense, right? Especially on defense, because if they don't get early control, they're going to get pummeled because of the amount of force that is available to Vitality.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, I'm excited. And we get 6 different maps today as well. I can't remember the last time that we've got all different maps, but everyone finally...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be quite the push for Global Esports, as for the first time in quite some time, we've got them back on stage. Vitality as well. Let's begin with the game on Sunset as we head into the horizon. And I do want to ask you, Komodo, before we do get into this, any predictions at all?
Oh, that's going to be risky business, isn't it, right now? A lot of me, I'm a Global fan, don't get me wrong. Pacific, our region, we do like to see that as well. But I mean, it's Vitality. You can't just disregard them because of the powerhouse that all of these players bring to the roster.
Yeah.
I'm keen to see the new players coming into it as well. I'm steering away from the ultimate answer on this one, but if I'm going to go with it, I probably think Vitality will take the win, but I want Global to get a map in that case.
Fair enough. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Global up against Vitality. Here we go. Early aggression coming in from Global. They've sent out the Prowler, but back they go once again. Initial pressure, nothing much else, as we've got 3 players here located, and they are looking onto a B lurk thanks to Colby, who did have a bit of a contact, but he goes back waiting for his team.
Yeah, safe setup's going to be around this B site as well, so that's going to have to be sniffed out by Global. Looking to get a little bit sneaky into it already. Dark coming down, traps are coming on through. Safe needs to be able to capitalize on these team as well. Look at all the utility going over to the market at the moment. Colby going in, Russ going in. They're wanting this market control at the moment. The plant to go down as well. This pistol is looking pretty darn good for Global at the moment.
Yeah, well, they're pushing up towards mid. They got forced into that situation. Lightning Fast finds one, but it's a trade. Nothing more. It's a 2 versus 4. Lightning Fast and Polby pretty low right now.
Look at the mid pressure though that Global are sitting towards. Just kind of waiting patiently to see what Racing can do. Still holding in the boom, but it's going to reveal him as well. Good flash actually comes on out by Kicks, and now onto the defuse. No picks just yet. Can he get towards half a night for just that? And now it's all down to Ronna. 31 HP, but the time is just ticking away. It's not going to work out, and Lightning Fast is going to get it. The pistol goes to Global.
Well, pretty good round. Started off really well as well. The minute they enter that B site, they make sure they take fight to the team. Take straight into market, find that rhythm, and make sure that the pressure from the Sentinel is non-existent. They make sure that Safe is eliminated first and take care of any sort of rotations coming in from CT as well. And then they get forced into mid, but they're still able to, you know, adjust to that, spread out, wait for these last 2 players to actually make a move to the site, and then they move in on the back of sound cues and their teammates taking the first contact.
This might look to be a little bit faster from Global as well at the moment. Still the same toxic screen going up from Skills. Already Colby just actually running into real action coming out from the Haunt of Blaze King, and immediately an overwhelming force onto the A site, plan to go down. Safe and Destrian see just what damage they can deliver now.
Right there. Oh, it's going to be the post plan for just the 2 last members. They've got nothing on them except for maybe a couple of exit frags. Destrian sitting in his spawn, and he's hoping that maybe somebody overcommits, but this time is going to be for Vitality to lightly discuss about how they're going to adjust to this Global side. They've seen them for 2 rounds. What exactly is the approach? It's been extremely aggressive for the first 2 rounds itself. Do they go for that counter aggression? Do they try to maybe make a setup to, you know, get Polby isolated with the Cypher tripwires, if at all?
Hunt is on. They want to try and remove these pistols, at least at the tail end of the round. Very narrow focus. At least one comes in from Safe. I do want to note as well that they do have to be careful going into the next round. Skills find that one nicely. Blaze King will also recover the Spectre that was on the floor, because he just went into that round with a Ghost. Not expecting him to really see too much of the action, but this time coming in towards the first buy round for Vitality. We'll see if they can get on the board.
Absolutely. Great entry from Colby there as well. Make their way straight onto the A site. Thanks for satcheling in now. It's Vitality who've got their full buy. Half armor across the board, by the way. They're going for that Fnatic economy crack, but how much will this be exploited is the question. It seems like there's going to be a bit of a fast A execute once again. Here goes Polby. Flash comes out. He satchels up, misses it.
Yeah, that is a good flash actually. Polby denied from proceeding any further, but a good little boost up for Sender and take out Polby. And this is a better defense to come through from Vitality this time. Take the distance with these rifles. See what else you can do. Of course, Russ has used all his little buddies around him and he's now down for down Blaze King. Lightning Fast making just the first mentioned player, and he is stuck at the elbow. At least good for 1, but will he be able to find any more? The answer is no. Safe down to 1 HP. Just Phantom things.
Yeah, it's 4 players, by the way, just standing there waiting for Blaze King. They knew that he's going to peek out, but Safe, he's like, nah, I'm taking that kill. Takes it away. But again, Global Esports, a pretty much similar approach that they did to the first 2 rounds. Extreme aggression. This time, repeat on A. Did not find the kill that they wanted because of that one flash that instantly stopped them. from, of course, Kix. A good stop from him. His one utility was enough to make Global Esports feel a little uncomfortable, and they lost every degree of where the opponent's going to be picking from.
So far, it's just retake territory at the moment. It's these B players at Vitality, Destrian, and Safe, of course, have to make their merry way over towards the A site now, because again, that's where Global are just steering on towards really quick. All of the utility dumping is going to off-put Kix as they look to get into the site.
Well, they do have the site for now. The plant's going to go down in just about a second from, of course, our little buddy from Ross. But they're going to go for Extreme Force, and they find one. The trade comes in, but Kix, he's ready for another, and he takes down probably the most important kill. It's still man advantage for Vitality.
Russ does have Thrash available if they want to utilize this ultimate on the retake for Vitality to stop the retake coming on in as the Trailblazer sniffs out a bunch of these angles that Gen.G could be hiding from. Tap onto the spike exactly with the Thrash coming on just for a bit of information. Sprays start to come on down. The Satchel will actually bop off the defuse for just a little bit, but Lightning Fast can he do anything else with Polby? It's the 1 versus 3 angle. The spike isn't exactly planted for him, and as the defuse comes through, Lightning Fast will fall down.
Oh man, quite the round there from Vitality. Made sure that they had at least one player outside of that side ready to take a fight. They probably were really expectant of that, Global Esports push towards CT, and they made sure that Kix was in the right position to take a trade as well. I'm pretty sure that Global Esports probably did not realize that how far out they need to swing out of that smoke, because they were really close to it. They didn't push out too much, and they lost a player there, and instantly we saw the retraction from the player who was there right behind him as well. Vitality, good hold of that A side once again, and now Global Esports are spread out thin. They've made sure that now they want to, test out the waters. Where exactly is this Vitality team going to be trying to make a bit of an aggressive move? For the moment, it is nowhere, and Global Esports now hoping to play with a little bit of first pick accuracy.
It's actually good information coming through from Dizzy. Couple of pops. Couple of reveals on some player locations for Vitality. If you are looking to go to this B site yet again after a little bit of time, you do have to face with Destrian. You also see Runner playing in the market, rotations starting to come for the Vitality squadron as well over here, but where do they expect all this utility to actually be down for Safe?
Runner, he's gonna have to hold on 2 angles here in case he gets to, flank from mid, which is pretty open, by the way. His camera is there, but it's not currently in use. And now they're heading back towards A, and Kix is the main guy to try and get some contact here. Good Trailblazer here to get some information, and now they probably have an idea, because I'm pretty sure Runner's going to rotate in about a second.
Well, the Guiding Light didn't actually feel anything, so he had to take the Trailblazer and just look at the barrage of utility starting to come in towards the A side. You need
30 seconds
cavalry
left
at the moment. Sub 30 seconds to try and get the plant down. That's a good popping on the showstopper. Actually, good information as well. Wow. Good idea. Sender down for the count. No smokes for the retake for Vitality. Haven't noted if Destrian manages to pick up the orb just yet going towards this one, but a gorgeous flash on in. They don't overlook Polby in at the end, and this is where the scrap fence looks to come down. The spike is at least planted. Neural theft revealing information. It's Russ and skills to try and hold it down. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's Russ to try and see if he can clutch it, and no, he can't do it. It's Safe keeping his team alive. Vitality to take the lead.
Safe looks pumped. He's really enjoying this, and of course him, playing that Cypher gives him that variety of playing a little bit more patiently, playing for the team. Of course, the highest rated player from VCD EMEA last season, has gotten a wide range of abilities to his utilization. He knows how to play the Jet, he knows how to play the Raze, he knows how to play the Cypher Killjoy as well, and he's clearly enjoying it in the first game. We're backstage right now, but we can clearly hear those Vitality players shouting at every round they win, and they're in the zone, man. They don't feel pressure.
No, not whatsoever. Of course, they had been sitting by the sidelines waiting to get in towards this one. A couple of unfortunate tech issues, but fingers crossed, touch wood, do all of the things to pray that it doesn't happen. In towards the map, of course, towards the series, and in towards some aggression from Vitality up through B main this time, completely forcing a global back. They're going to have to reconsider things for a moment, and as they do push into that, they get Kix's Seekers online.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be for a bit of a retake scenario, because as you can see, they've pretty much left B in the hands of Sender, and that might be a little problematic, because there goes Global Esports. They're actually going to try and push him down. Blizzard King's been left alone to lurk towards mid, but what he doesn't know is there's a camera right above his head. Global Esports, for the moment, looking probably for a B split. I'm not quite sure what Skills is still trying to do on A. Maybe it could be a fake, but a lot of utility being dumped on the B site here.
Nice timing on the smoke, but what a shot from Polvi. That's kind of ridiculous. You gotta remember that there's no Cypher or no Viper utility really over at this B site because there's been a switch up for the Vitality squad, but little do Global know that's where they're gonna start to head towards. Kix is gonna send the Seekers out. Now the jig's up. Everybody knows that things are going to this A site.
Yeah, here comes the ultimate flanking fast, but he's going to be instantly shut down. Safe is on this side. He's dead in the center, and he's going to get pressure from 2 different angles. Destiny is there to cover him up. Does not hold him off for too long. The snake bite will keep them away for a couple of seconds, but not much. And here comes Destiny, spray down right through the smoke, and Kix finds one as well. The plant might have gone down. No, it doesn't. Skills will get only one complimentary kill here, and Blaziking.
That's it. Round's done.
Yeah, they're going to get away from this. They cannot plant. They can't test that spike. It's over.
It's going to be one of the hardest things as well when you try to go into a site and you haven't sniffed out where any of the Cypher utility is. You've also got the Poison Cloud going up. You've got the Snake Bites. You cannot push through that. You would be dead to rights. So a little bit unfortunate there for Global, but you've got to give credit where credit is due. Vitality getting the job done.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the game plan was in that, round, because they went for that, heavy B push. They had the spike with them there as well, right? And Skills was lurking outside of A, and he was trying to maybe, I'm not quite sure if he was supposed to get in the lurk so that Lightning Fast could teleport, use the shadows and get there. But it was kind of, half played because they were giving out so much sound towards that B side. The bomb almost got there. Polvi got the first pick, and then suddenly comes the call of rotation. They go all the way, but by the time they could reach there, Vitality already have the full cavalry of defense waiting for them, and it completely just burnt out in terms of a plan.
Yeah, I think we need to see a little bit less maybe one-dimensional plays coming out from Global. Starting things off, repeating over at the A site, the pistol over towards the B site in the very beginning. Mid-control, I guess a little bit explored in that one from Blaziking, but as you mentioned, the camera was sitting there, he eventually saw it.
Yeah.
There was potential timing to sneak up through mid on towards those stairs, look towards the B side of things and maybe catch 2 in a rotation, but by that point in time, again, the team hadn't really decided in where they wanted to end up in that round. So high risk and high reward, but of course, if you don't find an exit strategy on that risk, you do get shut down, and that's what happened to Global in that one. They come into this now round number 7 with a bit of a party mix of a buy, keep credits towards a favorable situation for the next rounds. But if it does start to not go their way here, we're talking about potential defensive struggles for them earlier on. They do have that defensive side. They need rounds to see attacking place.
Yeah, but I think this round's going to be more focused about getting them their ultimates, because you can see that Russ is right next to the Thrash, and Skills is about to find his Viper's Pit as well. 2 really good, round win condition kind of ultimates. And for the moment, they're going to explore mid, and I like this approach from them. They're finally going in to see something new, but the camera from Safe is still there as well.
Vitality have just sniffed everything over towards the A side of the map as well. They have noticed no one is there for Global. They can start to get a little bit more focus in towards mid. Kix is just being a safeguard of that, making sure no one sneaks towards enemy lanes.
Oh, for the moment, back towards B they go. Corner is not being checked. Safe gets the first, and he's instantly going for more. He's so aggressive. Safe! He's throwing that next to you. Lightning Fast takes him down, but Destro is there to cover him up. 1 for him. He gets blinded out. 3 players peeking, and that's Lightning Fast with the second.
They're all coming in through mid as well. Vitality, they need to pick up the scrap. There are weapons down. There are weapons pilfered towards the side of Boba. The push is on a runner to try and see if he can bring something back with Kix right now, and they do it nicely, don't they? Defuse to come on through, and I gotta say, that was a needed recovery to come through for Vitality.
Yeah, first 2 kills kind of went awry, and they could have tried to maybe play a little bit more passive. Safe maybe got a little too excited there, going through the Viper's Pit, smoke, and of course his own cage as well, and spraying down the person right across the hall when he's got one right next to his face.
Yeah. A little bit of entertainment to give some chuckles, of course, but now the pressure starts to build up for Global. They're potentially seeing a world in which Vitality can get up to that 6th round, equalize at the half at best.
Yeah.
Do have another purchase to come in for them. You mentioned earlier that a couple of ults would start to come online from Global. They do have 2 to utilize now.
Absolutely, and they're looking towards the A side once again. The Thrash going early. Actually might have got both of them. No! Runner! He takes down 2 like it's nothing, and even he's blinded, he still gives a little bit of damage. I mean, he's given enough in terms of getting 2 people, and Russ takes that fight alone against 2 more. Global Esports right now crumbling to the pressure, and Vitality are enjoying their prowess on defense. 6-2. This is turning out to be quite the detriment.
That is quite an unfortunate thrash, all things considered. If it gets both of those players, absolutely a different story to be told, at least for the beginning of this round here. But you still got to remember, the shots have to come through from Runner.
Yeah.
And he's able to find two. Destrian catches Polvi at the end there as well, pushing in towards B main. So that was off screen. But, you know, yeah. The thrash off the rip, quite unfortunate. And I understand the game plan, right? You know that you've lost the A main control quite convincingly to Vitality a couple of times. You want to try and catch them off guard. You would expect two players to come in from the elbow. If you catch both of them, you're guaranteeing yourself a high success rate for the round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're walking in towards A. Want to probably play a little bit of contact, it seems. Runner's actually changed up his routine for this game, and now they're going straight in towards that A side once again, with now taking contact of this utility.
B main completely cleared again from Vitality,
Yep.
though, so they know what's happening.
Yeah, they absolutely do. So their rotations are already coming in. They're making sure that nobody's, looking towards mid. They've got a flash right there to cover up, making sure nobody's close by, as BlazingKing was doing it quite some time before as well. The flash is coming in. The paranoia to take off Destrian off his mark. Kobe shuts down. Now he doesn't. Runner takes one. Safe gets one another. And now, one after the other, Global Esports keep falling down. They're tumbling like blocks. Oh, boy.
Plant is up though. Skills has the pit activated.
Last
Russ
player
looking something,
standing.
but he can't quite deliver. Runner on for a 4K. And they know with that pit there's just a couple of positions that Skills can be. He has to do something ambitious. But unfortunately, shut down by Ascender. There is the half, at least secured for Vitality right now. But this defensive side is looking like a stronghold at the moment for now.
Yeah, there's nothing that Global are able to do that's actually breaking out this defense. And Vitality, the best thing that they're actually doing is switching out on their positions every round. They've got Save playing on B first couple of rounds, and they put him on A, and he's ready. He's got Runner with him a couple of times. Kicks is making sure that he's keeping information tabs on every part of the map, flashing out towards mid, flashing out towards B main. So this Vitality team is well prepared, clearly.
Yeah. Very prepared on holding these sites as well, either pushing A main, pushing B main, expecting GE to be going in these extremities as well, because mid is kind of an absent territory as far as both teams are accounted for. The camera goes there and gets all the information. Lightning Fast has actually managed to pick off Safe a wall bang towards the door. So that is a good start. If the duel for Polvi can be won in B main, that would actually be really enticing for Global to go towards B. But they're going to be expecting a creep up from A main like this.
Players coming in, the first one gone down. Skills, he's expecting another. He knows one's close by, but does he get one more? No, he doesn't. The wide peak from Runner, and Destrian finds one as well. And down goes the Viper Spit as Destrian is making sure that this B side is a fortress for himself.
Yeah, it's blockade. You cannot go through this. The decay will take you down, and the Snake's Bite will end you. You have to try and renegotiate this scenario. No paranoia from Lightning Fast. You've got Wingman and Dizzy from Russ. You've got the Haunt from BlazingKing as well, but do you expect him to be pushed down mid? Russ actually wins the duel against Runner. Can't quite navigate anything on towards Kicks. These are two split 1v1 duels at the moment from both respected pairs.
One enemy remaining.
He catches Kicks looking the wrong way. Lightning Fast can disconnect, but Destrian does not know that he's sneaking away. And Global Esports, they are back after losing 5 rounds in a row.
Well, this was a little bit more, connected, I would say, from Global Esports. Going in towards mid, finding a little bit of that, early pick. Safe, maybe a little too proactive there. Tried a little bit too aggressively to find a pick. And eventually, the push came in. The aggression from Vitality gets played out. And now, it is going to be Vitality who are going to try to maybe be a little bit more reactive. And I believe that Global Esports need a more solid mid-round.
Yeah, you talk about reaction. That was not bad from Global to realize what was happening in the of that round. Right now, Polvi a little bit too extended, not tradable from any teammates on towards Gen.G. Gets away with that one, and unfortunately as well, there's not much forward momentum from Global anymore towards this B site. Rotations have come for Vitality. Everything to be thrown at this one from Global Esports. I might add there. Showstopper is here as well for Runner. Everything is coming up. Vitality in this round, and you can't continue anymore if you are Global. Skills is going to get himself in towards the A side, but this spike needs to make its way over.
Yeah, absolutely it does, and it is going towards A as fast as it possibly can. Of course, Russ is going to be able to, make a little bit of a time delay. if Blaziking is going to try and maybe sell out a fake here. Not quite sure how much Vitality would buy into this because they've actually left that A side on retake. And look at how passive they are. They're making sure that they don't give out anything towards that A side. Skills has been given this for free, but at most, this is just utility being wasted for them because Vitality have got this under control all day long.
Yeah. Plans on down, but it is a 3 versus 5 at the end of the day. You've got no real ability to just going for dry duels out into a squad of the Vitality members. BlazeKing's now even revealed himself completely disconnected from the action. It's a really unfortunate ending to the round for Global. All 5 members for Vitality up as they find their 8th.
Yeah, I'm not quite able to understand what exactly is the role of each member on GE here, like in terms of gameplay, because as the initiator, we're seeing Blaziking lurk, on more than half the rounds that he's played as the Fade, because he's got utility that can actually, in combination with the Gecko utility, can actually open up the site a lot more better. They can get a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, Vitality are reading it really well. They know that Global's always got one lone, player on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Need to see something different from Global. Want to see it work out, Last round of the half, though. Showstopper is available. We've got some B main control at least established for Global. Lurking in mid for skills, but what a pluck out of mid-air. Destrian is here. And just remember as well, Cypher utility lurking around the
Holy!
Great shot to come out from Sender. This is just a complete and total smack in the face towards these Global members. It's all down to lightning fast with the Sheriff in hand. Can't get anything done either. A flawless one to end it for Vitality.
I mean, how do you compete with that? You've got Runner just absolutely, like you mentioned, plucking you straight out of the sky. And this guy hadn't picked up the operator for quite some time. And of course, in the final round, he just straight up goes ballistic, right? And I love the fact that Vitality are, taking in this probably in a more fun way than they would have probably thought, because Global Esports clearly have a little bit of a problem in terms of the composition, at least in my opinion, right? They've got no Sentinel. They had nobody to watch their backs, and Vitality exposed that so many times, pushing B main, pushing A main, and they got so much control. When Global Esports, they knew that GE are going to be rushing into most of the sites.
I mean, just look at the ACS difference, man. Runner is just ahead of the curve at the moment. 3-3-6, kicking goals, and Polvi, I mean, he's attempting it, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to be the tip of the spear. He's trying to pave the way for Global to get into these sites. The assistance to come through from his team, of course. I want to see these Haunts come on through as well from... what is his name? Escape me. BlazeKing. Sorry. From BlazeKing. But as you said, he's just playing a little bit lurk, a little bit disconnected.
Yeah.
So coming to the switch up now, the halves as well. I mean, we're looking at the pistol round. That definitely needs to go the way of Global to try and get back in towards this one. If it doesn't, it could be a pretty difficult way to reenact what happened in the last map of our last series as well. A 9-3 scoreline.
Yeah.
Completely forgot its shoulders, getting in towards the OT territory, and Gen.G actually managing to win that as well. So definitely hoping that the little huddle now works for Global coming into this pistol.
Yeah, and I really want to see, Polvi kind of get into the groove, because he has been, in the past that we've seen his statistics, he's been absolutely amazing, back when he was playing in Europe. But coming into Tier 1, this of course, he's had a gap. He was on Mad Lions before, and he did have a pretty good stint back there, but he's been on and off, and now he's needing to prove himself in the Pacific, starting off, of course, against Vitality, which hasn't been the greatest of starts.
No, not the greatest whatsoever. But we'll see what they can do. Runner on towards Polvi yet again in the head-to-heads. Runner is winning at these ones, doubling down on towards Brass, and that looks a little bit awkward from Destrian, but he's managed to take Lightning Fast down to 5 HP in the mix.
Oh boy. Well, once again, Global Esports on the back foot. Lightning Fast gone down to 5 HP. He can barely stay alive if he, even if he gets blown away by a bullet through the wall. With a classic, he's going to die, and that's exactly why he's gone back to slightly be closer to his teammates, make sure he gives a little information. But the A site has already been taken control of.
These sort of scenarios, you got to take a risk, got to take a gamble stack for Global. 2 on the B site, hope that they walk in towards your crosshairs. If Lightning Fast can get a little bit of information, maybe you can get one and fall away. But the A site already overwhelmed for the Vitality members. Going to call for the rotations. It's definitely going to be a difficult retake for Global, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to attempt this, because they have no choice but to win these win this pistol round and follow up on the next one as well. Otherwise, they're practically done for. Vitality are just singing, dancing, and enjoying this party through and through. And Runner, he's looking for more. He's gotten the first two. Does he want the ace? He goes for the third, but Kix gets another for him. And Runner will have to settle with a 4K as Global Esports only will find themselves going down by 7 rounds.
Yeah, Chef's Kiss, those first 2 kills coming through from Runner, essentially sealing majority of this round. You get towards the side where it's open territory and the smokes, I mean, they're not a brick wall at the end of the day. See what you can do to dance around them, get the kills, get the pistol, Vitality double digits. No answer back to come through from Global in what feels like not only this round, but a lot of the strategies that they're trying to come out with, it feels like Sender is reading them to a T.
Yes, absolutely. This has to be Vitality with the best start possible. If they get this map shut down in the following round, it will be over. For now, Global Esports with a little bit of pre-aggression. Povi did throw down the Angels, and he will not be forcing them back. But on the other side of the map, Global Esports did try to take A control as well, but they've lifted that back as well. And now they're in a bit of a mix.
They pulled rotations. It's turning into a 3-1-1 at the moment for Global Esports. Blaze King in mid, Lightning Fast at A. He wants to get some smokes down to assist. They have to wait for the time for that to be reimbursed. Where the explosion will start to come out for Vitality as well into the side. Everybody just getting in, walking off lines. Chaos about to going on now. But Russ 2 with the classic and a single right click, I think. That is ridiculous, but isn't going to be enough for the round. It doesn't look like it as Lightning Fast now to just peek through the dark cover. At the moment, they're looking the wrong way. The heals are out from Kix immediately to get Sender back on up with 22 HP on Lightning Fast. He's tucked at the pillar. This is a good angle for Kix to be holding. He does not have to budge his crosshair whatsoever, but he's going to start to fall on back and ill times. Cover going down. Still alive. Name of the game, defuse. Nice. Out. Lightning Fast down. It's 11 for Vitality. This bridge draws ever so close to the falling.
Yeah, it most certainly does. This is not, of course, as close as it was in the final map of Gen.G versus the Rippers, but this is still something that Global Esports have to make up for, and a whole lot more as well, right? They gotta make the cake, they gotta bake it, and they gotta eat it themselves as well, and of course clean up after that. So there's quite a lot of work for them to be done here, if at all they want to make a historic comeback in the first ever game that they're gonna be playing with this new roster. But it all begins with them finding this round.
I mean, it's a stacked round as far as Vitality is concerned as well. They go into it with a whole bunch of rifles and just safe down on towards the Sheriff. And playing on the Cypher, we don't necessarily need to even see him engage in the action immediately for his team.
True.
No overextension from Global in towards the main at the moment, so it's going to be a bit of a surprise if the pop is here.
Okay, skills, show us what you got. Show us your skills now. A bit of a defensive setup, but he still goes down. He was confused about what side to peek. And Povi and Russ do get 2 trades back though. And there's another one from Blaze King. As Center is the last man left standing. And Russ wants this for himself, and the IGL will get it. A breath of fresh air from Global Esports as 4 comes up on the board, but they've still got so much more to do as Russ will be the one to shut down that round, and he's 1 orb away from the Thrash. That could be something that they could use for another.
Needs to be flawless run, essentially, from Global, and that is the start, but it's on the bonus, right? It's not where you've got all of your equipment on the side of a Vitality, and I mean, even in this round, you technically don't have all your equipment if you're looking for your 5 primary rifles. Sender's down on towards the Guardian. But I think with the way that he's been navigating his squad at the moment in this one, he doesn't necessarily need the greatest weapon to still have impact in this.
Oh, here comes the force once again towards the A site. Lightning Fast does have his IGL right next to him to support him. The crossfire may be set up, but no, they go for the peek, and he goes alone. Lightning Fast is away, and the paranoia comes out too late, and Runner, he's predicted it all too well. Safe gets another towards mid, and Global Esports completely disarrayed, disconnected, and at the most probably destroyed on this map of Sunset.
I mean, hardly even touched as well. Great crosshair placement, great reactions to come through from Runner, and just a great shutdown of a round. You have to see just a blessing go towards Global for the remainder of this round to try and get it back. Blaze King does what he can, Only good for one at the end. He'll take down Runner, which, I mean, that is something. But a 1 versus 4 to turn it into something absolutely spectacular now. Safe is still looking after you, and he'll be able to find that one as well. There's 12 on the board for Vitality. It's their map pick of choice, and now they're looking to end it here.
Oh boy, match point 12-4. This is not, I'm pretty sure, what the crowd and the entire, audience watching back at home were expecting. Global Esports have, unfortunately, not been able to stand up or do practically anything for that matter in this the map of Sunset. And I really hope that, they're gonna say, all right, let's just go next. We've got another map coming in. We've got our map coming in, Breeze. But before that, there is one more round of probable pain that could come their way, unless, of course, we've got Polvi.
And rocket in as well. Polvi at least able to find two. A counter rocket, actually. Polvi going above, going beyond. But will it actually still work out? Yes, it might. Russ on towards Destrian, and now it's all onto Runner. They already know his location. He does have those pain shells. He's going to buy a little bit of time for the peek up. All of the D members lined up, and Polvi will be the one to end it. A 4K to boot.
Well, another round for Global Esports, something to cling on to, but they're still more than half the world away from where they need to be. Vitality in pretty much, total comfort here. They can afford to even lose a couple of rounds, but I'm pretty sure they want to end this game as soon as possible. They're feeling the confidence running through their veins, and the one thing that's worked out really well for them is the fact that Global Esports are actually kind of tripping over their own feet. Those crossfires that we just saw between Russ and Lightning Fast towards A main, where Russ peeked out with his flash, but Lightning Fast kind of went back, used the paranoia a little late. It's kind of not in the right mix for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Global don't have the right runners on. That's what Vitality's got here. Safe does have the neural theft coming in towards this round, so if the kill does present itself, all the information given on over from Global could be what undoes them. A bit of a spot up. A lot of emphasis mid at the moment from Vitality. Start off the trade game at the moment. Runner, another multi-frag to come through. That's 25 to his name on this map so far. And he's looking for more on this one still.
Yeah, they've gotten the first 2 picks that they needed. The Duelist and one of the main controllers has been shut down, who's essentially a pseudo-sentinel. Skills has left the server for this, and I think this might be just it. Blaziking, though, he's still keeping hopes alive. He gets one, and now the A site to be the fight of their lives. Global Esports on the map of Sunset.
Ooh, Lightning Fast. Yeah, if he cancels this one, it's just for info. It's not over towards the B side. Okay, Blaziking one and done. No Nightfall for the retake. If the spike goes down at all, because do they expect Lightning Fast to actually still be positioned at the elbow? Yes, Runner, he is the safeguard in this round. He's looking to end this map with an ace. Will it be given on over by Destrian? It's on to Russ. He does have his wingman as well, so he can't get that onto the defuse just to reveal where his opponents are playing from. The toxic string goes up. The defuse can't quite be there just yet. Can't see the target. Has to go in for towards this one. Is so paranoid, it feels, on where he wants to sing the wingman, but now they know the time is ticking, and Runner closes it with the ace. That is a spectacular start to Runner under the Vitality banner.
What a game from these boys right here. Absolute chaos caused for Global Esports, but it seemed like Vitality were listening to Beethoven and playing in complete symphony. Absolutely amazing debut, especially for the 2 youngsters here. Runner, what a talent this guy is. The entries, the holds, the multi-frags, the number of times this guy's clustered out, even without needing to actually move from his position, is insane.
Yeah, I mean, you look towards the history and you look towards the expectations on what these players have done in their previous rosters coming in towards this one. Safe, need I say any more? Such a staple name coming into this, but Runner, new kid on the block, the fight taker in towards this map. And you cannot deny that he was not taking fights, winning them time and time again, multi-fragging up a Storm, ending it with an ace as well. I mean, we spoke about it. We thought that the defense for Global might be a little bit weak, lackluster, and it was picked apart by Vitality.
Yeah, it most certainly was. And I think the fact that, Runner, although he was, the front runner of this team, I think the backbone of Safe being there as, somebody who's not just a Cypher, but he's an aggressive Cypher, right? We saw it. He's ready to take fights. He's ready to move into spaces for his team that they wouldn't expect the Cypher to be there. And he was making sure that this team finds the right balance of sandwiching Global Esports across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, I know Salah's going to be happy with the performance on that one for Vitality. I know Sender has called a great game in that one. It's time to go back to the drawing board, though, for Global. They've got some time to do so, but we've got some time for some analysts to break it down.
The beauty of the game, and let's be fair, there's definitely a reason why Vitality picked up Sunset to be the first pick.
Absolutely. I mean, everything just worked for them.
Yeah.
It felt like Global looked, I don't want to say lost at times, but it really felt like there was an unfamiliarity with the map almost, compared to at least Vitality, who just made it look like their playground, Pavlos.
They really did. Like, okay, their comp wasn't fancy, it was pretty standard to what you would expect on Sunset, but they were clean with it. They knew what they were going into. It seems everything that they pulled out, all the plans were well rehearsed, whether that was their executes, their fake outs, their B plans, their retakes. It all looked pretty clean. And let's be fair, a well-deserved victory that Global, couldn't compete against.
Yeah, and it feels like they were kind of outclassed a bit, Pavlos.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we were both expecting it to be at least a little bit closer, but really, all in all, honestly, I'm so impressed by them. It was an incredible game, and for Vitality, I think at this point now it's just reset, keep your momentum going into Breeze, and if that was anything to go by, this could be a very quick series.
So one of the things that we were looking at prior to the game starting was how would this role situation work out in Vitality? Mainly who would be the duelist of the roster, right? Safe being named by many the best duelist in EMEA this season. Runner, known for how good he is on the duelist and smurfing on every server he's been on, right? Who would have been the right pick to put in that position? Well, it was obvious for Vitality, it had to be Runner in that position, while Safe was put into that Sentinel.
I really like that decision, and I think it comes down to experience, actually. I think Safe, having played at Tier 1 for an extended period of time, is going to be a lot more comfortable going to an off role, whereas Runner, the new bloods, it's their debut. Let's get them on an agent that they know that they are good at, they know they're going to be confident with, and in a comp that is going to almost complement having a duelist who can be very aggressive. I mean, the final round, the ace, for God's sake, he's obviously at home here. And we're going to take a look at the scoreboard, and 28 and 11, I think Runner the stats speak for themselves, Pavlos.
Exactly.
425 ACS.
A clear Runner diff, and it goes to the point that you made to a T, right? Runner was playing in a comfortable role, and he was being set up for success. And okay, the rest of the team didn't lack either. You had kicks with some heroic moments, but all of them had an above average score. And that's what you love to see. Everyone was hitting their shots, everyone was coordinated, everyone was on the same page. And you know what? Yes, Runner was the winning case scenario for Vitality. He was the one being set up for all these plays, with these entries. And to be fair, he was hitting so many shots that it nearly never came down to the second entry.
Yeah, it feels to me like, for Vitality, that they went into Sunset almost with the objective to just set up Runner and just get him to pave their way through sites. And it worked beautifully. And I mean, even when they were going for sort of that mid-control, it was just Runner following up the utility. And it just pieced together flawlessly.
So we talked about Vitality a lot and why they were superior, but Global, do you think there was something missing from them?
Yeah, it feels like they were a little bit shaky when it came to trading one another, especially when it came to retakes. It felt like once they went into a retake, first player dies, and then there's a good 2 or 3 seconds before any attempt for a trade is made. Something else I want to highlight as well, Pavlos, while we have the scoreboard up, is Runner with 8 first bloods. That is so damn effective. And it shows to me that Vitality, they know the players they have, and they're utilizing the players they have to the skills in which they're effective.
I enjoyed Polvy's performance to an extent, because there were moments there that he was able to show his mechanical skill.
Yeah.
But I feel like there weren't many opportunities where that could have actually ended up with a round win.
Yeah, I completely agree. It feels to me like for Global, maybe it's unfamiliarity with Sunset. Maybe Breeze will be a little bit better.
Could be.
That being said, Runner is showing some incredible form right now, and I don't know if that's going to quieten down going after Sunset.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like you said, Sunset was the pick of Vitality moving into Breeze.
You're absolutely right.
Global will probably look to be a little bit more comfortable. yeah, you know, it's a map that's been around for a while. Okay, there've been some recent changes that do kind of change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to affect how, you know, how teams play it throughout this, throughout the previous seasons?
It's obviously going to affect how they play.
Okay.
I don't know if the change is going to be enough to allow Global Esports to beat Vitality, though.
They're looking a bit too clean right now, don't they? They look just a bit too clean.
Yeah, it's not G looking bad, it's Vitality looking incredible.
Yeah, they really do. Right, okay, so for this match, for this map in particular, it looked strong. It looked great from Vitality. It didn't seem like anybody could challenge them in that regard. But we've got an MVP and the spearhead of this entire endeavor. It's Runner, right?
I mean,
a clear
goes without
difference.
saying. Yeah, absolutely goes without saying. I mean, just from watching the game, you could tell that was MVP material. 28 and 11. It felt like every single round, Runner was doing something. And even in the rounds where he got picked off early, very few of them. But even when he was, that's when you got to see the likes of Kicks, the likes of Safe, really sort of rise to show that the team isn't dependent on Runner. They have contingencies for everything.
I feel like Breeze could also be a map where we'll be able to see Safe shine a little bit more, because that's the kind of map you rely on your anchors a lot more, you rely on your lurks, and the Sentinel role kind of fits into that position, and that's where we'll be able to see Safe shine a lot. One of the reasons why you want to put a duelist, if you are going to change the role of a duelist and drop it into another role, it's going to have to be the Sentinel. And for Safe, so far it seems so good.
Yeah, I'm so good is really a bit of an understatement, actually. We've got to talk about that Gecko pick as well.
Okay.
Thought process was there. I like the theory behind it. Just didn't work. Just did not work. Yeah, the fact that Runner was able to just run amok. Vitality would give him way too much space, and the contingencies that were in place for Global Esports to sort of capitalize off of using that Gecko just didn't work for them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Yeah, Runner, he's done so good in whether that's East, whether that's North in Europe, and now he's getting to prove it over on the stage in
so good,
India.
man.
He's so good. I'm so glad he got the opportunity to play for Vitality.
And proving it as well.
Yeah.
That was the debut. I mean,
yeah.
Good
Absolutely.
God.
Yeah.
You know,
What a debut.
If that's the debut, what's he going to look like in 6 months?
It sets your year up for success, right? Or does it set
Absolutely.
the bar up a bit too high?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're going to Breeze. How are you feeling about this?
How do I feel about Breeze?
Yeah, I mean, Global, do you think there's a chance for them to come back into this?
I mean, if there's anywhere that they get a chance to get back into it, it's going to have to be Breeze.
Yeah.
Like, it's do or die, really, for them.
Yeah.
Whether they're actually going to be successful in doing so, I think it's going to be very difficult.
Also agreed.
Yeah, it highly depends if they're able to be on the same level as Vitality right now, because Vitality are looking clean, right? They look coordinated. They look as if they've been playing together for more than a couple of months, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
for G, that's definitely not the case.
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, for Breeze, it's a map which double operators, one of the few maps, I think maybe Haven, is the maps where double operators are a viable option. I think for Vitality, because you have both Safe and Runner, very comfortable duelists, I think that's probably a map that Vitality actually lean to getting that double operator out very, very soon.
It's where GE would have hoped they had the last year's mentality and all of the players were duelists.
Yeah, exactly. I bet GE are looking at this potentially with their head in their hands, actually. You know, this could have been very successful. Instead, you know, we're left with, well, a chance to recover, hopefully.
Yeah, I feel like Breeze is one of those maps that's the most momentum-based out of the pool right now.
Yeah.
Can't really think of another one that is more momentum-based than that. There might be occasionally, but you know, I feel like if you start getting rounds in your favor, if your economy's rolling, especially on that defense side, you know, those long distances, the better weapons, it just helps you.
So hard to shut down. Yeah, so hard to shut down. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think an argument could be made for Sunset, an argument could be made for, actually not even for Split, really. Yeah. I think it is entirely down to, you know, Breeze and Sunset, momentum-based maps. And, well, if you want momentum, 35, one of the most one-sided scorelines we've had today.
Yeah, fair enough. And hypothetically, if we were to go to a split, who would get it?
I think Vitality.
Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So G in a difficult spot. Not only are they looking a little bit rough from the previous map, they're going to not only have to win Breeze, but if they want a chance to win the match in its entirety, it's going to have to be Split.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. That's going to be very tough. I mean, Vitality on their previous roster, they were, even then, their split was good. So I think that the fundamentals are already there. I mean, especially from Sender as well.
Yeah.
I really think that this is going to be a rough old series for Global. I actually don't think they see splits.
Look, we saw in the previous match how it can happen that a team, comes back with a better mentality, that is able to, jump out, reset your mindset. And even though you lost the map miserably, case in point, the previous series in that second map, True Rippers didn't really have the best of results, right? They got sort of slammed, but they came back in the next one, pedal to the metal. So that's what you will kind of want to see from G here.
Yeah, you need to see that second win, but True Rippers were able to get that second win because they found that first map, because they proved Gen.G were mortal.
Yeah.
G are yet to do that. I mean, even when it comes to sort of standout rounds, we didn't really see the heroics that we saw with Runner.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. We'll get to see if the heroics actually come to play. If it comes to Breeze, when it comes to Breeze, is there a player you expect to be having most fun in regards for GE?
Yeah, probably.
Not only most fun, but have, GE will probably depend on to get their team back in?
Yeah, absolutely, probably. I'm expecting greater things from him going into Breeze, bearing in mind that he struggled to match Runner on Sunset. In fact, the question now becomes, can Runner even keep this up? Was that a flash in the pan for him, or is he actually just that good?
It was that good, but also Vitality don't really depend on one person.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
They're all really good. They're really good. So a matchup that we'd probably be looking at Breeze is definitely going to have to be the duelists, right? It's definitely going to have to be the people that get the operator on their hands mostly. But this little head-to-head for Destry and Lightning Fast could definitely give us a bit of an insight of, how the controller also can make a difference.
Yeah, and actually we talk about the controller. All things considered, Lightning Fast, I think, held his own relatively well in this game. Yes, he had some issues when going for the rotations, and he was caught off more times than not. But when it came to the actual fights he was taking, he wasn't doing particularly badly. It feels like Global Esports lost sort of around the board rather than it being down to one or two specific players. I think for Global Esports now, going into Breeze, especially for Lightning Fast, just to make sure you don't get into your own head.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And for Lightning Fast, he's filling in some big shoes, right? SK Rossi was the star Indian player of the GE roster, and I feel now Lightning Fast has kind of taken that spot.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
SK Rossi didn't live up to expectations in regards to last year. I think, he had some standout moments, but there was a lot of criticism behind, was that good enough? Is that what Global needed? And I think a lot of people said, no, not really. So Lightning Fast has kind of got to prove that the top of India's talent is capable of pushing a team to the highest level of VCT.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that game was quite a hard litmus test, wasn't it? For Breeze, do you think Global have a chance to get back into this? Or?
Yeah, sure, why not? Again, it just depends if they're able to, match Vitality in terms of coordination, right? If Vitality are able to get picks off one after the other, you just make the endeavor easier for you, right? And Global did make it easy for Vitality in the previous match.
Absolutely. I believe we're going to go to Agents Lake in just a moment as well for Breeze. So we're going to be able to see what's going to be brought out. Are we going to see a weird comp from Global again? Maybe I'd like to, We haven't seen an ISO, we haven't seen a Deadlock. Two things which could potentially be a lot of fun.
Deadlock? Really?
Well, it would be nice to see.
It'll be nice to see, but
we don't have to cast it, remember? so it would be nice to see.
All right, Mr. Coach Kroller, would you ever put your team to play Deadlock?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't subject them to that. Absolutely not. How dare you insinuate that?
And would you especially put Deadlock on Breeze?
Absolutely not. But would it be entertaining to see? Yes. I can dream, okay, Pavlos? I can dream.
You may have a dream.
Yes, and my dream, I'd rather see an ISO than the Deadlock, actually.
Okay.
I think
yes, an ISO.
An ISO would be cool. And Breeze isn't too bad for ISO, I guess.
Do you know what?
You could run
throughout the entire day, I forgot that ISO was enabled in this patch.
Yeah, we got ISO now.
We got ISO.
Who's going to be the brave one
Which would be the first
take the plunge?
Which team do you think would pick up ISO first?
How many ISOs have we seen sort of in tournaments so far? It must be only about 2 or 3. Yeah, it probably isn't many. I mean, this would be the first Tier 1 tournament to have an ISO and a Deadlock. Maybe we get both.
Keep dreaming.
Yeah,
we love you for that, Kromer.
Thanks, Pavlos.
we enjoy your dreams.
Thanks, man. Well, let's see in just a moment.
I hope they come true.
For this Agent Select.
And maybe one day you'll be a good coach as well.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be a good ISO.
You're brilliant, mate. You're brilliant,
Have to
mate. Yeah, let's jump into the agent select and see how that one looks. Let's see if there's anything more interesting than the previous one, even though that Gecko was quite an interesting one. Didn't quite work out. Anything? No? We're looking at the stage instead?
It's a nice stage.
It is a nice stage.
Very
I
nice
don't
stage.
mind staring at it for a bit.
Hey.
There we go. Okay, just
no ISO, no deadlock. It's actually pretty normal for both teams, actually. Nothing too unorthodox. Global going without the Sky, I think, is kind of interesting. Sky is sort of a must on Breeze, in my opinion. I understand the premise to go with the Cypher Sova. It does mean that your afterplants have a little bit more recon to them. It means that with the KO as well, the afterplants are going to be that bit stronger as well. But you're putting a lot of pressure on your Viper here.
And you're putting a lot of pressure on your KO, right? I think that when you throw out that dagger, when you throw out the zero command, I think it's really important for you to be able to hit the defender of a site.
Yeah.
And given that Breeze is set up in such a way that the sites are massive, and there are many positions in which the defender could be in, it's not always the easiest to do.
No, it's not by any stretch of the imagination. So.
And there's also the counteraction where you're able to, put a Viper setup on one side, put a Cypher setup on the other, and just play different sides of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think Global Esports going into this, they're putting a lot of pressure. This only works if every single agent does their role, does it well. It's not a composition you can sort of take agents out of and hope for them and hope it still works.
Yeah.
You need all 5 alive for your executions. So we'll have to see.
It was a single controller setup for Global, right? Yeah, that's hard to pull off. That's hard to pull off. It's going to be a lot more easier for Vitality to be flexible in this one. Because remember, right, if you throw in the toxic screen in one location every single time on the attack, you're never really sure if that's going to be the hit, if there's a second controller. But if it's only one, missing that toxic screen is so vital if you want to end up hitting the B site in the end, right?
Sure. I've got a question for you and for the chat.
Okay.
How long do you think the tech pause is going to be for this one? Trick question. We don't have one this time. We're going to be able to go to the casters in just a moment. Let's hand it over to the amazing Dion and Universe. They'll take you through this. Hopefully Global Esports can recover. We'll have to see.
We love you.
Guys, yes, map number 1, a bit of a blowout, a bit of Vitality showing us their prowess. For Global, not so much. I am wondering if Breeze is going to be a difference if where they went wrong on the first map doesn't make its way here.
Yeah, well, momentum, mentality, and mortality. 3 problems for Global Esports, right? They couldn't break the momentum of Vitality and couldn't make their own happen. Their mentality, well, it dipped with the momentum, and their mortality rate was pretty much 0 almost every single round. They couldn't keep their plays alive for enough time. Whereas Vitality, their 3 biggest, I would say, boons of that game was Improvise, Adapt, and Runner.
Yeah, Runner. You can't even take him away from them. I mean, the ACS speaks for itself, the scoreline speaks for itself. Switching up the roles, I guess you could say, or the agents rather, coming in towards this map. But speaking up the roles, we actually have a switch up in roles for 2 players over on the Global side. Skills isn't adopting the Viper again like they did on map number 1. Instead going for the Cypher. Talk about that. We have a team of 5 flexes not putting in a Sentinel in the previous map. That's kind of confusing. But in towards this one, the Cypher's back, and it's Lightning Fast picking up the Viper instead of the Omen controller. So it seems like they want Lightning Fast on the primary smoker role, regardless on the map, and Skills is happy to go back onto the Cypher, and then we've got the rest of the roster picking up some comfortable agents.
Yeah. Historically, though, I do want to put it out there that Lightning Fast was Global Esports' main Cypher player, but here we are, seeing a bit of a difference. Let's see how this runs out. Vitality with a bit of aggression towards A from Safe alone, and the rest of Vitality are actually heading in towards B. Global Esports already exploring avenues towards B. Look at that push towards halls, and they might just actually catch 1 or 2 players off guard here.
The camera's been pinged and destroyed by Destrian, so there's an alert now over at the B side of things, with Sender denying Polvia and Russ. This is already off to a pretty rough start for Global.
Yeah, Russ had the flash in the hand, but Polvia actually peeked before he could throw it down. And Lightning Fast takes the fight, and the classic! All 12 bullets go whizzing past him. And Safe is actually calling his team back to come towards A. And it's...
No one's alright. It's okay.
Everyone's side, yeah. Lightning fast, he's getting a little bit up closer first. No, but Runner's ready for it. He just spams him straight down to the wall, expecting him to be exactly where he shot him. And now comes the swing. 1-2. Trades coming in. Global Esports still in this, not out of it. Skills in a 1v3.
But they're not going to plant exactly where he's located for at the moment. They
30
know he's
seconds
here.
left.
It's set in stone. Safe toying with his food. Cypher v Cypher action comes out on top.
Oh, painful to watch there. Global Esports, they had a bit of a good idea towards that B halls. They did find, a little bit of control, but that one flash from Russ could have probably changed the outcome, right? Because even on the side of Vitality, Kix was sitting in the, with his flash in his hands and could have been difference maker, but Polvi, unfortunately, got angled from Vitality before he could even actually move out.
I mean, for me, it's going to be an interest in where Russ's priorities are going to be around the map as well. That 0 point is going to be extremely powerful against the expected plays to come out from Vitality as well. The combination between the toxic screen and the Astro Stars that can come down. You've got Safe's cages as well, but more importantly, the trap wires. If you can get them down for the count on a retake, or potentially when you switch over on your offense as well, we can get to that a little bit later. That's where I feel like we need to see Russ kind of step up and pull his weight in towards this map.
Yeah, and at the moment, Global Esports making a bit of a gamble here. All 5 players stacked towards the A site, and Vitality are actually going straight towards it. So this is a good decision from Global, but how much can they actually extract from this round is the question. 1, maybe 2 could be possibility, but if they're able to maybe clutch out a Thrifty here, it could be a statement that needs to be made early on.
I mean, it's all classics, so we'll see how they navigate this one. That 0 point is still up with Flash Drive. This is where they can start to push us through. A good reveal actually to come through from the dart, but Vitality already aware of the scenario, pushed into the deep pyramids. And this is where they completely eradicate the global members.
Oh man, that stack was practically useless. The biggest issue for me there was they hit that recon, right? And it revealed 3 players right behind that smoke wall from the Viper, but they didn't go to spam them. They went straight for the players behind the right side pyramid because they thought, okay, you know what, the flash is setting us up, but instead they could have gone to spam across the wall, which would be an easier way for them to get a kill maybe.
Oh, maybe. At the end of the day, it is the classics, though, and we're just setting ourselves up for this round, right? See what damage you can deliver. So far, not too much, but we've got the Vandals to come on through in this one. 5 Vandals, in fact, for Global. And it's going to be a bit of emphasis in through towards the mid of the map, over towards A as well, just leaving skills to his own devices over at B.
Yep. A little bit of aggression there. Polvi's actually taken up pretty deep towards mid, and this could be called out. The rotation's coming in. Sova's made his way, and lightning fast. He's isolated, he needs that kill, but he too has been stuck in his position. Russ is coming out to help him, but it's probably not going to be enough. He's going for an aggressive peek. The flash misses from the sky, but the flash from KO connects, and they've got an advantage.
And that's where the dust will start to settle as well. Put up the cloud. See what comes your way, Destrian. Would have been nice if he was able to get that kill on the rotations for Vitality towards the B side of things, but these duels at the moment are just a stalemate. Caught out with your knife, Sender is down, so things are starting to go Global's way. This is their first buy round, of course, a bit of a weaker Vitality. They can still look to find some damage. Second attempt over towards the A side as well. Some nice information to be revealed. That 0 point is 2-2 at the moment in this round for Russ. Blazing nicely done on to save Kickball as well. And now it's all to the little lurker in Destrian. He's not that little, he's actually quite tall, and it's a tall order in this round to try and get it done. He cannot, as Polvi secures.
I would call this bonus a victory for them, honestly. They've gotten so much damage done. They dropped 3 weapons of Global Esports, and they're going to force them to buy in, and it's not going to be the best of buys. Maybe one of them might rescind to a secondary weapon, or maybe a little bit less utility. We'll find out in just about a bit. But Global Esports, a round that was much needed for them, and as we can see, they are nobody's closer to ultimate just yet. No breakout performers as of right now. But of course, again, Safe, he's trying his risks once again with the Cypher, and he's not afraid of doing it time and time again.
Same agent deployment from Global around the map again, this time sending Polvi a little bit forward through mid with a self-boost up onto the bricks. But hey, you get the kill, you take out Sender.
Absolutely.
You take that, absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, Sender playing the Astra, not the usual pick you see. Of course, this makes me have reminisce about Paper X, the infamous Breeze game they played against FPX back in Masters 2022. But hey, if Sender's got a bit of that Astra in him that can make this work, sure, go ahead. Runner actually finds Russ. And
They don't expect that elbow push whatsoever from Polvi. This is just Polvi getting what needs to be done. 4 versus 3, however. And that's a bit of information for Kicks. It's not the weaker side of the map, though. As Polvi, again,
Spike
you're not
down,
expecting him to
attacker
be
spawn.
at the same location that he started off this round.
And Vitality now a little bit lost. Safe needs to get a bit of a plan here as to where they want to go. Both of these players, of course, competent. They've got great aim and they've showcased that. And a bit of a challenge here. Polvi, he wants a little bit more from this round, and it could be an ace if he goes for it.
Well, this is the scenario as well. If you are global, you can kind of feel comfortable in leaving the site a little bit weaker, a little bit unoccupied. You can use that Cypher utility that is at the front side of the site to disorient Safe, disorient Runner when they do look to get in towards the site.
Yep.
They are taking, I guess, the path of least resistance at the moment, but this is where the crosshair of Polvi is trained. This is where the eyes of Skills is trained as well. 7 seconds to go, and it's been called. It's been called for a save for Vitality.
Yep, and that's going to be it. Vitality are going to concede this round, unfortunately. They tried to do a bit of a push and pull on both sides of the map, but Global Esports, thanks to Polvi's constant mid-peaks and, being kind of unexpected, because, at this level, you wouldn't expect the same player to climb up on an edge so open time and time again. Finds 3 kills on the back of it, and Polvi is going to give him and his team a second round. 2-2. Not too much to look forward to just yet, but there is an operator coming out from Polvi. He's upgraded now, and this could turn things up on the B site, where Safe and Runner might just want to give it a little bit of a peek.
Powerful investment. See if it can get a good reward. A great 0 point again. These have been pretty sensational from Russ to get information to stop any aggressions from Vitality. As the B elbow is starting to be explored from Vitality, a bit of a late mid play from them, but will they be expecting Russ to actually be pushed to the depths of mid? It's not too common of a spot lately on Breeze this early in the round. Look, I mean, he shot right at them, an underlob flash, none the wiser, but a trade at least from Runner, doubling on down, but shut down in the end.
Lightning Fast gets another. He makes sure that the man advantage stays in his favor, and he's going to play a little bit more passive towards the A side, making sure that in case of a retake, he needs to survive and wait for his teammates to rotate. Skills still holding onto that B side, making sure that in case there's any rotation, but it's not going to be the case. The spike has traveled here, and Sender is going to go for that plan. He does have cover, and not too much. They know that Lightning Fast on the back of sight. Are they going to challenge him first and then go for it?
Yeah, lots of Viper utility at the moment. You can just safeguard yourselves, cutting the site in half as you look for the plant, but they want to try and equalize it at least. Vulnerability is the name of the game when they go for the plant, because there's only one active member. Destroying up. Sender, though. One away from the Cosmic Divide. A missed shot on the operator. A swing as Lightning Fast shuts down Destrian. All onto the captain. It's Sender. A 1 versus 3 to see if Vitality can reclaim the lead. 67 HP around the side. The crosshairs denied though. Head removed to Polvi. Cosmic Divide toyed with, but not used. And they know where he is. He's stuck. Both players charging on forward. He gets 1. But in the end, it's Lightning Fast to secure 3 total and a defuse to get Global in the lead.
Absolutely. The patience play from Lightning Fast, making sure that the minute he gets that pick on towards mid, he's playing it safe. He goes back behind the containers and plays it, waiting for his teammates to come and join him for this retake. And of course, they realize that maybe Vitality could go for that extra peek, right? They want to take an extra step. Where Sender was placed, near the left pyramid, and they expected it well. Polvi was ready for it, and I'm pretty sure that angle's not commonly checked, especially when you've got a man above and it's a 2v3, right? And they did well. They were ready for it. In the end, too close for comfort.
I mean, they almost line up for him at the end there as well. You can see just the crosshair placement was just a bit overshot.
Get out of my way!
Great clutch if it was able to come through. But into the fresh rounds, the economy is starting to look a little bit haywire. Blades are activated for Runner in this round. Seekers could provide a bunch of information as to who's lurking about this B side for Global.
Ross, he's going for a bit of an aggressive peek. He's curious and he finds a bit of reward for his curiosity. But Runner, he wants one back. The blades go away. Here comes the ultimate. And Runner is no longer running. He's going to walk back to safety as Russ tends to stop this B side all by himself.
Huge. On the null command as well, you can get a general location of where those pulses are coming from. But he still manages to double them down. Safe and Destrian
You are divided.
out for the round. As the Cosmic Divide starts to come through his skills, it's going to be noted, it's going to be Flash. And that's a right click to come through from Runner. No longer with the plays, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are here.
Spike down,
2
B.
versus 2, the plant to go down, it has to be respected.
Yeah, the operator, of course, still active on Polvi. He does have all of his utility left, so he could actually change up the weapon and play a little bit differently because he will need that dash. And he's activated it. He's going to have a peek C. Runner's being pushed back from that angle, but they're actually going through it. Okay, lightning back! The gun! Oh, man!
Polvi, you mentioned it. He had to switch from the operator, but picking up Evander with no bullets is such a problematic scenario. And you could also see Knife pulled out into a smoke, which I might add wasn't a nebula. It was dissipated.
Yeah,
that was a nice catch off guard, if I do say so.
Yeah, really. But I'm pretty sure Lightning Fast didn't expect that they would, go past his snake bite and come out double peeking. Oh, but man. Switching to the knife at that point is probably the worst thing you can do.
I mean, you're just running down the hill and you're tumbling at the moment as well. 2 things that could go wrong that you're not hoping to
exactly.
go wrong. Smoke fades from right in front of you and you pick up a gun with no bullets.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Oh, Vitality once again exploring that mid-region, looking for a bit of a new opening this time. Russ again successful with that 0 point, getting so much value out of it, and instantly they're going to be pushed back. They're not going for no more exploration, it seems, as Global not really being, as aggressive on that A side as they were earlier.
Russ has to be really careful peeking through B main again, because he's done it a couple of times already. They're going to be expected by Vitality. If your kicks at the moment, a Trailblazer looking towards the left is not a bad idea to clear. If it's not, that's where Russ is actually going to find a phenomenal amount of damage you would expect.
Yeah, they're still... Oh, Xander's got an idea. The idea, he spots him, and now Russ is stuck here. Out comes the flash, the swing, but he's got one of his own. Lightning Fast covers him up, but only for one. Runner takes him out. And now Skills has to hold down the fort on the B site. But wait, never mind. Vitality, they're actually running away from here. And the rotations are being called in for GE. They've got practically 3 on B, and it's just a 1 Viper spit. Lightning Fast has to now defend his life on the A site.
And they have to go through this, essentially. It's 30 seconds to go. Draw attention away from the mid-doors push that is coming to try and get Lightning Fast away, but outside the pit, kicks is down. He's by himself, though. No one is really here to help him just yet. Lightning Fast goes down, but the team just gets to the bridge. What a good reveal. As Polvi takes that run on the Blazer out, looking for another one. Destrian looking for the challenge. It can't come through. Head removed. An answer back from Global.
All right, Polvi and Lightning Fast double up to get this round under control. 4-3, these teams keep exchanging the leads between each other. And so far, that Viper spit, the spray down through it, and of course, Polvi's aim shenanigans have worked out perfectly for them so far. But they need more. They need a lot more, and they need to win this half at least by 7-5. They cannot afford to go 6-6 or anything lower, because I think Global Esports, they need that mentality boost right now, which will only come if they win the first half.
Oh, you'd always like a little bit of a buffer, and I think they might be able to afford that to themselves right now. Their economy management is sort of pretty nice. Vitality can't really say the same at the moment, on towards the Eco in this one. Lightning Fast to start off the affairs, on towards Runner, and a Hunter's Fury brought out by Blaze King. Not looking to find too much. Neither of these skills. They get the opponent in the end. Irandel on that one, but Sender on towards Lightning Fast. These back and forward frags are starting to get a little bit precarious. Sender he gets another one. He's done sensational in this round. Safe takes out skills. This is absolute tomfoolery coming forward in round number 8. It's all onto Russ. Disconnected from the action, but they're coming towards him. They line up the 1-to-1, the spot out, and it's on Pedestrian. He's got a Spectre. It's not the greatest weapon in a 1-versus-1, especially on a map like Breeze, but the HP is not really there for Russ.
Yeah, and he's been outbrained here as well. He's going to hold on to that B side as Destrian actually runs in towards A, and he's got the Viper spit as well. Good usage of it. He's got so much space to play with. It extends all the way towards A main, so he can play quite the positioning here. And Russ, he's got 15 seconds for that 0 point, and he can probably single out where the position could be. Mostly he should expect it towards A main, but this is going to be a difficult retake.
The problem with the 0 point, though, is all of the utility that Destrian actually has is kind of already used. You could use the Toxic Strain in this scenario to kind of bait out things, but apart from that, the 0 point's not going to do much. So Russ is going to play element of surprise, because Destrian doesn't know if he's coming from the site or if he's coming from the flank location. There's the cave, Russ! He's so sneaky with it.
Oh man, I think Destrian would have actually had an advantage sitting in that corner, but the timing of him peeking out and, of course, Russ.
What? That's a jump scare.
That's a jump scare.
That's a jump scare moment.
I'm pretty sure Destrian got scared, but again, you know, it's those minute timings that we have in Valorant, right? The minute you want to peek out, your opponent's right in your face, and it's absolutely scary, and you will lose your life. I think Destrian would have actually benefited if he had just stayed there put, waiting for Russ to maybe make a move towards him. But unfortunately, Vitality will lose out on that round. A great clutch from the IGL towards the end there. And it was really smart of him to not take that fight when it was a 2v1. You know, they were running towards B. He made sure that he got the first kill and instantly bite it away.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot more from Global on this map than we did in the first one as well. I mean, it is their map pick too, so you give a little bit more confidence on that, I guess. You're kind of questioning what the roles might be coming in towards this one. Skills is feeling pretty comfortable on the Cypher. Lightning Fast is looking pretty decent on the Viper as well. I mean, I've tooted the horn of Rust so many times already with these 0 points, and the flashes as well working a treat. So I guess the other thing to say is, where's the fragments, I guess, but you know.
He's doing pretty well. He's doing pretty well. I think he's picked up quite the, you know, I would say, the morale of the team in this matchup, but he still needs a lot more work to be put in. And what I'm actually worried about is going to be their attack, which is yet to come. But of course, we've got a couple more rounds on this defense of theirs. Where exactly is Powi going to go this time? Is he going to pick up mid? No, he's actually towards B this time with skills beside him. Once again, the same 2-1-2 default setup. Nothing changed, but Vitality seemed to be looking for an aggressive mid-peak.
So the keen eyed viewers out there might have just realized that the timer wasn't moving. So I'm thanking my lucky stars that Kremer hasn't jinxed us when he asked how long of a tech pause we may have in this series. Thank you, Kremer.
Here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kremer. He has blessed us with no tech pauses, but what could be a pause right now coming in could be for Vitality with Blazer King getting the first kill.
And that's runner down again. He's not able to lead by example. So many of these rounds being the first or second casualty, relying on his teammates to try and pick up the slack.
Covering it.
This time, a big emphasis on mid to come through for Vitality. Another nice shot, Polvi on towards Sender, so little by little, Vitality's forces do start to fall.
Oh, that shock dart!
Back though, as Polvi is traded on out, same with 10 HP as you say, he finished off finally, and now the remaining players for Vitality coming in from main, splitting their approach. They want to get this spike down, but already the forces of Global are here.
One enemy
push
remaining.
on through, and Kick does fall, and Destrian on for a clutch, but it can't come to. And that means that Global are getting another round on the board. There is the 6 that you were asking for.
There is a 6, of course. And Global Esports now have got a pretty comfortable lead of 3 rounds, and they're going to have Blazer King to thank for that, for taking out Runner, who could have been probably the biggest problem in that. And Powi finding the second kill as well. Give them so much more space to play with. Then comes the flank from Lightning Fast, making sure that this entire Vitality squad is sandwiched onto that B site, and it is going to be Global Esports looking to hopefully take this half with a little bit more conviction. They have the operator back again on Povi, and this is going to be posted up towards B, I believe. I'm not quite sure, but Vitality now have called him for a timeout.
I was going to say, did I speak too soon? The timer paused again. I didn't see anything on the screen, but no, that's all right. We get the confirmation that it's a real timeout from Vitality, which actually speaks a lot, right? Global are applying enough pressure in towards this map to justify getting a little bit more input, getting a nice conversation happening. Maybe not a nice conversation if things aren't going the way of Vitality, you know, change it on up, right? Runner, he's been picked out a little bit here and there. Still, you know, nearing the top for the team in the fragging department. So
absolutely.
A little bit of modifications can be made to the strats to get him more activated into this one.
Yep. But the one thing I believe that Vitality have got in terms of areas covered is the fact that they're checking every single part of the map to see where Global Esports are, doing something different, right? And the only thing that they're not able to do is adapt to that like they did in the map of Sunset. This time, they are finding it difficult to actually, fight off against Povi, who I think needed a bit of a warm-up, and he's clearly woken up a little bit more here. And Vitality want to tread those waters towards B once again, where the operator is present. And, of course, a Cypher who hasn't yet been completely challenged in terms of a rush.
think Destro might have spotted out the jump just then. We know the reverse was true, but it's going to be a little bit quicker for the attackers in this round into the B side. Colby with the operator, only getting a bit of damage on towards Kicks, and that's just allowing Vitality to push deep into the site. Runner's alive, Runner's got his Nikes on, straight shooting as well, and now it's all onto Lightning Fast. A 5 versus 1. This is not what you wanted to have happen into the round. It's flawless to come through from Vitality, and I always love on the back of a timeout where you just completely hold W and it works out.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Salah clearly had a plan, and he said, guys, just go B, rush in. The Cypher's not going to be able to hold it. And Polvi, he couldn't connect any of his shots there. Polvi was missing quite a bit of them. And unfortunately, he tried for a bit of a revenge shot onto Runner. You know, Polvi got picked out of the air in the last round. He tried to pick Runner out from the air as well. Couldn't do it. Unfortunately, Runner is a little bit more quick on that, and he was able to find the entry. Yes, it was a flawless. We've been reminded twice now. But here comes another one. Is that a pre-play?
Oh, but what a spray. Lightning Fast, that does not work out the way you wanted to. At least you got a little bit of assistance from Lightning Fast to bail you out. One suppressed. Or Russ. Yeah, the Lightning Fast goes back at it again. Runner's down for the count. The first death for the trade to come out from safe.
Gonna get his team an entry towards that A site, but Russ is still alive, and look at the amount of pushing towards mid. Polvi once again on top of his bird's nest. He gets a bit of information, but nothing more, no damage just yet. Sender, he's been spotted, he's been tagged, and Vitality taking a bit of pressure towards mid, and they're actually heading back towards B, it seems.
One thing to note as well, the economy was thriving 2 rounds ago for Global. Now it's almost in the bin, and that's why the Marshal was out for Polvi. Now it's removed, laying on the corpse. So this weaponry affair for Global is not looking too crash hot. Skills with the Ghost closest to the action of the Vitality members, who have free open territory to waltz into the B site.
Yep.
Yeah, make a cup of tea, lay out the chair, have some fun.
Absolutely. For Spike to blow up and incinerate the rest of the squad.
Oh yeah, that's getting a bit dark there.
Well, let's see how dark it can get on this B site for Vitality. Can Global Esports wipe them off completely? Because they are in a bit of a detrimental situation. 3 versus 4. Nothing more than just a straight bullet through the wiper wall, it seems, as Destrian makes it a lot more easier to finish off at 5.
I mean, you gotta be careful. Traces through these walls, they can reveal where you're located. 2 down for the count on Global, and now it's all on towards Skills. See if you can get any extra damage into the mix. Regardless, you'll get the neural theft coming into the next round. If he gets killed, gets death, saves, well, he needs to go and find them in the next round.
Yeah, a little bit of money would be good for him here individually at least. He needs at least maybe 1 kill if possible. Sender, all right, he does get him. He's got a couple more in front of him. For the moment, Vitality don't want to give him. They want to double peek him. They want to make sure he doesn't get away with anything, and safe finds the third to shut down round number 5 in the penultimate round of the first half. 6-5, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the final round of the first half. And the Komodo, do you think this might end up on level terms, or we're going to see Global Esports with a bit of a final push to get a lead?
Oh, I mean, they might have a good crack at it for sure. A couple of ultimates to assist coming into this next round, and you'd hopefully expect a game plan on the back of having the rifles back into your possession. Neural theft skills, we saw him grab that one. Ross has a null command as well. Put that to good use a couple of rounds ago, the last time he had it, so there's always going to be a world in which you can make something happen here. Unfortunate for Polvi that the operator isn't going to be back in the play, but for Runner,
what a shot!
Showing it, and FaZe King just walks into his crosshairs.
The reaction time, perfect there. I'm not quite sure why Blaziking, being the Sova, has to peek out like that. He does have a drone available to him, I'm pretty sure he did. And now the main initiator of the team has left the server. They're going for that A aggression, and they've left Lightning Fast in a bit of a open space here. He does get away thanks to his smoke orb, and he's got a lot of pressure on him. But Vitality say, hey, hold on, we're going to take this a little bit slow. We've got man advantage. We can play this a little bit more safely and disciplined way, in a more disciplined way.
And there's a sight to be cut half by the time of Scream as well. No flanks to be seen just yet from Global. Polvi down, so little by little. He starts to crumble for the GE squad. Bit of silence as we get suppressed around the A site though from Russ's 0 point. And it's only the calm before the storm because it's all attention away from Sender. But now Global know where he is, just trying to bail out of this.
Oh,
the
wow.
bamboozling around. He's going to walk straight into the crosshairs skills. So at least there's a way back into the round for Global. Now they know the spike is to be planted at A.
Yeah, Seekers come out from kicks as well. He's going to make sure to hold him off for a couple of more seconds. They know that all three are towards mid here, and Safe is keen on fighting them. There he goes, but it's going to be Destrian to find the first one. Safe is trying to give damage, but it's going to be Destrian for the second as well. And the final kill from Runner, of course, with his blades. 6-6 here as Breeze has come to a halt on a bit of round 0.
Yeah, I mean, closer than Sunset. I think that's what we were wanting as well. You give good competition. You never really want to see a quick, 2-0 slapping in front of a home crowd. I think that's really unfortunate and adding insult to injury. But, for right now, we're not seeing that, right? At least we've got competition here from Global. We've got good stringing of rounds from them as well. 3 in a row, twice over, coming towards this next one. If you can get the pistol rounds, I mean, you're looking to start off, quite nicely. We definitely want to see them gather a pistol round in this map. They got at least one to start off the series.
Yeah, they did, of course, and that was quite the era ago as well. Because after those 2 pistols, they got pretty much pummeled.
They got diddly squat.
Yeah, and speaking about Global Esports' pistol, I think that if they win this pistol, they will have a lot more I would say freedom to play with in terms of how aggressive they want to be. Speaking about aggression, Safe and Skills on our of course screens. One who's an aggressive Cypher, and the other one who was playing pretty safe today. And there's not too much difference there. They're keeping on the same. But Safe, of course, has had more impact for his team because he's been kind of the pseudo duelist, you could say, towards the A side whenever Runner's on the other.
Yeah, and I think with this switch up coming as well, what style of play are we actually going to get into this? Because if you look to the history of Safe, he was a quite aggressive player in previous roles. You have to kind of take a little bit of a step back in this Vitality roster, give a lot of space for Runner to go through, but you're still getting in there. You're still getting into the action. You're coming out with these clutches. You're coming out with all the informational plays, just that the Cypher kit in its nature presents to you.
Yep.
So he's still definitely getting the job done and assisting towards the team. But as I want to bring it on back to, we do switch up at these halves. So I want to see more from Blazing. I mean, I'll highlight him as the Sova player. You need to get these reveals coming on through nicely in towards this pistol round specifically right now, with everyone grouping up around a main.
Pay no attention to what you saw on the screen just now, ladies and gentlemen. It's only going to be Kicks getting the first kill. Howie goes down instantly. A recon will reveal him, but he's going to be able to get away the safety. And a tripwire that Russ was struggling to find. And he goes down through the smoke. VIT are just crumbling down GE in this pistol pretty quickly.
Yeah, and look where the spike is as well. It's in no man's land at the moment. It's going to be very impossible for Global to get back unless they start to hit these headshot skills. We'll start it on off. A little bit of a prelude to the party potentially, but just the utility that Vitality can drop again and again towards the main of this shop.
Oh boy. 3 versus 4. Lightning fast. He's got nothing more than a wall to just use for the moment. Safe, he just peeks out, gets a kill like it's nothing. Blazeking's gone down, and now is the Indian duo on the stage who need to probably get a clutch, but no, they have been stopped straight in the tracks. A main was not even allowed to be conquered. They didn't even take a step into that site.
Yeah, I mean, you're going a little bit silently through towards the shops. You've got the camera placed nicely for Safe. When you go for a little bit of a spotter, when you know that mid isn't a problem for the next couple of seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, you can put your emphasis on towards main. You've got a good crossfire set up as well, and at that point in time, all you need to do is hit the headshots.
Absolutely.
And that's what they did. I mean, I guess except for Safe.
This goes here.
To shoot through the toxic screen, and the reveal was there, and he ran out of ammunition, but he ran out of bullets.
Yeah, it's all right. It's still a win. They take it, of course. They move ahead. They've got 7th on the board. Now, Vitality, they have pretty much got the rounds covered in terms of calmness. You can see it, right? They're not at all afraid. They know exactly what they're doing. And Global Esports, they ran into that A site with practically no plan. They left kills towards mid, yes, right? But when they're heading into the A site, that Astra utility was what actually gave them so much control for Vitality, right? The minute they walked in there, you saw that first recon come in, you moved in, and you found the Cyber tripwires who were causing you so much pain. Russ was struggling to find it. He was looking at his feet, instead of trying to shoot around, get spammed right through the smoke. And Global Esports, they need a platform to stand on. They need a bit of support. And that has to come in the next round, because in this one, they've got classics and nothing but classics.
Yeah, it's still early. Still early in the half. Not as early in the map, but that's okay. Weapons are here for Vitality. Bit of early information as well. Stampede is falling away from the A side of the map. Give a bit of a heads up over towards Destrian at B. Play around Safe's utility as well. Aim of the game in this one for Vitality is essentially don't drop a player to the classics.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't want to give away anything. They want to make sure that they get a flawless bonus here. And they're running into that B-side trap. Safe gets one. Destrian with another Destrian. Makes it a third as well. And that's going to be Russ left alone.
Yep. Although there was one frag to come through in the beginning, Safe losing his life. But hey, 4 passing in towards the next round, that's fine.
Yeah, simple straight B rush, but not too much in the back of it. 1 kill only. I mean, they probably could have taken one singular lane fight, with all players, but they were all interchanged in terms of where they were focusing. Could have been a more team play there from Global. Maybe they've gotten 2 kills, been able to take out Destrian even before he took out 3. But hey, here we go. Vandals across the board once again. Same scenario as the first half. Half armor as Global Esports now, if history repeats itself, should be technically winning this round, unless of course we see some anomaly from Vitality once again.
Yeah, a little bit passive from Vitality at the beginning to dodge the 0 point as well. Now they can push in towards Bricks. Set themselves up for Trailblazer with a peek in from the runner. And he has lost his life a lot going for these ambitious peaks on the flip side, so he does need to be a little bit careful, not overstay his welcome.
Oh, skills. He's got no idea that Destrian's actually positioned right below him. And he's gotten cover as well. Safe's coming in to make sure that window is not being peeked upon, and he lost an opportunity. They've taken their eyes away, and Safe, he's got 2 angles to worry about now. He's got the window to cover off for Destrian, but oh, Destrian, look at him.
Yeah, this is a very nice play to come through, but only one. It's so tantalizing, isn't it? We just don't want to see a whiff at this point in time. Both trap wires are set up for high entry in towards the side, and then the guillotine is dropped at that point in time. This round that should be going Global's way by weaponry, by design, by nature, is just being ripped apart by Vitality, who on this bonus round might actually win it flawlessly. Blaze King turned into a late lurk. He was flashed out by kicks over A shot to just try and bring a bait, bring Vitality members to stay around A, but for Destrian being in that location unexpected, it's just completely what you didn't want to see for Global in this round, and you just have to do what he's doing. You have to look for a save, but Runner says no towards that one. Flawless in the bonus for Vitality.
Oh man, like I just mentioned, right? If Vitality pull off an anomaly, the anomaly of course was putting in Destrian in that position. They went for that instinctively, knowing that this is going to be a slow B hit. Destrian held on to that crosshair for so long. I'm not kidding. I just had reminiscence of Jogama from, Champions for a second. But hey, we're back here. He's not on we're not 100% sure, but Destrian making sure that he had the most amount of time to give Safe that mid-rush hold-up time, so that the minute he takes the first kills, it instantly being able to come into the B side, support him, there's a crossfire, and Global Esports gets shut down completely because that B main was not checked properly.
It's got to feel like a bit of a mood kicker as well. But of course, we need somebody in the roster to be the hype man. We need somebody to bring him back in toward it.
A bit of a kick. Like kicks. Could be nice, no?
But what if you're a Global and you don't have kills? Who do you look to be the hype man?
Has to be Polvi, isn't it?
Polvi? Polvi the hype man?
Polvi has to be. He's been quite the he's quite the charming personality as well. Yeah. If you guys have been watching Global Esports' content online, right? He loves Indian food clearly, right? And he's enjoying his time here. But to enjoy a little bit more, he will need that Marshall to maybe sing a couple of tunes right now. Tunes of death, and he's probably on the wrong side to do it, although there is probably going to be a Sova fake. I think that this could be an A split with a bit of a slow A main take and go for that mid-rush, unless of course, they're going towards P.
We'll see what damage they can deliver with these Sheriffs and the Marshal for Polvi. That's going to be a nice start. One can't argue against that one. Blaze King taking down Kicks. Flashes are no longer available for Vitality.
Oh, okay, Ross. Oh, bit of a gap there. He does get the 0 point. Safe is pushed back. The tripwires for now temporarily being disabled, but they will be back up because Global Esports are not pushing on any of these utility informations that they're recovering. Runner is going to hold on. They're not keen on going for these aggressive pushes because they know that they don't want to give Global Esports any more than they've already gotten. Kicks has left the round for the moment, and they're making sure that the man advantage does not go any more than 1.
But how do you get into this A site at the moment? You can't quite recover that Vandal, and it's being looked after by Sage. Nebula popped up by Sender. It's all about denying entry into this site for Global.
30
so
seconds
far,
left.
it's not really being allowed to happen, is it? Members starting to fall. Vitality here, 20 seconds. Blazing though, another Sharpie on towards Sender. Eventually his teammates do start to fall, himself included, and it's all on the run.
Safe.
That's okay, he's juggling up the weaponry. He's got Runner there to protect him. So,
Safe. Oh, pretty much needed support there, and Runner once again, ladies and gentlemen, he had a bit of a slow start, but now he's up to 18-7. You know, figures that he was definitely recruited for. If you guys don't know Runner, you probably should go check out his stats online, because this guy was an absolute monster where he's come from. This is a clear indication of evidence that there's no doubt why he was picked up by Vitality.
I mean, if you missed it, Map number 1,
yeah,
really good example. 28 kills,
yeah,
debut in this tier of Valorant. I mean,
especially against players who who got pretty good experience as well, right? So, yeah, Global Esports now 4 rounds away from Vitality. A lot more. Runner is just throwing in the hurt here. Povey does get a trade back onto Kicks, who's been kind of the only problem for Vitality. He's been kind of losing his life pretty often towards that A site.
Obscuring
vision. There's only Sender though at the current mentioned site. Blazing has to go back and get the spike, which was left essentially near spawn, so he's going to be out of action for a little bit, relying on his team to get into the site, but they're just being denied from doing that at the moment. Lightning Fast is down, and now all the Vitality members start to use their utility as well to bully Global Esports from being able to find any safe footing on the site. Stalemate between the duel of the operators, but Polvy getting the job done. A little bit of a further push. Finally,
there we go.
start to see something from Global around this A site, but it's just a back and forth barrage at the moment. The neural theft and the Pate by Safe with his Vandal. He can send out his own neural theft if he wants to figure out where both of his members are. But Polvy again with this operator now in the 1 versus 1. Get the job done. The blades are being brought out. The distance is the betterment of Polvy. He's just trying to bait him out with a fake flash out. The right click over the blades to get the job done. We were talking about it. You mentioned Polvy.
Yep.
He needed to step up in towards this one. A 4K. Is it going to be the start of something?
Well, 4K has, lessened the difference between the 3, but he needs a lot more where that came from, and he's gonna need somebody else to do it with him. He cannot always, get those picks and keep fighting for his teammates, because I believe that there needs to be one more. You said 1, but I believe that there needs to be one more person, like on the side of Vitality. You have Safe doing it. Destrian's also on 16, and Senders. It's pretty much team effort there. On the other side, Povey is clearly doing his bit of the work in terms of fragging potential, but he needs Global Esports' support staff to kind of step up a little bit, maybe get one opening pick, swing out together as a team, keep the advantage in your hands, and not let go of your players too early into the retake or in the round.
Well, a lot of mid-emphasis for Global in this one. Again, the spike being left in the safe territory of the Ghost. Because there's no one there for Global to get it. Sneak up into towards mid. Trap, take it down. Trade starting to come around. But no extension actually into the site itself. Skill unexpected. Kicks might walk into his death.
Oh, they've actually got Sender and Kicks towards A main. They've completely secured them, but Destro still one. Lightning Fast goes down towards mid, and Kicks gets another, and one after the other. Vitality! Wow. What was this round? Global Esports had surrounded that A site completely. Russ had a lurk towards mid, came in from practically their opponent's spawn. He had the null command come up as well, and they still were able to they could not get those kills.
I mean, a little bit one-dimensional and readable, honestly, for Global in that one. You've got your Trapwire looking after the mid doors. You've got smoke going down there as well. You know that there is a little bit of pressure surrounding that location. Sending kicks in towards A main, looking for any late stragglers of Global coming on through. Really heads-up play from Sender or someone else on the roster of Vitality to realize what was happening. And quite unfortunate for Global.
Oh boy. Runner. He's going in for another peek, and his reflexes have been absolutely on point today. He's going to have no action towards that B lobby. Here goes Kobe, and Destrian just absolutely smothers him to the ground there as Vitality are seemingly looking to finish this map a lot earlier, and Runner one more. Save doubles up as well, and this might just be it.
I mean, it's a shutdown around the B site. That's for certain. Trailblazer in as well, with Safe finalized on a 3K for himself. You can't break down the door of B, unfortunately, Global, and now they're staring down the barrel of a 0-2 in this one. 7-12, they did 5 in a row to send us into the overtime territory, and they don't have the weaponry to really set themselves up for a scenario like that.
Oh boy. What a round from Safe, Destrian, and Runner. Hold the fort down on that B side. Once again, Global Esports practically couldn't even get a foot into that B site. And now they face down the barrel of defeat, one round away. Vitality, they're holding strong, they're holding safe. They know they don't need to overextend. Safe is a little keen on, maybe getting himself on top of the scoreboard. But that's about it, and Runner's already found skills, and this could be the beginning of the end.
Now we'll have to wait and see if Vitality do realize that things are maneuvering over towards B, or if it's all the ruse to draw attention away from the mid-nest push that Polvi is providing us. Smoke, not going to help him, or maybe it will escape from the duel, because now he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. In towards the caves, he will go down. Player advantage still being held out by Vitality, but stalling out through main as well. A cave and a cloud, absolutely denying all the vision of the Global members, and now it's Blaze King for a 1 versus 4. He's got one single Balti boy to help him out here, and a Vandal. Need to roar with this one, but tagged on out again. Safe bullying him with bullets. With the camera, it's good for 1 at the end, but that's all it's going to be. It's 13-7 for Vitality. A great showing here for their first opening series as this new roster.
Absolutely. Vitality have taken pretty much everybody by, the horns and fought them straight back to the wall, right? And they've been absolutely brilliant. Every single player. Yes, Kicks might have not had the best of games, but the entire team as a whole was so well focused on where they want to be aggressive, where they want to hold down. They read Global Esports almost perfectly, honestly, because they were not allowed. Sometimes there were so many rounds where Global Esports couldn't even step foot in the site, and they were shut down by utility from the Viper, from the Cypher, even Runner with his operator, or just his pure aim at times. A clear wipeout.
Yeah, I mean, for Kicks, it might not have been the most sensational play with the frags coming on out, but he was still doing what was required on Trailblazers, spotting out so much information on what Global were throwing out there. Great guiding lights as well, getting heals where needed, but just being able to be positioned in a spot as a body. Right? Looking over at the shot, making sure that there's no little cheeky plays coming out from Global. So I still think he was really well positioned on this map, even if the actual kills and scores don't reflect that.
Yeah, Global Esports did have a good start, right? They had a decent start. It was a pretty well thought out first half. They were making sure that Vitality weren't getting away with too much across the board. They had some good ideas. They were taking mid pretty well. Polvi, of course, doing that multiple times when he was climbing onto that ledge in towards mid. But of course, even at some point that became predictable. Vitality were able to secure that first half to a 6-6, and then started the show of Runner being that menace, going towards B, taking an operator, picking out towards mid, taking A as well, and Safe just being his usual self, being that Cypher, taking the risks, and just saying, you know what, I can take on anybody.
Yeah, I mean, high fives all around for the guys at Vitality. They're getting the victory in a nice 2-0 fashion. And I think things are looking quite promising for them, honestly. When you look at this roster, maybe you had a little bit of question marks on who would be playing exactly what role, but I think we've just been answered that by the way that this team was setting Runner up for success.
Absolutely. Runner has clearly showcased that he deserves to be on this tier of competition. And what is he, 17? 16? Yeah, man, this guy's crazy, dude. Whatever it is, Vitality, clearly a force to be reckoned with now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And now we get the chance to have a little bit of a cheeky speak with them. So let's see what Tash has to say.
And there you have it, an explosive game from Team Vitality. Congratulations. With me, I have Safe on stage. So first question from me, and this was specifically requested by Pavlos himself. So why'd you shave your beard?
Because there's a lot of kids out there that shoot better than me, and they have no beard. So I decided I'm going to join the kids, I'll shave the beard, and I turn 18 again.
Wow, shave the beard and turn 18 again, and I think that actually helped. That buff is immaculate, so congrats again for that. So let's talk a little bit about your transition to Sentinel. How is that going for you?
Never said I'm playing Sentinel.
Wait, what?
It could be the fact that we're just trying something out here.
You're just trying out something
I mean, it's an event for us, first feeling together. It's not really anything set in stone. We're just trying out some ideas, some theories with the agents as well, and I can't say I'm really playing Sentinel, but it could be the case as well.
All right, they're experimenting and it's looking good, so nothing is set in stone. So another question is, so now you have 2 new teammates. What's it like playing with them?
I love them. They're my kids. Like I really adore them. I think they're great. Oh, you mean Sender and I mean all of them are my new teammates.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean all of them are great. I'm just saying the young talent we brought in, and like my theory of like we have a lot of talent in Europe as well. It's proving itself out here. Runner did an amazing job. Kimmy did an amazing job. Yeah, I'm just really proud of them, and I think I can really help them, and they're shaping up very well.
All right, there you have it. Safe, once again, congratulations. And with that, I think we should have a breakdown of what Team Vitality did well in that game. So I'm going to throw it over to our desks, our analysts, Kramer and Pavlos, onto you.
I'm kind of disappointed he shaved the beard. It was kind of hot, but he's still hot. He's still a good looker.
Beards are hot, man.
It's never enough, and he played really well.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, we wondered, could Global Esports recover going into map 2? They looked better, that's for sure. But sort of hit half-time mark, they went to their defense, and they just sort of crumbled, didn't they?
They did, and I think there were multiple moments where you could see that Vitality had multiple levels to them. And yeah, okay, we hear you say if you're trying out Sentinel. All right, mate. Okay, but it was an absolutely insane performance. I just realized I've got this wire dangling crazily.
Yes, Pavlos.
So unprofessional.
Oh my God,
so
this guy letting his wires hang out.
But honestly, it was a really strong performance, and Sender was a big part of it as well. I know he wasn't the one top fragging, but the moments he had on that Sheriff, time after time, finding headshots when his opponents couldn't quite hit their shots with rifles. It was just super impressive. And how much space he took up as a controller and allowed his team to do their thing, it was incredible.
It's space, as you mentioned. It's map control, it's zoning, and on a map as open as Breeze, map control ends up being massively influential as to how effective, your executes end up being. And we saw that once we hit that half switch, once Vitality hit that attacking side, they just looked unstoppable.
They really did. They really did. It seemed like, as soon as they got that comfort going for them, they could just keep on doing what they know how to do. Yeah. And I really enjoyed the comms as well. They look so on par with each other, and that was the case since map number 1, right?
Yeah, absolutely. A bit less so on map 2, I think. Their first half was 6-6. It's a bit shaky, wasn't it? I think Global, they responded nicely, but they just couldn't find that lead.
No, not quite. And I think it was just a slow start, really. I think they just had to remember what they did well in the previous map, and as soon as they did that, they were able to close the gap. And let's be fair, GE were able to find some pretty... I was going to call them lucky, but they weren't. They were right moment, right timing kills, and from that, they were able to win a couple more rounds. So I think Vitality, even though they did have a hard time in that first half, it wasn't representative of how good that team was, and they were able to show that performance to an even greater extent as the game went on.
Yeah, and I said going into this second map, I'd love to see more from Polvi. He stood up. He did very damn well on that jet. Almost sort of, I don't want to say outclassing the likes of Runner, because Runner did go 21-9, but I think that his duels against Runner were a little bit more even than they were on the first map. Yeah. So I like that Polvi showing some serious potential under Global Esports here. I just think that Vitality, they've just got like, raw firepower.
They do, and you can see the core members of the previous Vitality roster, the two Lithuanians, Destrian and Sender, doing a solid job. Now, I praise Sender so much about playing so well, you know, taking attention towards his favor when it came to ecos, when it came to making space. Destrian as well was a solid anchor, just like Safe was, right? So many pieces of the puzzle worked brilliantly. And, you know, when you've also got Runner just hitting the shots that he is, this is an all well-rounded team that Global had no chance against.
Yeah, you talk about playing safe, you could say. 20 rounds, he only died 8 times.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just complete sentinel role, isn't it? He's there for his team every time. He stays alive for the retakes, and the executions, he's there for the alpha plants. And yeah, the first kills do slightly favor Safe, but a lot of that was carried by Runner instead, actually.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Well, as the scoreboard does go away.
Goodbye, scoreboard.
I've got a question for you, Kremer.
Yes,
we've only seen one match of Vitality so far, right? But given what we've seen, what do you think is the potential for them competing in VCT EMEA right now?
It's hard to say because we've not seen every EMEA team play yet.
Yeah.
However, this is some very good tidings. I think actually there's a world here where I think Vitality are pushing top 3.
Top 3? Top 3.
This is still very early days.
And who would be over them, right? Fnatic, obviously.
Fnatic doing very well at the
Team
moment.
Liquid second, maybe?
I think Liquid.
Okay.
I think Liquid, FUT, and Na'Vi, especially after roster changes, are all going to be sort of battling for that position.
Looks a little bit hot as well.
Yeah, they do look pretty damn good, don't they?
Sick.
So yeah, honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing FUT tomorrow because that's going to be indicative as to how Vitality is going to look on the European stage.
Yeah, well, the match MVP is going to go towards Safe. It was an absolute show from them. Now, we've got fans here showing us signs with big letters. Where is Benkai?
That's a great question. Where is Benkai, Pavlos?
Preparing funeral preparations for his fish that drowned.
What fish was it?
I honestly don't know. Ask him for the next time he's here. So I guess for Global, it's not really a testament to what that team can bring as a whole, right? Because after all, it's not full strength, but you can't take credit away from Safe. A tremendous performance and very much deserving that MVP title.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, to be able to do it while leading from the front as well, it's just awesome. I'm really, really happy to see Safe also rise up. It means that a lot of pressure has been taken off of Runner. It shows that Vitality now have a few more notches to their quiver, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a misconception what a duelist is and why, you know, and what their role is within the team.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay, duelist often does a lot of the shooting because he's put in positions to, you know, take space, and often that requires getting a couple kills. And the best duelists are the ones that can get those kills at that time. But that's not necessarily the case, right? It's make space, create that space out of nowhere, and give it to your team. And you know, Safe is able to do that even when not on the duelist role.
Yeah, you're right. And I think in a second we'll see the map veto. Pavlos, I've got a bit of a question for you. If we, say, did go to split, say the score was reversed here, we just saw Global Esports win 13-6.
Absolutely not.
If we went to split, do you think Global would have won?
Absolutely not.
No, not a chance?
Not a chance.
Yeah, well, that's that then. Okay. I think, yeah, Vitality had a really good split before the roster changes. I think Salah, of course, knows his split very damn well. I think for Vitality, this was categorically sort of their series to win. I mean, the veto favored them. They had the confidence after the first map. I think for Global Esports, it may be back to the drawing board.
Yeah, this has definitely put Vitality, this definitely put a target on Vitality's back now.
Yeah.
FUT being another EMEA team, they played against them before, well, the two core rosters have played against each other. Now both of them have got upgrades, or at least changes, if you will. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, where that power dynamic is going to lie between them. And, you know, we heard Vitality through their interviews that they do want to meet up against FUT. On the other hand, I'll be interested to see how this, you know, matchup will look against Furia as well.
Against Furia, now that's going to be interesting, of course. I believe that's tomorrow, actually, Vitality Furia. And then it's day after we have Furia Global, which now that's going to be a good game.
All right, okay. What match are you most looking forward to in this whole tournament?
It's torn
apart
between
from the final.
True Rippers FET, and because of course True Rippers showed that they're actually quite good.
And you think they've got a better chance against FUT for esports?
No, but it'll be an entertaining game. And I also think that I think Vitality versus Furia is also going to be a very good game. So just any of the Furia games are going to be good.
Yeah, I'm actually curious because I think there are two teams here that we've seen a bit of them already in the offseason, that is Foot and Furia.
Yeah.
And they haven't had the best of results, although a couple of them have shown moments of potential greatness, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In a second, we're going to be able to bring up the series MVP. You got any predictions as to who it will be, Pavlos?
Wait, that was match MVP? That was map MVP? Safe as map MVP? Oh, it's got to be Runner for match series MVP.
You think Runner? I'm inclined to agree with you. I think Safe did well map 2, but
Runner
was just immortal.
Yeah.
He's just immortal on map 1, so I guess we'll see in just a moment, of course, when it comes up. But Pavlos, can Runner keep this up? Do you think we're going to see him like this for the whole tournament?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
I believe him. I've always believed him. He's definitely a player that can bring high impact, and we're no strangers to seeing him top frag servers. Okay, it's a bit different considering it's not Challenger Series. Instead it's a Tier 1 off-season event. But at the same time, you can't count this guy out. Never, absolutely never.
I mean, those stats speak for themselves, don't they? That is just revolting, Pavlos. That's actually just nasty, just disgusting. Look at it. It's just filth, isn't it? Just horrible.
If you compare his second game with the first one, it looks a bit of a downgrade. But still, if you looked at the second game at Isolation, it's still an impressive result.
If his stats from the last game was Son's average, that'd be considered one of the best in the world. That is just ridiculous, Pavlos. Just ridiculous.
I'm awaiting for a time where we see Runner on a global stage play against Takas, CNED, playing against the greats, man. CNED, Durka.
Later
I mean,
tomorrow.
we might be able to see that soon, right, against Foot?
Extremely soon.
Yeah, very soon.
We'll have to see if Foot are able to pull themselves up against True Rippers and Gen.G.
Talk about Foot. What expectations do we have from them given what we've seen so far?
I expect them to go to the finals. I'll be very surprised if they don't. That being said, I do want there to be an Indian team in the final.
As much as I want that too, given how hype the whole arena becomes with an Indian team doing well, likelihood not that high up.
Sure, it may not be likely, but it was also unlikely that True Rippers would take a map off of Gen.G and then almost in the third map.
And I'll make the argument now for the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
True Rippers looked even better than Global, I'd say, to an extent.
Yeah, I agree. I think they looked stronger than Global Esports did. I think Global needs probably a very long talk when they get back to the hotel, and then hopefully tomorrow it's time to start fresh.
Yeah, I think it's also a matter of fact. You know, we had people with signs out saying, "Where is Benkai?"
Yeah, where is Benkai?
You know, it's not full strength again. Not full strength. But still, there are some players in there you expect. Well, even though you know there were a couple of high-flying performances, especially from the likes of Polvi.
Yeah, you're right, Pavlos. I have one final question for you before we close it up for the day. What game are you looking forward to tomorrow?
What are the games tomorrow?
Are you looking forward to the games tomorrow, is what I should say. FUT versus True Rippers, and I think it's Vitality Furia?
Well, all of them are going to be bangers.
You guys will have to tune in tomorrow to find out.
All of them are going to be bangers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a dope one, everybody. Make sure you do stick around for all of the action. It's been great having you here in Convergence. And if you guys haven't got your tickets yet, for this beautiful arena, for this beautiful experience with everything that it has to offer, whether it's the games themselves, whether it's the experiences of meeting cosplayers, playing against each other on different...
It's the actual characters.
The actual characters?
The actual agents.
Do they speak like the actual agents, or don't they speak? Are they mute?
Hard to say. Yeah, you'll have to come and find out.
All right. Either way, see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. See you, and yeah, make sure you come in with the expectations for great Valorant.
About staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
Savage.